Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Games Saturday. The long week has ended. Your weekly stop for classic gaming and goodness is here for Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're booting up the Dreamcast, as you hear with the Dreamcast VMU beep. Also, because my Dreamcast has a dead battery internal, I have to set the date manually. They'll save me in a couple days, because in this case I can say, usually down below I put the orange letters saying, hey, this show was recorded and aired on the date. In this case, I can just put it in right here of April 11th of 2026 at 7:04 as far as Eastern Standard Time. Welcome to the show, everybody. After our show last week, we had a great time looking at Digimon Racing for our April Fool's Day show. But I don't know about you, that game was actually pretty good. So I was thinking back in my mind saying, am I holding out a bad game for all of you? I mean, I don't know, maybe you played Digimon Racing and thought it wasn't very good. But I figured, yeah, for this year, let's do something a little unique. Let's have another one. And let's also look at a classic game compilation. It's a classic game compilation that on paper should be great. But in reality, it is not. So I said, all right, let's take a look at this as far as how it's going to be and show you a little bit of a cautionary tale, and one that, honestly, when I played this, it's something where I then became a bit of the connoisseur I am for classic game compilations, and also paying attention to how they're translated like a hawk. You're looking at the Sega Smash Pack Volume 1. This came out on the Dreamcast originally on January 30th of 2001. We're pointing out the Dreamcast had already been announced that it was not continuing when this game came out. And it was included in a console bundle, specifically the Dreamcast Limited Edition console bundle. So you had to buy a Dreamcast as far as getting this. And it's going dim? Is it supposed to do that? Okay, I've never seen that case going on before. Let me see. Okay, I guess not. Or I guess it is, I guess. So that's interesting to see. But anyway, it was something you had to buy Dreamcast for. So I had Dreamcast at the time, and I was looking at this collection saying, it's a classic game compilation with 10 classic Sega Genesis games, one of which is making its debut here and only is in this collection in this form to this very day. And also 2 other games that are not Sega Genesis games. So I was thinking, well, I have Dreamcast, like, I don't want to buy a new one. But they didn't sold it separately on April 24th of 2001 for $40. And it's a case where I was excited, like, ooh, this could be great. But then the reviews of this started coming in of this game that was co-developed by Sega of America Dreamcast, that's the name of the team, this is the only game they made, and Yuki Enterprise, whose background includes Master Chess for the PlayStation 2, Samurai Shodown 5, Samurai Shodown 6, Arcana Heart, and Ultimate Mind games, the latter being on PlayStation 2. But when the reviews of this thing came in, there were a lot of, including Electronic Game Monthly's review, saying, this game is horrible, the emulation on this is atrocious, and I was kind of taken aback at the time, and alright, I didn't know it went dark as far as how that is, so I'll keep moving around to keep that from happening. But I looked at that and said, that can't be right, there's no way. But it was also a case where other game magazines and gaming outlets also reviewed it. They didn't like it too much either, although I do remember Game Informer, who is notoriously hard-assed, in cases where for them 5 out of 10 meant the game was garbage and not average. They gave it a 9 out of 10, but even they openly said, hey, there's problems with emulation. I was like, uh-oh, I'm concerned. But then I saw this game for $10 in my GameStop at the time, about a year afterwards. So I said, oh great, I'll look at this, because actually at the time, I had not played all of the games that are in this. And I didn't have copies of them lying around for some of these, except Sonic the Hedgehog. In fact, I think at that time, Sonic the Hedgehog was the only game I think I had a physical copy of. Or any copy of, really. So I said, oh great, I can get all these other games. Well, okay, this as well, we'll talk about that. Because this and Virtua Cop 2 are the 2 games that are not beholden to the problem with emulation. But I played it, and I was shocked. I said, what's going on with these games? This should have been a slam dunk. But apparently the way the emulator of this worked, it had a lot of problems with itself. So there's a lot of problems with audio and graphics, and a lot of technical problems that these original games did not have when they're on Sega Genesis. Because you think the Dreamcast can emulate these things fine. But apparently not. It's worth pointing out one thing before I go into more on this, which is that I'm someone who, as Kazan22 has mentioned, I buy like every single classic game compilation because it's often of stuff I don't have, stuff that might cost a lot of money, or cases of saying, well, I want to have these lying around. And also it makes viewer requests a little easier because some of these games go for money. And also, if nothing else, to show the companies that, hey, we want to see some of these classic games get re-released. Some that you might think, they really have a chance in hell of coming back. The Sega stuff is pretty clear. Yeah, sure, these can come back, no problem. And that was the case before this came out, because there were 2 Sega Smash Pack releases on the PC, And after there's a Game Boy Advance version that had Sonic Spinball, Golden Axe, and Echo the Dolphin in it. And I didn't play those other ones, so I don't know how those are. But that seems pretty obvious. But the idea is they'll say this. Over the years of my life, I've realized that because of my background as far as my computer science degree, it's something where I do understand that emulating of classic games is not as simple as pressing a button and making it happen. There are a lot of people on the internet who will tell you that or try to pretend that they don't have that without that background. And admittedly, I'm not someone who's in the game industry like, say, Matt McMuscles, who does the What Happened show. And he has backgrounds. He made The Takeover, which is a homage to classic beat-em-ups. And he also did testing on various games, including Wet for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. So I know how difficult it is, but it is something that I kind of had to grow that, because when I played this collection, I said, oh my god, what happened here? This was a total mess. And it's something where, even reading the instruction manual, because I do have this game fully in box, there is a case of them saying, well, they did have good intentions, but they didn't turn out well. So tonight's going to be a little bit of a cautionary tale with most of the games in this. But I do want to read the introduction that's in the manual just as a little bit of an indication, so we can put this in perspective. Because as I said, I've seen classic game compilations come and go. Back in the day, you didn't get as many of these, and emulation at the time was not as advanced as it is nowadays, where for the most part you can kind of get one-to-one stuff as far as a lot of people who've kind of tinkered with things. But back in 2001, you didn't get that too much. I mean, you got that every so often with stuff like arcade classic compilations from Midway and Namco and things like that. But as far as console gaming, it was kind of a little bit in its infancy. You kind of tell that in what they say is the instruction manual here as far as their introduction. I will picture this when I add it just to indicate this, saying, truly there are more active gamers in the world today than any other time in the history of our beloved pastime. Which is absolutely true. While many claim to know what gaming is about, most just jumped on the bandwagon, the world's most dynamic form of entertainment. Thus, in the newer realm of online gaming, 128-bit processors, true 3D graphics, and blazing frame rates, we often find ourselves missing something. And strangely, that something can be hard to identify or describe. I mean, the games of today are undoubtedly brilliant works of art created through a combination of ridiculous long hours, daily dedication, and teams of highly skilled artists. Sorry. You have to bear with me. I'm feeling alright, but it's a case where it's like, yeah, I do need to keep myself hydrated. But cases of saying, hey, you know, there are a lot of teams of skilled artists, designers, programmers, and producers who admitted to advancement. Some things can sometimes be forgotten. So Sega always wanted to push the envelope in technology and creativity. It strives over the years to accomplish one goal: produce high-quality video entertainment the world over, which they've definitely done. Within this collection of games, you'll bear witness to this goal as evidenced by the numerous titles that exist on one disc. For those of you familiar with these remarkable titles, we recognize that maybe something missing in the classic games, or today's games, I should say, we found spades within this collection. For those of you new to these classics, you're in for a more profound experience, discovery of gaming's true essence, the undeniable satisfaction that goes along with finely tuned gameplay, brilliant game design, and visionary characters. Welcome to the first installment of Sega's Smash Pack series, although this is technically the third one. Games that play as well today as they were the first day released to the public. Games that make gamers proud to be gamers. Found games that instantly remind us why we started playing games in the first place. Thank you for purchasing Sega Smash Pack Volume 1. So, good sentiment, no question, of saying, hey, you know, we got a case of classic gaming, and let's kind of reflect that. But if you rip the ISO of the GD-ROM of this game, there are apparently instructions by the development team saying how to pirate this emulator as far as it. So apparently they might not have been happy about what they were really doing. And maybe the thing in the manual is a little bit of, I don't know, them being two-faced or saying, hey, I don't know, maybe a question of something going off the emulator, they couldn't figure it, maybe they were rushed. I don't know necessarily what the story was as far as that. But point is, whatever the case was going on, most of the games of this classic compilation were not well delivered, and it's really unfortunate because these are some great games. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at everything in this. And like with all of our classic compilation shows that we do, I will have timestamps down below when I edit this to state, okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, the opening spiel, complete with coughing, I guess. And basically looking at every single game individually indicated below as far as where do they appear. And I want to apologize in advance for what you're going to hear come out of this game, except for these two, because these two are not Genesis games, they're not emulated. Okay, this one sort of was. The other ones, yeah, it's not going to be pretty sight or pretty experience as far as your head or your ears. But I figured, well, let's give a classic game compilation that's bad. This is definitely a bad game, but paradoxically, might still be buying for Sega Swirl and Virtua Cop 2. And I guess if you don't have another method to play some of these games, maybe this will do in a pinch, but nowadays we have tons of classic game compilations from Sega themselves, like the Sega Genesis collection on the PS2 and the PSP, Sonic's Ultimate Genesis collection for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, and even Sega Genesis Classics, which on PS4, Xbox One, and Switch. There's problems with itself too, but nothing like this. Alright, so here's how we're going to work this. As I mentioned, we're going to go through each game individually. I'll give backgrounds as far as how they are. I'll also talk about the people behind this, which I'll say this, yeah, not necessarily to give them too much flack, I guess, because maybe nowadays it's a case where, I guess it's water under the bridge, but a case of thinking, well, they had a good sentiment, good ideas, but unfortunately it didn't turn out well. It is from people who are semi-prolific in the industry. Specifically, the lead program, that being Gary Lake Shaw. He was a senior software engineer on Bruce Lee Quest for the Dragon for the Xbox, as well as the video game adaptation of Hulk, the 2003 film for PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. He was a technical director on the game based on Batman Begins, as well as Oddworld Stranger's Wrath for Xbox, and MLB Slugfest 2006 for Midway, Mortal Kombat: A Change on PSP, Aqua Teen Hunger Force Zombie Ninja Pro-Am for PlayStation 2, and he was the director of technology on 1942 Joint Strike from Capcom, Age of Booty also from Capcom. He was the director of product development on DuckTales Remastered, which we played last year. As far as the programming, also joining him was Kazuo Morita, who designed a game called Just Breed on the Famicom. That does not mean what you think it does, I swear to you. And it was on Nintendo's system. They wouldn't allow something that means what you think it does on their console, especially back in the 80s. Who boy, no. But he also was a programmer on Arcana Heart, Samurai Showdown 5, Samurai Showdown 6, and Master Chess for PS2. And there are 12 games in this collection to go into that. There's Sonic the Hedgehog, there's Altered Beast, Golden Axe, Revenge of Shinobi, Streets of Rage 2, Vectorman, Phantasy Star II, Shining Force, The Legacy of Great Intention, Wrestle War, which never came out in the US until this, and aside from one other modern release, there's no other versions in the US, as well as Columns, and the two non-Sega Genesis games, Virtua Cop 2, which is an AM2 arcade game, and Sega Swirl, puzzle game synonymous for Dreamcast. Back to the 80s, a good time. Well, we'll see, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. We're looking at the Sega Smash Pack Volume 1 for Dreamcast. It's a classic game compilation with a lot of good games, but not good emulation. So I said, all right, for our second April Fool's Day show for this year, I said, Digimon Racing was pretty good. We gotta have something shitty. So we're gonna look at this. Yeah, you'd think this collection's awesome. You look at these games saying, these are Sega classics. You know, like Sonic the Hedgehog. That's one of the best games of Sega Genesis. These are games that are synonymous with the console. And they cover a great range of genres. We have platforming games. We have beat-em-ups. We have another beat-em-up. We have ninja platforming. Another beat-em-up. We have a platform shooter in Vectorman's case. As well as Phantasy Star II, that's an RPG. Strategy RPG for Shining Force, wrestling, and two puzzle games, and a light gun shooter. Sounds great, but most of these are not emulated well, except these two. But we have a lot of gaming goodness going on here, but not emulated well, and that's the problem. I remember when this game came out in 2001, when I played it, I was excited. I was chomping at the bit, saying, let's play this. This is going to be really great. But it's something that made me realize, yeah, stick with these on the original console, or nowadays there's better emulations. But I guess emulations like these had to start somewhere, but results are not going to be pretty, and your ears are going to be hurting. I am sorry for that, but I do want to give you fair warning now. Okay, also, Dolphin, I'll say this to you as well. Of what's on this list, or anybody else in our best chat on Twitch, thank you for joining us tonight. Do you have any requests of what you'd like to see us look at first? I'm going through everything in this, but if you have a suggestion of things you want to see, or how that's going to go, feel free to let me know. We'll make it happen. We do have this nice trippy music going on, which I'll mention that at least as well. It was done by Wilco Ebase. Not much credit as far as him with music. The only other thing he worked on was a game called Ancient Game Treasures Mini, which is on or Ancient Games Treasures Mill for PSP. Aside of that, not much on music. Sorry. I guess I'm just in a case of, fine. This game is not so bad as making me sick. I'm feeling fine. I'm just saying, like, hey, you know, I guess maybe I'm more congested than I thought. Maybe changing weather, whatever the case. But I'm drinking fine. I'm doing okay. If you have a suggestion of what you want to see first, let me know. It's worth pointing out, because this is a classic game compilation. Twitch does not allow most classic game compilations to be categorized as that compilation. So that means it's saying we're playing Sonic the Hedgehog, but I will switch off as we go along to games as far as based on what we're playing, so it'll match up and we won't get assholes as far as coming in and saying, hey, you're not playing the right game. It's like, I gotta do this for the classic game compilations, and then they'll probably come by, look at this, they'll hear this, like, yeah, fuck this shit, I don't want to be involved. But fair enough. But I said I want to give a bad game, I guess, case going on, but these are great games. But I'm not overselling the emulation on this, trust me, I'm not. And also, I'll mention this when I edit. We have played a couple of these games at the show before. We played Sonic the Hedgehog. We previewed Golden Axe off screen. Previewed Revenge of Shinobi on screen. We played Streets of Rage 2. And we did look at columns. That was part of the puzzle showcase. I will link down below in the link list to all those plays of those games as far as the ones we played. The other ones we haven't looked at yet. I'll also link down below to our April Fool's Day shows. And even though this is not something I'm going to include in the list of this as far as this playlist either, I'll also link to our classic game compilation programs to show you what good classic game compilations look like and our past experiences. But this is going to run the same way that those do. And by the way, we do have another one coming up next month as far as our official one for Midway Arcade Treasures 3 for GameCube. Another one that has problems to it too, but it is also a case where it is better than this. And that's going to be our official one for this year. But I said, for the purpose of another April Fool's Day show, because I said, Digimon Racing is a good game. I said, let me give you something else. And it's a case of something you'd be surprised is not as good as it is, or as bad as it is. But I just want to mention that as we go. Also, depending on as far as what the game is, I'm going to have to change the audio. And since I am not seeing any requests going on, I'll go down the list with what we have. We probably will end on Sega Swirl and Virtua Cop 2 if you want to see those later. We'll definitely end on these for the purpose of music. Probably Sega Swirl, because the music in this is terrific. Virtua Cop 2 is a case where it's kind of hard to hear that music, admittedly, and there are not a lot of options to be able to adjust that, to hear that over the sound effects. But I'm going to also change the audio, because otherwise I'm going to blare you and your head is going to be hurting enough as it is from this. I guess we'll start with where I jumped when I first bought this, saying, oh, wait a second, this is Sonic the Hedgehog. A game that maybe doesn't need much of an introduction, but I'm gonna give it one anyway. Oh, I want to see Revenge of Shinobi. Okay, never mind. That'll be great. We'll start there. Let me see. What number did I take on Revenge of Shinobi? Okay, that was 22.2. Actually, you picked wisely, because I'll say this: of all the Genesis games that are in this, it is the one that probably is emulated the best as far as everything with it. Also, in this case, I will pull back to my notes that I took for this game. We looked at it last year, because we did do a preview of it before. Okay, so let's talk about Revenge of Shinobi. We'll start as far as thank you. No problem. Thank you as well for joining us. And also, I guess, want to see specific stuff. Like, hey, it's fine as far as saying, like, I'll pick it, but as far as an order of something like this, chat, if you have a suggestion saying, I want to see this in particular, don't be afraid to say to me, yeah, I'd like to see that. I'm not going to say, no, that's a problem. I'm going to say, I appreciate that. Like, as I mentioned, the struggle sometimes with the show is the case of saying it's classic game stream of any kind. The idea of, we have an audience, people want to come in and see, not many, but people who do want to see clearly. And Jonathan, I know you like coming to the show as far as being on show, but also coming in chat. How do we make it active? How do we make it a case of saying, you have a choice, you can kind of drive the show as well, and it's not, I'm willing to basically go wherever you want. We're covering everything in here. But actually, in that case, you did choose wisely of looking at Revenge of Shinobi. Okay, and they give you a perspective of what this is as far as everything going on, and VMU artwork, because all these games do have VMU artwork, I guess. I mentioned this when we played Skies of Arcadia as far as doing a preview program of that a few months ago. I did look online seeing if there was a project where all the VMU art has been archived, because basically the idea, whenever you play most games on the Dreamcast, if you have the VMU, the visual memory unit, in your controller for the purpose of doing saving, it'll pop something up on that screen. And in that case, it'll show a picture. So I guess what I'll do is I'll edit in the pictures of this when we do the show, or the edit of the show next week. Okay. Also pointing out, you can look at the credits as far as the Genesis emulator. In fact, there you go, as far as everybody there. just to give a perspective. So these are the 6 people who are involved with this. Hey guys, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight for our second April Fool's Day show. Looked at Digimon Racing for the Game Boy Advance last week. I said that game's pretty good, believe it or not. So I said we're gonna have to look at a bad game as far as this. So I picked Sega Smash Pack Volume 1 for the Dreamcast. Not sure if you ever played this one, as I'm also gonna update the title as far as the game we're playing as far as on Twitch's case. So it's going to look like we're playing Revenge of Shinobi for the Game Boy Advance. We're not. We're playing the Sega Genesis version ported into this 2001 classic game compilation that is notoriously bad emulation. I apologize for in advance for how your ears are going to be. I've missed the show since I've been out without Wi-Fi for a while. Okay, fair enough. I'm glad that you came by. Everything was able to be set. And we do have the shows we've done before as far as the past couple weeks, so they are still set, and we do still have the show going on. And a couple requests of yours that are coming up, I do know that. Including Mega Man X, we're doing that on May 2nd, just to let you know, because I know you want to see that. And I'm trying to get a sense of saying, when can we get that going? We're going to get that going then. But let's talk Revenge of Shinobi, because also we did preview this last year. We have not played this game fully for the show. I am not good enough at this game to play it yet. I'm going back into my notes from that when we looked at it last August. It was. I'll also link to that show. Well, as I said, I linked to every show we've done showing everything in here. But just to give a little bit of a brief case, I do have the elements of controls in this collection, because you can map the buttons as far as how you want. It's worth pointing out that even though they give you the option to map the 6-button control of X, Y, and Z, I don't think there's anything in this that uses it. At least I don't think there is. Well, as far as the Sega Genesis games that are here, the newest game is Vectorman, but I don't think Vectorman uses the 6 buttons as far as how it is. So it's kind of superfluous, but either way, I guess they figured just in case. Or maybe because they figured, well, hey, we're going to maybe make more of these. They only made this one as far as Dreamcast. Outside of that, there's 2 from PC from prior to this, and there's 1 on the Game Boy Advance that came out a year after this that maybe was better received. Okay, so let's talk Revenge of Shinobi. That was called the Super Shinobi in Japan. It came out on December 2nd of 1989 for Sega Genesis in the US and Japan, and in 1990 in October in Europe. It was directed by Noriyoshi Oba, who designed Streets of Rage. He wrote Dark Wizard for Sega CD. He was supervisor on Shinobi 3, Return of the Ninja Master, as well as did production on Clockwork Knight, Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition, and Deep Fear, with music by Yuzo Koshiro, who did the music for Sonic the Hedgehog 1 for Game Gear, all the Streets of Rage games, Shenmue 2, Etrian Odyssey, Beyond Oasis, Castlevania Portrait of Ruin, and Amazing Island for GameCube. We're taking Joe Musashi running as far as how the idea is as well. Kind of a bad night last night. I'm feeling better. I'm glad as far as that. Honestly, not going to lie to you, ElecVerse, when I started tonight's show, don't know why. I got a case of saying maybe in a bit of a coughing fit. I have hot liquids. I got tons of water with me as far as it. We're doing good. Glad you're doing well. Glad to see you. We're going to have a fun time, even though you're not going to like how the sound is if you've ever played this collection. Feel free to go on your memories on any of the games in this, which, as I mentioned, just to give you an idea of before you jumped on, it's Sonic the Hedgehog, Golden Axe, Shining Force, Wrestle War, Streets of Rage 2, Columns, Virtua Cop 2, Revenge of Shinobi, which we're going to take a look at first, Sega Swirl, Altered Beast, Phantasy Star II, and Vectorman. If you want to see something next, feel free to let me know. What do you want to see next? We're here to satisfy as far as that. Let's start Revenge of Shinobi. This is a great game, and it is worth pointing out, even with the emulation problems with this collection, this is the one that almost gets there. Because all these games have problems with their audio, and they have problems with their, They have problems with their graphics as far as tech. So I want to get the number I took down on Revenge of Shinobi, 22.2. Just make sure of that. Let's start. Also, flashlight warning in the intro. This terrific game, which I grew up playing from one of my cousins. Also, as we're pointing out, this is a port that has Spider-Man in it. It's the last re-release of the game that had Spider-Man. Because there are a lot of cases of license cases where they didn't get the rights. The people who worked on it said, oh yeah, we'll probably get the rights. We just put in placeholder art, and then that didn't happen. They forgot to take them out. The game went out, so you have references to Terminator, Batman, Spider-Man, Rambo, and other cases. Sega got rights to Spider-Man and then to Rambo, sort of, kind of, but the other ones are cases where the Batman thing, they had to do another revision to take it out. When they got the Spider-Man license, they put the name on that as far as the intro. We have the story of Criminal Syndicate Zed coming around. Joe Musashi is here, and his master was killed, so we have to go stop the Neo Zed gang. Okay, also, just to go into this, person I used to talk to on Discord kind of shamed me on his Twitch stream. I'm sorry as far as that. That will not be a case here as far as the case, but we do appreciate all of your perspectives on the show. It's like sometimes we have to get into cases like that with people I've had to ban. I hate to say that. And I also hate to say it, Nocturne might potentially be one of those people because I have not heard from her in a while. I don't know what's going on. I think she's okay, but it's still a question of, I'm doing Mega Man X myself in a few weeks, but I said, we don't do that just for the purpose of saying, hey, you know what, let's do that. And I hate to do it, but sometimes I gotta go. But we're not doing that. We do not do that to our best channel on Twitch. I thank you, of course, for that, just because, like, you all show me a lot of respect as far as the idea, but I want to show you that as well. Make this a totally reciprocal case. As we're getting the intro again, which is a great game as far as this one, a great setup. Although you are hearing stuff with the sound seems off. Though, Dolphin, you chose right, I think, starting with this one, just because the sound is off in ways, but it's not off in other ways. I'll give a preview to this, and at some point we'll do this, but good God, I need practice. And also say this, ElecVerse, I know we did Shinobi 3 twice. I know you were not able to be here for any of them. We can do it a third time. If you say, hey, I wanted to be here, we set a time for that, you tell me, we'll do it, because I know you love that game. I know you requested it in the first place. I second chance it, we can third chance it, because it's amazing. And also, maybe it's a case where I'm looking for an excuse to play that game again, or maybe other games as well. But if I do it again, I will probably figure having a guest, or maybe somebody who's never played it, as an idea. So, just to go on this briefly, we have our cases of options. You have the sound test of this music, which is amazing. You can set the difficulty to easy, normal, hard, or hardest. I'll start normal. You can set your shurikens to 0 or 90 in 10 increments. You get to Shinobi bonus at the end of the level if you don't use shurikens. I'm going to run at 50. You also have your controls, which are ninjutsus on A button, B is attack, and C is jump. By default, your button layout for Dreamcast for this is X, A, and B are indicating A, B, and C for the Genesis controller. But for this, I changed the buttons to be a little more to my style. So X is going to be for attack, so B button. C is going to be the A button at the bottom, and then ninjutsu on the B button in my case. Let's get ourselves going as far as that. As far as version we're going to use for this game when we get to this does have Spider-Man in it, but it's worth pointing out I do have the Sega Classic Arcade, Sega Classics Arcade Collection, which is on Sega CD, which also has the revision that's Spider-Man in it, so that's the one we're going to use when we get to that point, and when I'm ready. This is one of those, I got to practice this game a lot before we do it. But if nothing else, we take another look at it and see where this has some weird stuff. You might be hearing it a little, you think, maybe this sounds a little off. But compared to some of the stuff we're going to see later, it's legendary. Let's hit it as we go to round one. Yeah, the sound almost is there. I realized that I was doing the test as we're going along with Joe Masashi, moving left and right and jumping. And also hitting the jump button twice to do that spin, but good luck getting the timing. And then throwing shurikens out. We're also seeing some of these sound effects. They sound like they're not Genesis. They sound like they're weird. They're like this kind of phone ringing, but you do still have cases of the background, which is really nice when the sun sets, as far as how it is. But yeah, the samurai guy's gonna get me. You're hearing the sound effects, they sound more like, I don't know. Maybe NES. It's still the same case, you gotta be careful with the bombs, you pick up the items as far as shurikens and the power-up, which I already lost, and get the ninjas who are taking off on the Neo Z gang, or they're joining with them, but also see the great attention to detail of, hey, there's the moon rising. Love that. It's something you might miss, and honestly for years I missed it playing this game, but you go along, it started in kind of the early afternoon, and then, oh shit, no, bomb! Yeah, you don't want to be around that because it'll explode right away when you're next to it in the box, and that's not a good case, but we have the doggies there. You're hearing that sound, that sounds weird, but okay, that is actually a good case of the thumbnail, or part of it, I think. We're seeing like the Shogun slashing, but also they're here and they're on the way. Actually, I'll say this, as far as the graphics on this one, as far as the tech is concerned, well, I'm not doing well on this. It's not bad. It's not slowing down the way some other games are gonna as we go. Even some of the sound, as I said, it's not terrible. But this is an outlier, I hate to say it. And it was my case when I first played this saying, oh, okay, good. Well, I got some health, so it should be set. I was nervous saying, like, well, coming back to this, like, is every game gonna be sounding awful? Like, this sounding as decent as it does is kind of nice. I'll say that for sure. If you've heard any memories flow on Revenge of Shinobi, Shinobi is a franchise, or any case of any of the games we're going to look at tonight. We're treating this like a compilation show. We have our official one next month for Midway Treasures 3 for GameCube. And also some Nintendo 64 arcade ports to be thrown in for good measure as Get a Life. Oh. In that case, I'm going to just go that, because I need to go to the right. I do know I've played this game enough. And you can't really do like the kick down like in Shinobi 3. Yeah, but this doesn't sound as good as the original release, or releases, I should say. in the sense of some of those have the Japanese instruments kind of replicate as far as the Genesis sound. From 1989, so this is pretty early as far as how it is. It still looks pretty good. I mean, above anything else, the reason I'm doing this collection is just because I wanted to show this off for a couple of years, just because it's a case where on paper it's awesome, but then when you play it, but there is that life there, so I'm not going to be in cases of being too in trouble if I keep dying there. I just wanted to indicate the idea of saying, hey, you know, the idea of software emulation when it comes to gaming, or video gaming, I should say. And when it comes to a classic game compilation, sometimes it's a question of, do we take it for granted? Do we oversell or undersell the idea of what that value is when it comes to a classic game compilation? And what does that look like? Because I've had a couple classic games come in the mail for me recently as far as collections. I had Bubsy the Perfect collection, which does have pretty good emulation as far as the games in it. The question on which of those games are good, if any. There's the Nickelodeon Splat Pack, which I got in the mail. That's one of some weird stuff with emulation, too, to the point where when we play with some of those games, particularly Rocko's Modern Life, Spunky's Dangerous Day, I'm using the Super Nintendo version that I have, because there's a case where they didn't emulate one of the voice samples in it. And also, cases where some of the intro screens are missing. Even when you have the digital manuals that they have included in that, it's something where they have cases of the pages which are totally blank, because it's a case where, yeah, they couldn't apparently get the rights to Nintendo or Sega's consoles, even though I got the Switch version as far as that, of saying, hey, for Rocko's Modern Life, Spunky's Dangerous Day, they can't have the Super Nintendo button, so pages of the manual are just blank. Huh? I have other classic game compilations that don't do that, that are on multi-systems, like the Super Bomberman collection. That's a case where you have the Super Nintendo boxes and manuals all showing the Super Nintendo logo and all that stuff. So I was like, oh yeah, that should be great. But this one, it doesn't do that. And it's also inconsistent with certain things where, like, the Nickelodeon logo is not shown on certain releases, but on other ones it is. It also means that one of the Easter eggs for Real Monsters for the Super Nintendo is not indicated in this release, because it doesn't have, like, the Nickelodeon screen as far as when we boot up, but the Genesis version does for some reason. It's strange. But then again, I am kind of nitpicking that collection to a certain extent, only because I guess when it comes to some of these things, we've been spoiled. And one of the other ones, the really good one that came out recently, was the Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection. Capcom, as they've been doing when it comes to those Mega Man collections, they've been doing those Legacy collections. My God, they've been nailing those and knocking them out of the park. And I do think it's one of those cases we get Mega Man Legends Legacy Collection eventually. I think they just have to figure stuff when it comes out to the licensing of the voice, basically the royalties of the voice actors, which I know came up when they were porting them to the PlayStation 3. But we're on the first boss. What you do with him, he's basically moved to the left when he does the slice. Basically, get out of the way and then hit him in the head. I will read, like, what you got in chat in just a second. This is not too bad, but it's a case where, yeah, if you're not careful, he'll slice down, and you have to basically get that timing down, going left, right, or left, and jump, and then hit as far as the shuriken. I can also show my Shinobi powers. I'll show them a little bit, but I'll do that next stage. Okay, but if you're also not dead on, you don't get them. We got them. We're done. Okay, let's talk as far as this. By the way, going back to the idea of someone shaming me that way, I sent him a direct message to check up. So I had a Twitch channel. So I went to show him support his show. Good idea. I did. As I remember the time we used to talk, told him, send him a direct message asking if he was okay. Let's see. Instead of saying, could you not do that here, which I would have said yes to, he kind of went nuclear by banning me from chat and went off as far as it, and there was someone from the past with such disdain, and I hadn't talked to him in a while and wanted to catch up, and a case of saying, hey, how you doing? I mean, and that's something I'll mention this as we're going to go to the second stage. This is where things are getting really difficult. I'm going to use one of my Shinobi powers, because the platform they asked you out of this is kind of a tough case. The case of this, which is saying, okay, there's cases of, like, certain shows, maybe they won't talk, maybe they'll have something like that, or cases where, hey, you know, do they handle, like, personal things that way? Maybe they'll say as far as, I've never really gotten into too much of a case where I've had to say that, but also a case of saying, like, hey, we haven't seen someone in a while. It's like, I don't take it as a negative of saying, hey, you know, we haven't seen you in a while, you know? Also, the kicker, by the way, Captain, as far as this, drop my real name on stream. Ooh, boy, the docs case, yeah. I haven't had that happen, and we're sorry to hear that. Why does everything explode? Oh, hi, Chasm22. I'll also go as far as like we're saying. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Revenge of Shinobi for the Sega Genesis. We're using Sega Smash Pack Volume 1 for the Dreamcast. It's not well emulated, but this collection is very well emulated. I'm going into the menu. I want to grab my Jitsu the Fushin. This game is a great ninja game from Sega. The reason everything explodes is because I don't know if I have an answer, but it's awesome. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that as far as ElecVerse. Yeah, the doxing case. We don't do that as far as it's also a case where I've been in nervous cases as far as how it's been myself. In fact, I'm gonna, you know what, let's talk about this. I mean, and I'll say this, it's also not a case of like bringing the room down, because sometimes it's a case of what's the reality of cases of gaming streaming, what that's gonna look like, case of our lives. People telling the story, and you don't have to tell a story like that if you don't want to, but like the idea that you're feeling comfortable, you ElecVerse or anybody, Chasm 22, cases as far as that, Dolly Finn as far as it's saying people are just unhappy, that's true. But I said, maybe that's my case, because I figured, well, you know, I've been in cases, I'll say this, of people within my own family even that have been cases where sometimes I'm nervous to do the show based around that, or cases of what is that going to look like as far as certain things where people come in. When I had to go on as far as Protorova, who I've been on the show for his behavior, I couldn't do that. Other things, I had to figure that. One guest who actually did it off screen, so I said, I gotta figure that, and other things. So I understand that idea, but I said, well, I want to make this a bit different. I didn't want to be that way. Dolly Finn, I want to apologize to you again when we did our Delicious Showcase Volume 1. I kind of exploded on her in a way, and I felt horrible about it. So I don't want to be that, as is the case, saying we're all connected in this world together, and that's what I wanted to do. I kind of want to bring it to people as far as stuff with the show, and I'm baffled because you no longer speak to me. Why still have a Discord friend? You know what I mean? Yeah, absolutely. Why does everything explode? Okay, so here's the thing. We can talk serious. That's the other thing. We can talk about serious cases on the show, myself and all of you, but also saying, why does everything explode? For Gemini 96, we're getting quite a crowd tonight. Poochie rolling in for the Sega Smash Pack Volume 1. I guess people want to see this. Speaking of things exploding. Right, let me use my power. Oh, shit! Oh, that. Oh, crap. I died. I'll answer your question on everything exploding. The plot of Revenge of Shinobi, if you've never played this thing, is the Neo Z gang came around, they killed Joe Masashi, the ninjas, or the Shinobi, the Runaway Ninjas, master, his master, and we gotta get revenge. And the Neo Z gang's a case we gotta get revenge, but anytime the enemies come around, they just explode, as the case. Oh, also, I asked my friends if I was wrong, they assured me I was not. I'll say no, based on what you're telling me, no, I don't think there is. If it was a case where I thought there's a problem, or I would say it, but also no, that's not the idea as far as that. You're saying, how you been? It's been a good case, you know? But then it's a case like, hey, going off as far as that. And I've seen that happen enough as far as on stuff on anything streaming, internet case. I said, I don't want to be that way, and I've had my failings that way. Sometimes my own nervousness when it comes to that. But I said, we're going to go that way. Well, as far as these experiences, yes, me too. But also, as I mentioned, saying we balanced that out in ElecVerse. You were kind of the spearhead of that, basically saying, hey, we're going to talk about some of the stuff that's personal to me, but also it goes with game, and it's, makes sense. Okay, quick thing on everything exploding. I don't want to hit that box. In fact, I'm going to go away, because the enemies do explode, but also that box, if I can hit it from here, I don't think I can. That has a bomb in it, so the explosions are coming even more, and if I hit near that, I'm going to be in trouble. Oh crap, but also if you get hit, you get knocked back and you're dying. And I think we're not even talking about the horrible emulation, because also this game's not horribly emulated, but also you die, you go back. Also, to Gemini 96 and Chasm 22, have you played Revenge of Shinobi? Also, more accurately, have I shown you Revenge of Shinobi? And for that matter, what's your experience with other ninja games or games in this franchise? For me, it was this one with Shinobi 3. I have Shinobi Hour of Vengeance that came out last year, which is really, really good. I have, we played Shadow Dancer. I know you've seen Shadow Dancer. I know I showed you that one. In this case, I had to do the double jump. It's good stuff as far as being able to get that set, but it's not easy. This game is insanely hard. I was going to show you what happens if you do that. There's a bomb there. If you're too close, it's going to explode, and it's going to knock my ass in that pit, and I don't want that to happen. I've not played it, so Chasm22 says. Also, the only thing I think I could be wrong with saying in a live chat, but wasn't being malicious. Well, I mean, that's also the other thing. I mean, I'll say this. If it's a case where I would say, I haven't run into this case, honestly, personally. I'll say, if I got the sense there's something malicious coming out of chat or something, I wouldn't say it. I mean, I read it out just because I want to understand as far as everything all of you are saying, all you're going to go into. Because you're like, hey, you're driving the show, you have a background, I want you to be able to say what you want to say going into stuff as far as that. So in that case, that's why I'll do it. But I mean, something like that, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I could ignore it. The other thing I could do also, although right now I definitely can't do it, because otherwise I'm going to die. And yeah, I'm going to die anyway because, yeah, I don't have a case as far as that's alright. We got to go back to the beginning of the level. And for these games, I'll go as far as my first game over, or in a case of a game I know I can beat, I will go to a certain point before going to the next one. But that being a case where it's like, yeah, you could also delete it as far as in, or he could delete it and not make mention, that's true. There are a lot of different ways to handle it, and the question, like, how does that go? Where's that chance of seeing is malicious? But in your case, I don't think so. I've known you for, good lord, 5 years now, over 5 years. I've never gotten a sense as far as that. Okay, sorry, I'm not laughing at that. I did apologize and said farewell messages on PlayStation Network, wish the best and luck in life, and I get that too. I've run into that case as well, honestly. More recently with certain things, I might maybe go more personal myself tonight. As Crusader64 is here, a long time no see in chat, but also asking why does everything explode? Right, we have not, yeah, I don't know if I have the answer. That's what I was laughing at. When he said, why does everything explode? It's like an echo in the room, but that being said, this is, I'll say this is the Sega Smash Pack Volume 1. We're looking at Revenge of Shinobi in, but also looking at other stuff in it, too. Also, let's go on with the jumping power. Also, why does everything explode? I don't know, I guess in the case of, maybe they thought they didn't want to have blood as far as this, but I mean, Shinobi 3 has blood, but not a lot. I guess the case of the Neo Z gang, they do make clones, and that's a factor that sometimes in this franchise, sometimes. Okay, one thing you are noticing in this collection is seeing how weirdly emulated it is with graphics. When I go down there, seeing there, like, there's artifacts that are at the top of the buildings, unless... Yeah, they are artifacts as far as the top of the buildings, but they don't look right. So there's some weird graphical hitches in this release. Or for Crusader64, I know someone you mentioned to me said, oh, they have this collection, but he's like, oh, he can't get a he needs to buy a new Dreamcast. Like, why? He's like, his mom plays Columns. And I responded with saying, Columns isn't on the Dreamcast. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, yeah, it is. It's in the shitty collection I'm showing you. So that's the idea. But it did teach me who my real friends are. You're right, and I'll mention that too. I've been in that case before. I've been in case with people I know because of Nocturne, honestly, where I've been, you know, in cases of, I can say, hey, I was treated badly, which is true, but also saying, like, well, how do you handle that? How does anybody really handle something like that? And what does it take you to realize the people who are important to you, people who are on your wavelength, as far as how that is, really for anything. And in that case, you do have to go through you or anybody, and I've definitely gone this too, as you're going to the diner. You have to sometimes get in the case of saying you're gonna get hurt, and that's something in life is going to have flashing lights as far as these enemies here. It's the nice thing with the nightclub. You basically then realize that, okay, there are people who like you for the person you are, and the case of finding who they are and really holding on to them for dear life. That's really the idea of kind of what it is. And we definitely have that tonight with so many people as far as ElecVerse U, Dolly Finn, Crusader64. I don't have one. I used it already, so I'm gonna die. But we have a life as far as doing this. The idea of saying the people who mean a lot as far as Crusader64, Chasm 22, Gemini 96, everybody tonight saying that the people who will adore the person you are and also love what you bring, both saying like, look, they see the idea that you're caring, and I've never gotten a question of saying like, no, you don't care. Absolutely not. You know what, I'll tell you, I'm gonna use, okay, I can't use that, because the Meijin power, it does kill you for the purpose of, you trade a life, and if you hit an enemy on the screen, you come back to life, but I have no life, so I can't use it. I have to use the fire power of Karyu. But as I mentioned, sometimes you have to find that out. I've had to find that out when it comes to friends, oh, and yeah, I'm gonna die here, probably. Oh, never mind, I got him. Friends for platonic or non-platonic. I had to learn that as far as with Nocturne, I hate to say it. In fact, I'll say this, ElecVerse, I used to date her. And the only reason I'm gonna say that is because I know you were under question saying, did I do something to make her not be on the show for a while? No, you didn't. So, I just wanted to indicate that. As I said, maybe you're inspiring me to saying, hey, I'll be maybe not as nervous to mention some of this stuff. But also hearing some of this weird stuff in the music. This is not a good case. I feel like I've been living a lie when it comes to that. And I know it's like, is this personal? Yes and no, but it's also a case I'm not saying it for the case of saying, hey, you know, this is like, wait a second, what the hell am I getting hit by? Okay, that's weird. Don't know what happened. That's bizarre. Anyway, I thought I was getting hit by, the flamethrower from the other side. Guess not. Alright, that hit me. I get that. It's bizarre. Okay. Yeah, so getting, very, existential and also very, you know, I guess personal, but it's like, I'm going personal for reasons because they go into what we're talking about. I'm not saying I'm gonna bring some of this stuff up just because, like, oh yeah, whatever, or I'm like, hey, I'm gonna shame anybody, necessarily. I'm just saying, hey, there's certain things that go on with that, for me, for anybody, but also saying, well, let's kind of go into it, you know? And I said, it also shows, as you mentioned, Dolly Finn, the idea of, you said being connected in the world together and saying, well, okay, I am getting hit by, okay, I want to see something here. Okay, no, I guess I'm getting hit by the bombs. There's so many on screen, and you do get slowdown here as well. It was not in the Genesis version. I'm not going to last very much longer on this, I will say that. But, as I said, also the doggies there. Oh, if the dogs explode, so they don't die, maybe that's the other thing. It's like, well, we don't want to see enemies dying, but we'll just give a sense of saying just they explode into nothing. But also, I'm out of shurikens, so I'm going to die. Well, I might die, but also you got to get really close. Also, when you double jump here, by the way, you jump in between the fences. Oh, there's some health. Woo. Okay, made it. Thank God. Yeah, sometimes the idea of like a struggle and you know that how that goes for personal case, but also with this game. Also, we're in the ship. Shit, we're going really long on this game. You know what? I'll go to my next death or my next game over. And when we do, we'll go to our next game. Also, chat, do you have a request of what you want to see next on this collection? Which, I mean, I'll say this. That's the idea. Okay. I don't want to go to the door, because if you're too close to the door open, you get sucked out, you die. Because we're on a plane. Yeah, ElecVerse. I want to see Sonic the Hedgehog. Okay, the thing is, this is not the worst port of Sonic the Hedgehog that you could buy. Believe it or not. Well, at the time it was. Well, the worst when I played. And Sonic's been ported to everything. But we'll definitely show that next, as far as how it is. Uh-oh. Yeah, I gotta be careful going over there. Also, I don't want to get myself knocked off. I'll use some of these sound effects that sound like they're on a less advanced system than the Genesis. And this is the Dreamcast porting this. You think, well, the Dreamcast can handle this. Oh. Okay. Oh, shit. Alright, there you go. Got sucked out. Okay, I guess then maybe when it comes to the audio quality, this game's not necessarily shown, as I mentioned. But, anyway... yeah, let's keep going. This game is great, but it's hard, and I'll say this, as far as this collection, this is probably the best of the Genesis games you're playing it, but we have non-Genesis games that we can also take a look at. Next, look at Sonic. That is, merely one of the worst ports in this. I don't know if it's gonna be the worst. But also, I'll say this, nowadays, there are ports of that game that are even worse than this. I would say Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis is a worse port than this. Oh shit, I got bounced again. Or I can use my invincibility power. In fact, I will do that. Or sort of invincibility. Basically just shield. Let's pull up. That is the Jitsu of... Ikazuchi. Yeah, as I mentioned, the two ports of Sonic, they're probably worse than this as far as it are. Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis for Game Boy Advance, which is definitely worse than even this. And also, I'll say this, Sonic Generations, anything really? Why? They ported in that, right? Well, they did, but it has a lot of problems with its audio as well. And it's the bonus they give you for beating the game. It's like, why bother? Because it's on the consoles it was on already. I don't think it's in the Sonic XL Generations game that came out. And it's kind of a question of saying, hey, you know, why bother when the ports kind of have these issues with audio and graphics again? I thought, like, we're past this one. Okay, for this one, along with why do the enemies explode, you have this little brain boss that comes out with the little lasers here. You have to go left and right, wait till the little bomb thing opens, and then hit it with a shuriken or slice at it, and this is gonna take a while. If I can do it. Ouch. Yeah, you can also kind of hear the way the sound on Genesis coming out, saying they almost got this. As far as this emulator for the Genesis within this, it sounds like they almost have it, as opposed to the other ones. Like, you think, like, what do they do to this thing? Okay. Also, anything more positive, I'm playing Project Cross Zone and almost finished the game. Yeah, for 3DS, I have not played... Okay, I played the demo of it when it came out. That was a pretty interesting game as far as what I played. Unfortunately, there's not a modern version. I don't have a way to stream 3DS yet, outside of emulating Just because if I can do it, I'd like to do it. That's basically my indication as we go. So, ouch. I'm dead. Alright, so that's game over. It is an interesting game that was like, actually it is Sega-based because it's crossover Sega and Capcom and Namco franchises. Okay, that's the laugh of Zed. So in that case, we're going to say a new game, and we're going to wave bye-bye to Shinobi. But we'll come back to this as far as how it is, and feel free to keep the memories flowing. Also, when you're going to change a game in this, you do the soft reset command of Dreamcast, that you hold the A, B, X, and Y buttons, and you hit the start button. It brings up this menu, which you can look at the controls, resume game. You do saving in 2 of the games that's saving, but outside of that, no. In that case, you go back to the menu. So, Dolphin, you want to see Sonic the Hedgehog next. Also, part of this is as far as the notes I've got. I'm going to be going into... What is it? I'm going to go into information about these games that I didn't mention before. I see this collection of Sega Swirl as well. Yes, it does. It's a game I technically have 10 copies of on the Dreamcast. You're saying how? Because I have 10... No, not 10. I have 9 official Dreamcast magazine demo discs that all have this game on it. I have the Dreamcast web browser 2.0 that also has it, and then I have this collection that also has it. It's an interesting one. Do you want to see that after we do Sonic the Hedgehog? If so, let me know. I'm going to also change the audio for Sonic the Hedgehog. It's going to get loud to 23.9. Also, this is not beholden bad emulation because it's not a Genesis game. It's just the Genesis games that's the problem. Let's talk about Sonic the Hedgehog. We played it for the show before. Yeah, sure. You got it. Okay, so after Sonic the Hedgehog, we're talking about Sega Swirl. We'll take a look at that one. That's a really nice game as far as how the audio is, and we can go into that. Sonic the Hedgehog came out 35 years this year on June 23rd of 1991 for Sega Genesis. It was developed by Sega and Sonic Team, or published by Sega and developed by Sonic Team. It was the brainchild of Yuji Naka, as far as how that was, and the planner of the game was Hirokazu Yasuhara, who did planning on Fatal Labyrinth for Sega Genesis, Sonic the Hedgehog 2. He directed Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Sonic & Knuckles. He did the map design on Sonic R for Sega Saturn, and was game designer on Flagon Brothers Episode 1 for the Dreamcast, another case of the Episode 1 to game, and they didn't make another one. And he also was game designer on Mario and Donkey Kong Minis on the Move for 3DS, and Uncharted Drake's Fortune for the PlayStation 3. I did not know that, which was really interesting to kind of find that. Also, I'm currently house sitting for my cousin who has Wi-Fi. Well, there you go. Enjoy that case, and hope you're enjoying the show. Hope everybody's enjoying the show, because we're having an active chat tonight on all the Sega goodness, but also a question on the emulation. You're going to hear it when we start this. Because the music that's going to be butchered to this was done by Masato Nakamura. He was of the band Dreams Come True, who worked on Sonic 2, Sonic Jam, and Sonic 2006, where there's a version of the credits theme of Sonic 2 as the final song for Sonic's story. We do need to show that at some point. Let's talk about Sonic the Hedgehog. This is a great game. We've shown it before, but having said that, it's also something that, well, take a listen as far as this. Okay, the pitching of that's a little low. That seems weird. But let's go to the title screen. Yeah, what's going on with that audio? That's weird. Also, why does Sonic have his hand curved at the back? I'll just show the demo as far as what's going on. You're looking at this saying, listen to this. As far as how it looks fine, but you're going to run into cases of emulation or slowdown. Like, wait, Genesis game doesn't slow down. Why does it slow down on the Dreamcast? This emulator is the reason why. It doesn't need the sound effects. Some of them sound like the Game Gear Sonic, but better than that. Some of the sound effects you're hearing, they also have scratchiness in their audio. Like, listen to this. It's bizarre. I heard this, like, what happened? What'd they do with Sonic? And we played this game on, many ports of this thing, and they sounded better. Alright, let's take a look at this. I mean, I guess it plays. You can play it Sonic one way. Yeah, what a way to look at the 35th anniversary of Sonic, right? Looking at this collection. But that's the spring. It's like, why does the spring sound like that? It's weird. Oh god, it sounds like the AtGames version of Sega Genesis, but slightly better. Yeah, right, because you mentioned AtGames made the knockoff Genesis systems, and they would have emulation within it that sounded very bizarre, or put cartridges into it, they sound very bizarre too. The only thing that's worse than this, as far as how the sound is Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis for Game Boy Advance. I guess I gotta show that just because of the idea of what that game really is. It's weird, though. It's like, wait a sec, the Dreamcast can handle this. I don't know if you'd ever heard this, ElecVerse, or anyone in chat saying, what this is like. And maybe it's just because Sonic is so prolific. Everybody knows what Sonic the Hedgehog is supposed to look and sound like. And look-wise, it's fine. It's just when you're going down the hill or something like that. But you also sort of hear the instrumentation there, so they kind of have it. Sort of. Like, what's going on with the way this sounds? Even the sounds of as far as that, it seems like there's something missing. Listen to this. Like, what? That's the sound of going into the ring for the special stage? And here at the end where you go the doo-doo-doo-doo, it's like, huh? I remember when I first heard this, I was angry. I was like, what the hell happened here? Also, the high pitch here, like, my god, it's gonna be giving you a headache. By the way, tonight's play unofficially brought to you by Excedrin, the headache medicine. Or whatever medicine you might want to take. That's also why I had to adjust the audio, as far as how this is, but I'm gonna get the damn Chaos Emerald, I promise, as far as how that won the first one. It's weird. You can kind of sort of hear the idea. There you go. Well, here's the Rerez episode for this, for the AtGames version of, or the AtGames unit. Thank you, ElecVerse. I'll go on the link list as far as it. We are going to go through all of Green Hill. Sorry, as far as how it is. Also, we're pointing out one thing I don't think we indicated when we looked at this the first time. That is, well, I'm going to make this jump, or try to. Because I want to show, when we played this last, I used the Sonic Mega Collection Plus for Xbox to play it. And, when we did that, let me think about this. Right, when we did that, I mentioned it was emulating the Japanese version of later revisions that fixed the spike glitch. I mean, what do you mean by that? Well, because, let me show you. I'm gonna die intentionally. Jump. Oh, the slowdown when you get hit by the rings. Yeah, the spike glitch is in the early releases of Sonic the Hedgehog for Genesis for the US, which is that when you land on a bed of spikes, the game does not turn your hitbox off, and you're also seeing the stuttering going on as far as how this is. So it means if you fall on spikes again, you instantly take damage, and if you fall on them again from that, you can be locked in, and you're going to die. And if you put in the debug code, you can get stuck in that pit down there forever running that way because of the fact of, hey, you're getting stuck that way. The other releases of the game do fix it. The Japanese version didn't have it. Actually, I think that came out after it came out for us. And it came out for the US first. You're seeing all the stuff with the slowdown. We'll keep running and see how this goes. I don't know how you feel about fan games, but I was in Sonic Triple Trouble's 16-bit version. Yeah, I want to show that. I mentioned we looked at Sonic Labyrinth before. I said, I want to show that game, and I want to try and... Oh, shit. Okay, that happens in the original game, too, so that's not a problem with this. Saying you fall within there, they consider that a pit, as far as the idea. But also, when it comes back, it's like, wait, where are the pixels? But yeah, you're right. I want to show that. I've been thinking of a way to do it. Basically, what I really want to do is I want to have another PC set for it, and I think I want to handle that basically as a two-part case looking at the original as it is. So yeah, I want to look at that as far as the idea. I'll go as far as to say it's the real Sonic the Hedgehog 4. I've seen it. It's looked awesome. Especially in doing the builds as far as that, or the upgrades to it over the years. I wanted to play it because I love Sonic Triple Trouble on the Game Gear itself. And seeing like what the fan community is doing with some of this stuff, it's incredible. Yeah, it was so much fun. I can imagine. From what I saw, it looked... It's one of those cases where when you think about remaking of a game, especially as far as a fan project, something like, oh yeah, we'll take a game as far as that, like do a 16-bit version, but then say, well, what that's gonna look like, perhaps. Seems like it's gonna be maybe some straight updating. But that seems like it's going way beyond Call of Duty, really, as far as that. But like, yeah, look how choppy this is getting here. Not that the Genesis game didn't have some things that went slower, but not like this. And also, wow, those rings, yeah, look at that frame rate going down. Shit, ooh. The more sometimes when I'm doing this, I get the sense I can't do the rolls right. Man, maybe it's just me. But yeah, look at that, it's crazy. I managed to get through all the Chaos Emeralds in my first playthrough, honestly, running through it. Writing, I know that from what I've seen of it, they mix around the idea of how the 2D and 3D special stages of the Game Gear originally went. But also the idea of how they kind of, in a way, bring it maybe in line with some of the 2D Sonics from the Genesis, and also the stuff like Sonic Mania and things like that as well. Okay, let's see how Robotnik works. Okay, this isn't like Sonic Genesis where you can basically jump on top of Robotnik without cheating, as far as it to go across. It also seems like maybe the Wrecking Ball is flickering a little more than it should. Also, I want to see one thing. I'm going to pause the game. Okay, no. There's certain cases where if you pause wrong, it'll hold the sustain note. It's like Dark Castle on Sega Genesis. But that's a problem with the game, but this collection does it as well, apparently. But not with this. Also, where's the sound effects? Like, you're waiting to hear that. And it doesn't play that. It's not even there. So yeah, this is not a good case as far as how the sound is. And even the way it plays, there's issues with the frame rate that really are bugging it. Okay, I fucked up. I didn't put the category on for Sonic the Hedgehog. My mistake. Alright, fine. We're gonna look at, I'll look at level 1 of this one, and then we'll go on. And we will look at, I do want to look at that Triple Trouble 16-bit remake. Basically, in my case, for it, I do want to do that alongside Triple Trouble from Game Gear itself. Maybe make like one show for that, and then the next month do the other one. Also, yeah, in that case, wait a second, why is the fire behind the platform here? That's bizarre. I mean, it's not quite that it doesn't do anything like on the Game Boy Advance version, but it's weird. But also, the thing, just go to that, I basically just want to have another PC to connect so we can show it, but point is that I've been thinking about showing that game. I want to do it, and I've been asked sometimes saying, hey, do you show fan projects? And the answer is, yeah, we will. I just want to get a sense of how to do that, and that's definitely one of the ones at the top of the heap. Okay, also, that jump, by the way, that is in the original, because you get Sonic jumping weird, he won't go in his ball form. That is correct. As we're pointing out, this is, unlike the Game Boy Advance version, Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, this is just an emulation of the original game. So it does have some of the weird stuff the original game had, whereas that one was a rebuild for Game Boy Advance. I believe in the engine of Sonic Advance, from what I understand, from what I've heard. I don't know if it's actually been confirmed. But also a case of saying, hey, wait a sec, that seems, bizarre. A little, as far as the idea that, whoa, that was close. Also, yeah, okay, I think they can have him in the Genesis game too, but it seems weird how he's kind of hanging around, like, halfway through that wall. But also the sound mixing is very bizarre. Seeing that, it seems like it's going louder than the game is. I'll do one more of these and we'll go on to the next case of things, which is going to be Sega Swirl. Yeah, but we'll definitely show that. We'll put that on the master list. I'll make that happen. When I get a sense as far as being able to do that for it, I'll let you know. And it'll sound better than this, I guarantee you that. But the only thing that sounds worse than this is Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis. At some point, I think I gotta show that just because you're probably thinking, like, it can't get worse than this, can it? Yes, it can. That's getting worse. In fact, I'll go so far as saying I'd rather play Sonic 06 than play that. Then again, I've said I'd rather play Sonic Superstar or Sonic 06 than Superstars. I said maybe I was wrong on that. I said I have to play around with my thoughts on Sonic Superstars anyway. But that'll come in due time. But we did get the Chaos Emerald. So we got 2 Chaos Emeralds, as far as what that is. Actually, you know what? Fine, I'll show one other thing, because since I'm down to like 2 lives, I'm going to show getting game over just because. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, sorta don't get it. Okay, sorta start to not get hurt. Why is it behind? Because I guess if it's emulating Genesis, let's talk about that. How does an emulator work? Why would it necessarily put the graphics for that are in the front in the back? I can get the thing with the sound, maybe the slowdown being introduced by something, but for me, I don't know why it's doing that, or why it would do that. But that's game over, I haven't seen that in a while. So yeah, not a pleasant sight as far as Sonic the Hedgehog, sorry. We love you, but on this system, stick with Sonic Adventure games. Hell, stick with Sonic Shuffle. But, okay, there you go. So that's Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, not exactly a pretty sight, but I will reward your ears now, because we're going to look at a very interesting game. And one, as I mentioned, how do I have 10 versions of this game? Well, let me tell you. Also, is it updating in Twitch's window? Yeah, it is. Okay, got it. I just want to make sure that it is. Let me also take a look at my notes as far as what the audio level on Sega Swirl is going to be, because this is the only thing in this that's not an emulation. It is 22.2. I can have this up semi-high. Here we go. Also, I have to reset the console after we play this, but that's fine. Sega Swirl is a puzzle game from Dreamcast. This came out in 2000. for the PC, the Dreamcast, and the Palm Pilot, the Palm OS. It's powered by Windows CE. You usually hate seeing that on Dreamcast, but this game, you're not going to mind it. You're going to love the music here. After Sonic the Hedgehog, anything's going to sound better, especially this, because on Dreamcast and PC and Palm Pilot, it's this jazzy music, which is by Richard Jacques, by the way, who did the music for Sonic 3D Blast, Metropolis Street Racer for the Dreamcast, Sonic R, Shinobi Legions, the Sega Saturn version of Shinobi, as well as Daytona State Championship Circuit Edition, and Dark Side, which is on 32X, which I believe is the Europe-only game that came out on that, which is a lot of money. Okay, so you have this little snake here. This game, it's worth pointing out, was developed by Tremor Entertainment. They made Railroad Tycoon 2, which is on the Dreamcast as well, and they also made Kiss Psycho Circus and the Nightmare Child, which is, follow me on this one, a first-person shooter based on the Kiss Psycho Circus comic book, or comic series, where you play as a member of a Kiss cover band. Kiss is not in it, the music isn't in it, and it's a first-person shooter that was on PC, and they ported it to the Dreamcast, and the way they ported it to the Dreamcast, it was going to have online, it doesn't have it, it's single-player only, the frame rate's insanely pokey, it's seen as one of the worst games on the console. I don't know if it's that bad, but it's rough. It's kind of not dissimilar to something like Painkiller, or like, they call them the boomer shooters. I hate to say that, but that's the term they come up with, the idea of baby boomers as far as age bracket, as far as the idea of saying playing games like that, or Doom, or maybe Quake, or things like that. Case where it's basically rush to the end, get yourself killing some enemies, find some keys and things like that, get there you go. That's kind of how Painkiller is, that's kind of how Kiss Psycho Circus the Nightmare Child is. But this is a puzzle game, a very unique puzzle game with wonderful music as you're hearing. Played this on the PC. It was included on the PC port of Sonic Adventure on the disc. Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about this game, because Sega really wanted to get this game into people's hands, and not necessarily in a case of explicitly selling it to people in a bizarre way. Because this game was designed by Scott Hawkins. He actually did came up with the concept for Karaoke Revolution, which got my attention. And he also did testing on Virtua Fighter for 32X, World Series Baseball starring Deion Sanders for 32X, Calibri for 32X. I told people, as far as what that is, which is a game from Nova Trade that people made Echo the Dolphin, where it's this hummingbird flight game where you have to figure stuff. It's weird. And he produced Sega Worldwide Soccer 97 for the PC, as well as PC port of Manx TG Superbike, Sonic Schoolhouse, which is hilariously weird. It's like an edutainment title for PC. We have Sonic saying, "I'm Sonic. If you need help, get yourself an adult," or something like that. Huh? It's bizarre, and they have this really mitified, oh no, not mitified, wave sound version of the Sonic 3 bonus stage that sounds like it's in mono for some reason. But also Scott Hawkins, he was executive producer on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, and he was the head of development relations for Disney Illusion Island from a couple of years ago. But they want to get this game into people's hands. You're right, it's not a bad little puzzle game. It's better than just not a bad little puzzle game, especially for a case where they said, we want to basically give this game to people for free, sort of, because I have a stack of discs, or demo discs, from the official Dreamcast magazine. It did not last long, it only lasted about 11 issues, most of which are bi-monthly, a couple of them are monthly near the end, and then it was folded into Game Pro magazine. But anyway, the way they worked on Volume 1, or Volume 4 I should say, they put this game on it. They said, hey, this is this PC game as well that they want to get to people as far as sort of a free game. And then every time they did web browser upgrades for the Dreamcast. So remember, the Dreamcast, you go online and can sorta, if you play around, as far as how it goes. When they released the web browser 2.0, they said, we're going to put Sega Swirl on the disc. And they also said, okay, with this one, we're going to put it on to Sega Smash Pack Volume 1. You can also take the GD-ROM of Sega Smash Pack Volume 1 that I'm playing this with. You put that in your PC. On the disc is an installer file to install it on the PC. In ElecVerse, I was not aware that it was in with Sonic Adventure DX for PC, but I think it shows the idea that, I guess it was DX was the PC port, I think it got, if I remember correctly, before it got onto Steam. That was like back in the DVD-ROM and CD-ROM days. The case of saying, hey, this unique concept as far as a puzzle game, saying, let's get this to people as a freebie. As a freebie, it's pretty great. I was even mentioning to people, in fact, it was Crusader64 and Gemini96 in chat who said, sounds delicious. In a way, it kind of is. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about how it plays. Oh, yeah. So let's give you the idea of the basic rules of this game. The idea is that you have little swirls on screen. I guess it's a takeoff on the logo of the Dreamcast, as far as like the Sega Swirl, that's what they call it, but then this game kind of took the idea. Saying you basically move a cursor around, hit A button to remove a swirl, but the idea is what you want to do is you need to get them cleared in more than one of the same color. If you clear with only one of the color on its own, you lose points. Based on how this game operates, it's cases where you have to be careful as far as that. So it's not dissimilar to something like, I don't know, Bejeweled, or maybe, I don't know, what we've looked at, Puzzle and Dragons, in that you kind of clear a field out, but the idea is that unlike those games where when you clear out blocks or things, it basically drops down again and everything's filled again in the places where they were, this doesn't. You actually clear the entire field out. And you also have to clear out columns to get a column bonus, and you get a higher bonus as far as that. If it's a swirl that's next to any swirl the same color, it's a single, remove that, you lose points. You just want to get it as big as you can. And you have multiple different methods as far as playing this, including level challenge versus challenge, single game challenge, split screen, and email. Like, let's talk about email. I can't show this effectively, but here's the deal. You can play this by correspondence with people. And you can also do it against people on the Dreamcast and the PC, from what I understand, and maybe the Palm Pilot. But they're saying, they're not joking. Turns are sent through email, so it's like you play a chess game across mail for 15 months or something like that. You can play with 3 other players or assign computer players to anybody more than if you're just playing with 2. Each player is assigned a color. You alternate turns, and you basically select as far as going through. So you might have to wait a bit, saying like, okay, we're doing this across email, so like, I don't know, I have to wait a week before they make a move. Or that if you get tired as far as like, I'm tired of waiting for you to make a move. Like, you call them on the phone and say, on your landline, and you tell them, no, don't do this. So you have a couple modes in this. You have level challenge, where they give you 5 missions, and you have to complete all of them as far as completing the board. And you can have it timed, or you can have it not timed. It's your choice as far as the options as far as that. You also have versus, which basically gives you one field, and you can play with up to 4 players, human or computer controlled as far as adding in. You're also seeing the weird stuff with the way that the text is cutting off. The dash over there on point 4 is off of the frame there, bizarrely. But the idea is you kind of go across that. You try and get more points than everybody else. And I guess sometimes you have to think of saying, hey, I don't want to clear single for losing points. Maybe you can to screw someone up. Or just think of, where can I get points to prevent someone else from getting points? I'll show all the modes before we go. Except the email, I can't show you that one. And then single game challenge, where basically you just go through a stage, and you can time it, you can not time it, it's your choice on how that goes. And then the last one is split screen, where you can have each player having their own screen. And what happens there is that they give you can set a target score. Whoever gets that target score first wins, and when you clear out the field, when everything's gone, it then refills. So in that case, you can play across, and as we're pointing out, they do put in 4 quadrants, even if you're playing just with 2 players. The point is you want to go and be careful and quick about how you clear stuff out. We hear this wonderful jazzy music, and that's the idea. So yeah, for something that's pretty simple, they gave away free, and you have aspects of top scores and some of the credits. Also with sound, I'm going to turn the music up because you can have the music set and the sound effects going as well. We'll show each of these modes just as an idea. So let's take a look at level challenge. You run timed or untimed? We're on untimed, I should say. I'll look at the timed one for something else. It's really nice jazzy music, very light jazz. And you're seeing there's the snake guy. I don't know if he has a name. But either way, you have your goals. Hit X button to see what they are. So what you have to do on this stage, you have to get a column bonus of at least 2 or more. You have to get 1,000 points. You have to get a max combo of 10, so you have to clear at least 10 of those swirls out at once. If you're running time, they give you a perspective on time. You can't clear more than 12 singles. And you also can't make more than 100 moves. Which honestly, that's not going to be a problem unless you clear literally every one of these individually. But even by that standard, you're not going to run in that case. So, looking at this field here. So, it does look familiar if you ever played something like Bejeweled, when this came out way before it. And say, okay, what's worth the most? And they'll help you out saying that your current combo, saying, here's some pulsating swirls here of different colors. And also, that snake's getting a little close as far as that. But either way, that's fine. You can basically choose to clear any of the ones out you want, but also I'm seeing, hey, there's 9 here. That's cool. But since I have the goal here of saying at least max combo of 10, I'm thinking maybe I want to try and clear that out. So I'll clear these 5. And it did great stuff with the sound, but also a case of, okay, that didn't work out too well for me. Actually, it went a little worse. But I can also try and say, let's get rid of that. That's 8. Okay, there we go. There's 11. Perfect. You get the nice thing, or the whoomp. And when you get tons of them out, you get fireworks going off. I do want to try and show the fireworks at some point. So in that case, also when you clear them, they'll fall down, but also when the columns go away, they'll shift over to the left. And Chad, I don't know what your experience is on this. Like what you mentioned, this is the PC version. As I said, if you have a Dreamcast, chances are you may own this game without knowing it. In fact, I asked EdWack this. I said, I'm doing this game. I said, this is going to be part of, as far as this collection. I said, we got this. I said, all of you, if you have a Dreamcast, you might own this game. And I asked EdWack very pointed questions. I said, do you have any demo discs for the Dreamcast? I said, I have a Pizza Hut demo disc. He's like, oh yeah, the ones from the PlayStation. But I said, okay, do you have the web browser, the 2.0 web browser? He's like, yeah, I think I do have that. I said, you own this game. I was like, I do? Like, yes, you do. So Sega really wanted to get this into people's hands. I have 10 copies of this game on the same console because of all the demo discs that this is on. And you might think that, okay, because of that, what does this really have to offer? But I think the answer of what it has to offer is it has kind of a unique setup that I don't know if we've necessarily seen exactly the same in other puzzle games, even since. But also something where it has this nice style. It is something that's easy to pick up and play, like a lot of really good puzzle games are. But also something kind of unexpected. Even in this case, saying, hey, I gotta get the column bonus. That's the other thing I gotta do. I gotta get one of those going on, too. I got 1. I might lose this because I don't have a column bonus of 2 yet. If I do fail, I'll try again. But also in this case, I do want to try and get a column going. Alright, these things going. So I'm gonna clear the single, I'll lose points, but still. I'll try and figure that out. Okay, I did get the column bonus just enough. And you win. And if you do if you don't get all your goals at the end, it's a game over and you have to start over again. But in this case, you get score, and we're set. It's not easy, but it's also something there's a lot of different variations that give it a lot of variety. And that music, I love the music so much. It's very relaxing. Especially after you heard Sonic the Hedgehog being butchered on this console. Like, yeah, oh, I'll take that, please. Oh, look at that, 20. Look at that. Yeah, the frame's a bit slow coming off as far as that, but still, it looks really nice. Yeah, it's a little bit of a preview to Kiss Psycho Circus the Nightmare Child based on frame rate, but still, even in that sense, you're not going to see it going on too much. And I'll say this. This game, and also, what was it? This game in Virtua Cop 2, the port of Virtua Cop 2 in this, it is a case where it breaks the stereotype on the Dreamcast where games that are powered by Windows CE, they'll have a lot of technical problems that other games in this console might not have when they're built that way, and you want to avoid them. Not this one. And not that one, sort of, too. In that case, I do need to clear that out in order to get that set. Once I clear that down, that comes down there. Boom, boom. And I'm left with singles. I can't do much about them, but I'm not at a case. My only concern is, because you lose 100 points every time you do that, because my score is insanely high, we're going to be fine going through this. Anyway, the nice snake is like, yeah, take a look at this. So good job. Excellent. Oh, that was weird. Why did it play this song again? So it sounded like I won the second time. Okay, whatever. I can't explain that. And honestly, this is a game that, because of the fact that it was as prolific and as widely distributed, really, on this console as it was, it's a case where I do have a lot of memories playing this. And though it's not necessarily a game that I put in as much time as, I guess, the games on this console that I've really put in tons of hours to, which I would think, of those, I'd say the Sonic Adventure games were those. Shenmue, I think, would be a case of that. I think the games on this console I really lost myself in. This maybe isn't on the level of those as far as time I put in, but I still put in a decent amount of time for this. Where it's something where I did come back to this frequently to see what's going on, and I don't know if I'm getting that column bonus. In fact, I am not. And you got that case saying, yeah, the snake is disappointed in me, sorry. So beep. Yeah, you failed. Better luck next time. And you get a high score as far as your name. I don't remember how far you can go, so I'll just put in for the show of SOGs. That'll be... Well, okay, you can put it pretty far. Actually, no, I want to test something just because of it. Oh, you know what? I'll test on another one. Okay, there you go. That's the case of that. And you can also save your scores to VMUs. Okay, that's Swirly Snake. That's the name of the character over there. Oh, wait, I put a W? I didn't know I put a W. Okay, and saved to my VMU. Why not? I won't play this again, but I'll play one of the other modes, and I'll also, at that point, when I get a high score, I'll put that in. We're going to take a look at each of these modes except this one, because I can't... Actually, I'll show you what happens. It can't detect your internet settings. Exit Sega Swirl, use the browser to detect your internet connection. We're pointing out, even if you hit yes, it doesn't take you out, so I don't know if there's something about the way they coded it for this collection that doesn't do that. We're going to have to reset the console as far as doing this. But I'll show off this mode. In this case, I'm going to run human, and everybody else is going to be on multiplayer. You can also say no third or fourth player. We're going to make it a little more interesting and run the way of this. Oh, but you have this wonderful music. Again, I love the jazziness of it. It's kind of unique for a puzzle soundtrack, but honestly, it's something I really like. You're not my first choice, saying we're going ahead. I'll take that. And also we're pointing out, you do have color as far as your, what they give. So for mine, it's orange, fitting as far as myself, and also for the Dreamcast color. And if you clear out something of your own color, you get more points. So in that case, I see a bunch of oranges. Let's take them. So I'm at 308. Yeah, the Dreamcast visuals are better than the PC version. Yeah, I don't know if I've actually seen this on the PC. And I would have thought, I guess, thinking about it, that I would have thought it would have looked the same. Considering especially, because they built this on the Windows CE architecture, which meant that it was coming from the PC usually. So, actually, no, I think it always means that. I don't know if there, I don't know if there's a Windows CE powered game on this console that's not a PC port. I think they all are, and the reason they did that was because they said, oh, the portability of the code between the two platforms made that happen. But I guess then that means that for some reason on the Dreamcast, it just looked better. I guess. I mean, I was not aware. Thank you for that insight, ElecVerse. I was not sure how it was. I mean, I'll also say when I edit, I'll put a picture of the PC version, seeing like, okay, what does it look like that maybe is different than this. And that's interesting to think about. Because sometimes the case was the opposite. You think like, well, wait, on the Dreamcast, some games maybe didn't look as good compared to how they were on the PC. I know 4x4 Evolution was like that. That's a game that looks kind of ugly on the Dreamcast, weirdly enough. And it's on the PC where it looks a little better, but not massively. And I'm getting myself hurt. Oh, did I win? No, I didn't win. I got third place. Player 3 wins. But it does sort of have long loading, but not bad. And usually with the CE thing, because of the way that that was interfacing, it usually meant the games that were running under that architecture had problems with loading. But honestly, this one's, in the grand scheme of things, it's nothing. I don't run times as far as single game challenge. I mean, when I think of really bad loading on this console, I think... Actually, Sonic Shuffle, which is not a PC port or a Windows CE powered game, that's one that has really long loads. Foil Casino, that's another one. That's also a PC port. Actually, pretty late in the Dreamcast's life. That has really bad loading. And even on graphics, it's something where sometimes it seems as if it maybe looked worse, but that's interesting to think that, and I'm fascinated thinking that through, of saying, hey, you know, the Dreamcast looked better. Because I know that was sometimes a thought of saying, well, when it came to the Dreamcast, that was kind of a bit of a thought with it. The place of saying, all right, they had that partnership with Microsoft, which I think initially the thought was like it was going to be a rumor saying like, oh yeah, Microsoft's getting the game industry. No way they're doing that. But no, then the Xbox they did. But then saying they're using that for the purpose of saying let's have this, particularly for their online plans, because they said, well, online we want to have crossplay with PC. I mean, there's crossplay nowadays all the time, but back in the Dreamcast era, they said for something like Quake 3 Arena or 4x4 Evolution or this one apparently too, they said we want to make it so you can play on against PC players as far as it, along with Dreamcast players. So when you think about it, I've always said this about the Dreamcast as a console itself, especially about this game and a lot of the games on it, it's very forward-thinking when you think about a lot of the stuff it did. In this case, I am going to actually try something out. I'm going to actually type out the whole case of the show's name. I want to see something. Can it fit the whole thing? Because usually the reason I do SOG is because it's a case where it will not fit the whole deal. I said maybe in this case we can take the whole show name and put it on. May as well. And as I said, that's what's interesting, I think, about the Dreamcast and why I do love, even a class game compilation like this, which this game, admittedly, Sega Swirl, if you don't have a copy that's lying around, this might be worth buying the collection for. Even though it's a classic game compilation that mostly has problems, I'm not going to lie about that. It's something where I love showing stuff off on this console because of all the interesting stories that go with this, and also, okay, we can take the whole thing, and it is absolutely fascinating as far as how that goes. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you, Dollyfin. Okay, let's save it to the VMU. All right, it updates the high score lists. So there you go, Super Bowl Game Saturday. There you go. We're not going to play that part again, but the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show off the split screen challenge. Also, I think we could justify a show fully for this game. I'm going to put the score at 8,000. Yay. We can definitely do that, because as I said, this game is really interesting, and it is a lot of fun. It's also the case where maybe I just also want to show the sound. Alright, so there you go. We have 4-player action going on here. Basically, everybody go around and get as many points you can. In that case, they're doing that. I'm saying no, I'm going to get my rockets going off. Boom, boom, boom. And this is a case where you might run to singles again at the end of this thing, but also, if you wait, you might not necessarily have to clear them out, to a certain extent. But other cases saying, okay, that's better, I can do that, you're seeing it just skidding over to the side. Yeah, near the end saying, hey, you know, cases of clearing out, I'm just sitting here saying they'll clear out on their own. I can just sit there and say, okay, fine, I don't have to do anything. But since you're going for score, that could be a risky strategy. I said, this is a fascinating game, really, when you think about it. And in a weird way, it is maybe one of the most synonymous games on this console when you think about it. As I said, it is the game on the console I own multiple times. You usually think, I don't need to have 10 versions of the same game on a system. I said, I swear I didn't plan that. It just happened because of the way that the demo of this case on this console was. They said, okay, we want to get it to people's hands, here it is, and basically every issue of that magazine, they just said, okay, we'll just keep including it, we'll update the browser because it's Sega's idea. They really believed in the concept saying, we're going online with this console, officially. Because before the Dreamcast was something where Sega did try that with the Sega Saturn with the Netlink modem, which you did have peer-to-peer play from Sega officially on games like Sega Rally Championship and Duke Nukem 3D and others. And then it was kind of in some way like almost the warm-up back to this one, where they said, okay, we're going to build the modem into the console. It didn't have online to start when the console first came out, but then Chi Chi Rocket came out. I don't know, chat, you ever played that one. That's another puzzle game, which was the first online game for the system. I mean, this sort of counts the email thing, but in that case, you're going online, you're playing with people. Like, that's amazing. I told the story with J-Tony USA on the Dreamcast multiple times, saying I played that game and I was shocked when I said, I'm playing this on a 56K modem, and where I was living at the time, it was a suboptimal connection, so I did not have a case where I was hitting 56 kilobytes. You don't, yeah, nowadays you think that, no, you're going to be hitting hundreds of megabytes. Like, I do the speed test before we do the show, making sure everything's good. You know, we're not going to maybe run into problems with the network or something like that. Like, that was back then, and I'm playing that game, like, there's no lag on this game. Now, not every game on the Dreamcast was like that. There were a lot of games that had a lot of problems with that, where you had to kind of adjust around that. I know Quake 3 is a game you had to do that, where oftentimes your shot came out a little after you pulled the trigger, so you had to be a little careful when it came to that. But when it came to something like Daytona USA, that didn't happen. Or even what it did have with certain things, like with Chi Chi Rocket, it's something where you could kind of adjust. And given really what they were doing, you'd think this could have potentially ended up as a disaster, saying, oh yeah, people are going to try to play online, it's going to disconnect all the time, it's going to be something where you're going to be really destroyed by lag. And cases where there were games that were laggy on the console, that's true. But also something that, especially for the year 2000 when they started doing stuff with online on the system, it's something you look at and say, my god, it's amazing what they were able to accomplish. And then seeing that had a big influence, I think, on other companies, especially Microsoft in particular. They looked at that, I think, when it came to Xbox Live, and they said, we can do this, we can have a broadband requirement. People said, huh? That seems like you're going to be limiting too much of a market that way. They said, no, we have to do this for the purpose of speed of how this is. And they said, okay, that turned out to be the right decision. Or even the case of saying crossplay. Nowadays, that's something we expect in games now. Expect the idea that I buy a game on, say, I don't know, the PC, and you buy it on Xbox Series X or something like that, or somebody else buys it on PS5 or something like that. We can all play together. The idea of not necessarily having that barrier anymore of saying, oh, you have to have the console for it unless it's something that's only on that system. And I think that the Dreamcast is really kind of doing that. And another big one, I would be remiss if I did not mention Phantasy Star Online, because Phantasy Star Online was Sega bringing massively multiplayer online RPGs to masses. Emulation running in parties of 4 only when it came down that went. But you had one hell of a community that's still so active that people have created custom servers for it, even though the official Sega ones went offline years ago. And there are other games on the Dreamcast that people do that with, so you realize just how much of a case where they had something going on with it. And in its weird way, even though this is not online in the same fashion because it's running email as far as back and forth, you do see that, and it's fascinating to understand where that came from, but also that it worked as well as it did as I hit the 8000. Okay, so there you go, we win. Okay, we're not gonna play again, but that is Sega Swirl. That is a great game. It, as I mentioned, Crusader64 said this game sounds delicious. It kind of is. And I think I might come in here for the end of the show because of the fact I want to give a sense of how this sounds. And there's the case of the credits. In fact, I'll show those later, but what I need to do now is I do need to reset. Okay, this does let you do the reset. Never mind. I can hit exit Sega Swirl. Having said that, because of this, I don't know where this is going to reset to. Okay, it's resetting here. Okay, never mind. So I said before, like, hey, what's going on with that? But apparently not. Okay. As far as what to show next, you know, I didn't switch to Sega Swirl. No, I did. Okay, I did. Okay, here's the thing. I did switch to Sega Swirl. It's showing in Twitch's window. It's not showing in OBS's window. I'll tell you what we're going to look at next. Well, first, I know you've mentioned this game a couple times. We're going to do it on the show, not this way. And it's also something where I've had to kind of come to grips with my feelings with this game. And this was the first time I played it, which was kind of a bad case. Because at first, this is a case where talking about, you know, opening yourself and also saying, like, in cases where maybe you made a mistake or something like that, and where you learn from things, what you learn from life, whether it's gaming or anything. I learned that with Vectorman. Let's have a little bit of a spiel on Vectorman, though, to begin with. This came out on October 24th of 1995 in North America for Sega Genesis, and it came out in Europe on November 30th of 1995. It was published by Sega. It was developed by Blue Sky Software. We played a game of theirs a couple weeks ago, that being World Series Baseball. I'm going to put the volume down also to 23.9. Because this game gets a little loud. Also, the sound balancing is off as far as how this game goes. This is a 2D run-and-gun shooting platform game that was designed by Richard Karp, who is the programmer on Starflight, as well as NFL 94 starring Joe Montana, Jurassic Park for Sega Genesis, Technoclash, Ren and Stimpy Show, Stimpy's Invention, a lot of Blue Sky stuff you're indicating, as well as World Series Baseball, which we played, and also The Mark of Kree for the PlayStation 2 and its sequel, The Rise of Kasai. And he was joined by Mark Lorenzen, who did the story of The Neverhood. This is a fascinating thing. Think about PC as well. This is a 2D platforming game that's fully claymated. It's, I don't know if you remember this game. There's also a sequel called Skull Monkeys, which was on the PlayStation. He did the art on that one. There's a people who worked on Earthworm Jim, particularly Earthworm Jim 2, and he worked on that as well as Gargoyles on Sega Genesis, and he designed Jurassic Park Rampage Edition for Sega Genesis as well. The Neverhood is this fascinating, almost, I don't know, like Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, like platforming game that's kind of rotoscoped with this claymated character who looks kind of weird. You're going through these completely claymated perspective. They did stop motion completely for this game. I don't know if it's a great game, but good lord, the look of that game is absolutely fascinating. It doesn't really look like anything else. I'll have a picture when I edit, and I might want to see if I can't get a copy of Skull Monkeys, because it has this style. It is absolutely fascinating. And he was involved in this game as well, where you're playing as something of a robot. Oh, no, he's not a robot. He's a garbage collector. And there's a situation going on Earth where this guy called Raster gets corrupted, and then he turns into Warhead, and he tries to take over the Earth, and you gotta stop him. With great music, we're not gonna hear great in this release, which is by John Holland, who did the music for its sequel, Vectorman 2, as well as Miss Pac-Man Maze Madness, which I do have the Dreamcast version of, that's what will show it, as well as Seablade for Xbox, and he actually is something of a musician of, I'm trying to remember the stuff he worked on, but he had a lot of cases of things he did stuff for. So we're going to show this, but unfortunately, this is a case where you're not going to really get good stuff on the audio, and it's a game that came out in 1995 on Sega Genesis. I've said this a couple times. First off, this is the newest game that's in this collection that's not Sega Swirl or Virtua Cop 2. And that was the era, like, right when the Sega Saturn came out. This is a couple months afterwards, where Sega had basically every console of theirs around still. Sega of America was kind of, in a way, I've said this, throwing things against the wall to see what stuck. I think Sega themselves, as an entirety, were doing that, really, because Saturn did well in Japan, but here it didn't do well. The 32X was a case where there's miscommunication intentionally from Sega of Japan on Sega of America. That didn't go anywhere because of that, but also because people said, yeah, this thing's more trouble than it's worth. I've mentioned stories as far as that. On this case, Sega CD was a case of saying that kind of went away. And on Sega Genesis, there were a lot of games that were coming out. They're trying to push the tech of it, and I know for this game, it was something they kind of looked at Donkey Kong Country, and I was one of those people who kind of looked at it and scoffed at, oh, I have Donkey Kong Country. That's a great game. This feels like it's soulless, and I've said that before about Vectorman, but it is also something that, in some ways, I'm going to say I was wrong, and the reason I'll say I was wrong is because, A, I used this version as far as my first basis, but also, I think what I did, and one of the themes, I think, of what we've been discussing tonight is the idea of understanding of people, and understanding, I guess, of how relationships of people, whatever that might look like, romantic, platonic, everything, might be looking like. And how, I mean, the idea that that is a pertinent discussion point on this, you would think, no way it would be, but it is. It's something where maybe for something like this, I kind of looked at this game, especially over the years, especially with better versions of it, and we'll play better versions of it for the purpose of running it fully, of thinking, well, it's something where I can kind of see some of the things that they're doing with this, and when you kind of step back, I said my favorite game on Sega Genesis, the end of the life of it, was Rise Star, and I love that game so much. But it is interesting all the things that Sega did take risks on, especially Sega of America, of looking at stuff like Comic Zone, which is hard as hell, but something you think, look at that game and say, this is almost like a living comic book. Look at the Ooze, that's a bizarre game where they're turning it into almost like a predecessor of sorts to Katamari Damacy, in the sense of saying, I'm controlling this blob of goop going around trying to get revenge. It doesn't play like anything, really. Even other cases of other franchises, things they were doing. And then with Vectorman, you're looking at saying, it's playing around with vector raster graphics on this console, and elements of lighting effects that you're thinking, the Genesis that came out in 1989, it's able to pull graphics off like this? It's amazing. And also the case as far as, unlike this release, it doesn't really have a whole lot of frame rate problems to itself, which you're not going to see. Also, you need a massive flashing light warning. I could kill you by doing this, because when it comes to the Sega screen, you have the case that here's Vectorman, here he is running as far as the green case. You move left and right, you can kind of play around with this, and do some secret stuff with the Sega logo. There's also a case where if you do jumping enough to hit your head on the Sega logo, and then shoot at it a certain amount of times, you can get a little bit of a bonus game kind of going on here, where you have the Sega logo, the letters dropping down, you have to catch them. And you're able to get bonuses within the game by doing that. I'll show that when we get to the case of the full game. We're going to say here, hey, let's practice what this game looks like. Basically moving and running around left and right. It's unique of saying, on the Sega logo, we haven't even started this damn game yet, but look at what it's doing. Like, the wavy effect, that's pretty neat. Here he is. I can also move left and right. I'll just explain now. Here's how the game plays. Moving left or right, jumping with the A button, but also hit A again, or basically hit the C button as far as Genesis jumping. You have that jump there, but it sounds like bloop, as opposed to yeet, which sounds way better on Genesis. And you can also shoot. You can shoot in multiple different directions. And as you're shooting, you're seeing that the light of the shot is reflecting off him. Like, that's pretty impressive. And you also shoot in a lot of different directions. And also diagonally downwards and straight downwards, not dissimilar to something like Dynamite Heady or the Contra games or something like that, when you're in the air. But also you have TVs. That's something off screen. If you have sensitivity to flashing lights, for the love of God, please look away from what I'm about to do. I'm going to shoot that television up there because that's where your power-ups are. I get this. Flashlight warning now. And I get a power-up, and I can destroy the Sega logo. I'm going to destroy this again. If you have flashlight warnings, I am not joking. This is Wizard of War bad when I'm saying I'm going to shoot this off. This is bad. Flashlight warning. If you have this thing full screen, please do not look at the screen now. Let's do it. Oh, no. Wait a minute. I lost it. Oh, no. I didn't lose it. I didn't grab it. Okay, here we go. This will destroy it. Flashlight warning now. Bad. Good lord. Yeah, so in that case, yeah, the Sega logo went dark. I could also jump into it, but that's something as far as how it goes as well. I don't know if the other ports of this game have that the same way. I want to give a fair warning. It was developed by Blue Sky Software, so you think about some of the technical stuff going on in this. That's where I kind of sat back and I realized, okay, this game has some interesting stuff going on about itself. And honestly, I kind of realized that it was the sequel. People don't like the sequel as much, Vectorman 2. I kind of do. And maybe that way it may help me come back to this and realizing it's kind of interesting what some of this stuff is doing, but on the sound, like, ugh, this might sound worse than Sonic the Hedgehog. It sounds very cacophonous, really, as far as if you're listening as far as this. Also, like, I don't know if that's supposed to be the effect as far as what it's doing on the screen as we get in the story. Because it's 2049, and everything is filled with toxic sludge in the earth. I guess it's like a predecessor to WALL-E or something like that. And basically, humanity left to the stars, just like WALL-E. Although, again, this came first. So, yeah, everybody who loves the movie WALL-E, there's got to be somebody out there that said, oh, Vectorman did this first, saying, leaving the mechanical Autobots to clean up the earth. So, we went away. But then what happened is one of the Autobots, Raster, he has like a comnet, so it's not dissimilar to something like Skynet from the Terminator films. There's an error and the attendants connected him to a nuclear bomb, as far as it. So he's gonna go nuts. And then so it's like, yeah, there's a new order on Earth saying Warhead was born. He says tyranny, hatred, and oppression on a planet that no longer has people on it. And by his decree, Earth is forged into instrument of death for the humans returning. So they can't come back, like in WALL-E, because they just like they could come back maybe, as far as if WALL-E's able to clean the place up and other things going on. But we have Vectorman. He was doing garbage collection. He basically, they do something very clever as far as this, which is saying this place has tons of trash, so instead of like putting it into cubes like in WALL-E, he says, let me take the sludge, let me dump it in the sun. Which is actually interesting. When we had a lot of snow early in the year, it's something where I heard people saying, hey, you know, people I know live near, like, the rivers and or the ocean and things like that. They said, we took this snow we had, we put it in the water. It's like, yeah, it's actually kind of clever as far as how to do it. So in this case, he did that. He came back. He saw it was a problem. And he said, all right, I'm going to take care of this thing now. And that's where we're going to go. Yeah, I said, I'm sorry as far as the way this game sounds. And even the way it looks, because there's problems with the frame rate. And the sound balancing is going to be really off. But I will show a couple things. We're going to take a look at the options here. Yeah, you have your sound effects and music, as well as your difficulty, which is lame, wicked, and insane. Basically easy, normal, and hard. I'll go wicked. You also have your music, which sounds like shit here. Yeah, listen to this shit. It's horrible. You can customize your buttons for shooting on the A and B button, or C for jumping. You also have information. This is information of getting health for things. This is your health, one-ups as far as what that is, and your morph powers, which I showed a couple of those. There's the drills, you can drill into things. You can do swimming with the fish one. Missiles to burst ceilings. The buggy, where you can turn into a land dune or land speeder thing and destroy that. The bomb, which busts walls. Jet, as far as flying, and then parachute to slow your descent. And also your weapons. The one we showed that destroyed your, that maybe killed somebody, I hope not, was the orb. The nuclear shield does protection as far as that. You also have wave gun, you have the bolo gun, which crashes through orbits, and rapid fire, which bounces off the ceilings. But the idea is that you're timed and you're running on points, so it means that when you get multipliers, you're able to use that on items you get and health you get, so it is more powerful. But also cases where it doubles lives, so it's a case where, you know, 2x, 3x, 5x, and 10x. If you get these, you can basically multiply your lives by 10 if you know what you're doing, as far as how it is. And the idea is you have to pick up photons, they're for points, and there's a number of those in stages, as well as the TVs that have power-ups. They also judge you on getting all of those if you can. There's also a receiver shield that if you destroy that shield controller, you're able to go to that to destroy it and go to the bonus round. Whether we're going to see that tonight, don't know, but I just want to give a sense of that. And also there is, I don't remember if this port has it, Oh, no, I don't think it's this one. No, it's the next one. Because on the box of this game, there was a contest for a player to be able to win $10,000 for doing something with this, and their name is in the sequel. That's what it was. We'll go to that when we get in this game more as far as full play. But for the time being, we'll get a sense of this. And Chad, if you played Vectorman or have memories on this thing, feel free to go into it. And also flashlight warning for this entire game, just to go into it to a certain extent. But there you go. There's Vectorman. Look at him. So he said, I'm going to stop Warhead. The Earth is, until the Earth is free. Also, ElecVerse, you said when we played Donkey Kong Country 3 with the Terraport, and flashlight warning, I bust this, by the way. As you get photons. You said maybe there's a nod to that in Donkey Kong Country 3. I don't know if we've gotten an answer. I still haven't gotten a sense as far as that. As you go along, you have these enemies. They will shoot towards you. You have those little dots down there, the 4 of them. That's your health. If you lose all of them, you die. Yeah, there's going to be flashlight warnings a lot on this, but also you have these wave shots going boom, boom, boom. But you're seeing it slowing down a lot, which you did not do on the Sega Genesis. And that's despite the fact that you look in here seeing those flags flying in the breeze. Good God, it looks impressive. And also you go underneath the platform. Again, it's shadowed, so in the case of saying, hey, there's Vectorman, his color kind of changes. They're doing light and shadow in a Sega Genesis game. It's really incredible when you kind of stop and think about it. Maybe that was my problem with this game the first time I played it. I said, first off, this is a shoddy port. And this is an invisible platform, and let me get that television. Not necessarily gonna get all of them, but I'm gonna get all the weapons I can get. But because this is a shoddy port, I thought like, oh, this is a bad game. It's like, no, it isn't. It's just a case where I had to kind of learn to get on this game's wavelength. And it's something I think I've learned throughout my years as I got a checkpoint. If I die, I come back there. And they're well spaced as far as the stages, so it's not something where you're gonna have to necessarily traverse too much of the level again if you die, unless you don't get them. And maybe something that's come to my own case as far as life, the idea of saying, you know, kind of stopping and thinking about, really like, thinking about other people in a way, or thinking about what's my reaction to things other people may have put their hard work into. And they said, with this collection, it's shoddy as far as how you do it, but I get the idea of like what they were doing that could have been great about this. And you can kind of see the elements of it, including this game, even though I was like, wait a second, why is... Okay, I can't get it happening again. It seemed like the way... Okay, right, parts of the visuals in the background, they're going off. You're like, what's going on there? It seems like something's wrong. Something is wrong. Even though the intention of saying, let's collect these games is good, but I got the drill. Yeah, you go through, basically drill through the door. I guess, in a way, there's a little bit of a Metroid to this as well, sort of. And also, that multiplier does not last forever. So it'll go away after time, so you do have to maximize it when it comes to getting photons and getting everything else. And also, you gotta get moving because it's on time limit, but you can also get recovery of time based on things you find. I guess there's maybe like a Metroid case, but it doesn't necessarily play exactly the same. So this game is about exploration. It's not like that one in the sense that it's all about that. Like looking everywhere, which this game encourages, but also the case of saying you gotta keep moving. And it is pretty interesting, even though it's a case of saying, yeah, the flashing lights are really, really bad. And also the case of saying, well, the way this goes on this release, it deserves better. And as I said, I've kind of put myself in that mindset, I think, nowadays, as far as more, as I said, the fact that I and all of you have been opening as much as I've been doing. I say some of the stuff I've been saying tonight, of saying just kind of, I guess, understanding things. I can say, as I mentioned, cases of people I've maybe been wronged by or stuff like that, but it's like, well, look, maybe they have a point for certain things, but then when you realize, wait, no, it's a case of, no, it's not something like that, or like first, like you were saying. That's where you kind of maybe, in a weird way, get to a sense of enlightenment of yourself, but also then saying, let's put something that comparatively is not as important as, you know, your relationship with people and, you know, other aspects. So look, we love gaming, so we're going to say that's important to us, but also what does it mean when you take a look at a game, whatever it is, and then say to yourself, why do I like this? Why do I not like this? Where does that opinion change, perhaps, like with me with Vectorman? And then as I play it more, I'm like, okay, no, I kind of see some of the stuff, really. I mean, in a way, I guess, put myself, anybody, really, in the shoes of other people, the things that, hey, they clearly go through, and they kind of stop and see, like, okay, I'm dead. Of seeing, like, where are they putting all their elements into, where you gotta get the sense of, you know, seeing the passion that came off of this. And I think that's something that nowadays, and Vectorman 2, I think, helped me see that more, but especially this one, it definitely does. I'm gonna bust this, I'm gonna get the bomb. Is to be close to, like, the cracked window there and blow yourself up. This is our way to another television. And also, you saw when you died, as I also got a health extension, which is great, so it's a case where you don't die from just 4 hits. It's something where yeah, it is really interesting. And is it also the thing? My initial problem, I guess, with gameplay maybe was a little more of a legitimate case than some of the stuff I said before. It was a case of saying, well, you know, I felt like, you know, maybe you don't have enough recovery time to take a hit, which it is kind of short. But then I realized, okay, I'm making a mistake with this game, which is saying, I'm playing like Sonic the Hedgehog. As a Genesis boy, it's a case where I played games like this all the time, exactly that way. But then I said, well, okay, this is a run and gun game where you can go fast, but it's also something where, okay, maybe going fast like that is not something where you just want to just go nuts completely. Saying, okay, there's that enemy there. I want to get myself over there and be careful about how I'm running and gunning. Run a bit, but then it's like, okay, I can stop as far as a little, but then also say, well, you know, and get timer. There you go, as far as how that's looking. But then saying, oh, I can find something here, but also the case that it balances well when it comes to the element of the time. Because you think, like, well, they're not going to give you a whole lot of time to figure this. They do, number one, but also the case that you have items to be able to do it. Even hear this weird stuff in the audio, like, wait, why are the graphics garbled at the bottom? Oh, whoa. I mean, I always go to the second or third level and then we'll go on to the next game, but as I said, I kind of had to stop and kind of think that through, and kind of put myself in that mindset of other people instead of saying like, okay, fine, this is garbage or something to myself. I mean, fair enough, that idea. To a certain extent, because the games I definitely don't like, and I don't like this collection at all. To me, something of saying, well, what I want to do as far as looking at this and saying, I want to be fair to this thing. And saying, look, I could have worked on this and people would say the horrible things that they say about, that I'm saying about it. And I was like, I don't know, maybe that case of putting yourself in the shoes of somebody else, as we're doing as far as this game, for anything we play, really, because in this case, we have the attack plane. In this case, you wait for him to open the hatch, and then you shoot him. So, go to the Star Fox 64 thing. The hatches are open, but in this case, you basically want to shoot him and also go diagonally, because if you hit on the sides with the mace, you get yourself hurt. So you don't want to do that. And also be careful when he drops the bombs up. Basically, just shoot straight up, and then kind of go left and right and go shooting diagonally. But based on how we're going to do that, we will get through this and it'll be an interesting sight. Ow. Interesting, even the voices as far as how Vectorman sounds is very scratchy, but we got him. And flash on warning again. But even this looks like it's going way slower than how it destructs on Genesis. And you get your point total at the end. You get points based on your level bonus. TVs you destroy, you get more if you get all of them. You get all the photons. Then do. Yeah. And me doing that's better than the damn game does. As you see, Metalhead, even though there's tech problems, let me show you something here. The fact that on Sega Genesis in 1995, we had this sort of 3D perspective moving up and down as we're on the train tracks. And mainly, you can beat this stage really, really quickly if you just stand there and just start shooting. You shoot his damn hands off, but also don't get yourself going as far as, you know, hitting his hands, getting yourself destroyed. But seeing that, okay, the way this is going, the fact that you're getting these 3D elements going on as far as in this game, you're looking down there saying, whoa, look at that. Creating this weird sense of vertigo. This is something interesting as far as on the system. First I said, oh, this is stupid because I'm just sitting here and just hitting X and I win. I don't know what's going on. And I stopped and said, wait, what's really going on here? I mean, I gotta be careful because there are the shots coming around. And if I hit his hand, I'm gonna be in trouble. But in this case, saying, okay, knock that down, boom, boom, boom. So make sure I do the jump and knock him down. There you go. And, yeah, the Smash Pack is not doing it justice, but yeah, that is pretty impressive. When I stopped and thought, I was like, wow. And you think the Genesis being able to do that. So give Blue Sky credit. And we've definitely given them a lot of credit over the past year with our look of Desert Demolition and World Series Baseball, and now this one. Which is saying they had ideas and they had some interesting stuff going on. And even in the case of going in the water, it's saying, yeah, also, it gets a little darker as far as the deep green. So thinking again about the colors of this console, a system that doesn't have as many as other systems like Super Nintendo, and they said, well, we have ideas about what we can do to kind of really push this console to the limit. And do it in a different way than even something like Rise Star, because that's a color explosion as far as how that is, as far as how it looks, and how it's very stylized with certain things, almost maybe like a bit of an anime player. Like a Sonic the Hedgehog player in terms of how it looks, and then seeing this saying, what's the American perspective? And when you think about maybe one of the better American-developed games on Genesis, especially out of Sega, not that they're like, oh, really bad ones, but I'm thinking that, what were they doing that the Japanese market was not necessarily doing, like with this, or Eternal Champions? Maybe nowadays, maybe easier to appreciate that, especially because a lot of these games have been collected, and they've been collected better than this. I do want to show the swimming, at least, before we go on. Actually, wait, I can't yet. Because I need to go and find the bomb. It is in a television. I think that's the television right there. You do have to hit the TV a couple times in order to knock it down. They changed that to cocoons in the, wait. Oh, I got another shot. This is a different one. They changed it to cocoons in, Vectorman 2, which... in some way, I kind of like that better, but... it also has a unique look for certain things it's doing similar to this, because of the fact in that game, Vectorman is, you know... he's deserted on a planet after a ship crashes, and you have to use that bomb in order to bust the wall down. So, in some ways, that visual design of him being on somewhere he doesn't know, in the case that you're basically destroying these sacks around, seeing the reflection of the sun coming through, as far as the water, like, good lord, it's incredible. And now we're going swimming. And the idea that Vectorman, because he's basically a bunch of, like, spheres, he kind of can shapeshift. So in that way, I do understand now why this game has the reputation it does, and also why, for years, there was the thought of saying, let's get a third game, which they were gonna make. There was one on PlayStation 2 they were working on. But it was something where when they showed it at E3 in 2003, they said, this looks way too radically different. It seems like this doesn't look good. And Sega then just decided, yeah, you know, we're not gonna continue with this. And I don't remember if it was the same people who made this and its sequel that worked on that or were working on that. It was something where Sega said, alright, we're reviving that, but then they said, alright, we're not going to do this. And then since then, they never thought, hey, let's go back to this thing. I mean, even in the case of the classic Sega game that they're reviving that they announced like 3 years ago and saying, we're going to see, I mean, we saw Shinobi Art of Vengeance, but when we see the next Streets of Rage game they showed, the next Golden Axe game they showed, the next Jet Set Radio game they showed, the next Crazy Taxi game we've shown. They've even mentioned it now, they'll give an update as far as that stuff. But they didn't, I mean, they could figure like, well, they could come back to Vectorman, but what's that's gonna look like? Honestly, nowadays, I could kind of see Vectorman as maybe something of a Metroidvania. You're seeing the flicker on that, which is awful. And it's this collection, not the game, as far as how it was on Genesis. I'm thinking maybe that's the way to go, but then saying, let's have this, oh, flashlight warning bad, as far as that shit, sorry. And because of the frame rate, it's on screen longer, sorry. I'll definitely have a warning of that when I edit this. But having said that, a case of seeing that could be an idea. I could think of saying, make it almost like a Metroidvania as far as it, but then say, let's have a faster pace the way this does. Even though it's a case where it's like, I'm moving, running and gunning, and I'm stopping. And I'm saying, okay, what's over here? This interesting balance of saying a quick shooting game like a Contra with an exploration factor like a Metroid. And saying, I think there's a lot of interesting ideas they could mine for that as far. Also, by the way, when you're in swim form as far as that, it's tough to hit the photons as far as that, but you also will survive when you bash through, like, the mace balls in the water. And honestly, the back of even looking at this shitty port of it, that's the other thing. I mean, I'm still saying, well, I'm having fun playing this. And also, because I said, I want to show you this and say, like, this also shows you not taking for granted the original versions. I'm also saying, emulation is hard. I understand that. I know that people might think, like, oh yeah, it's easy for me to say that. And I was thinking that even last week, saying that, okay, let me put something in perspective, saying, oh, that Nickelodeon Smash Pack, Splat Pack that came out, they didn't emulate one of the voices in Rocko's Modern Life, Smoky's Dangerous Day. Like, I don't know why they messed that up. I said, well, let's put it in perspective. It could be something like this, as far as how it is. Like, it's better than that, but we got through. Alright, so we got time bonus, we got TVs destroyed, 15 out of 18, not bad, and photons included on the 13 out of 139. Now, we're gonna go on, I think, to the next one. Before I do, I want to see Absolute Zero. Okay, first I would say, do we have one of those bonus stages? But we're set there. And also, even the case of his character there, where he hits on the wall and he's like doing one-handed juggles. Although, honestly, I think I like him better in Vectorman 2, in the sense that he has kind of this robotic voice going, I'll take that. It's really interesting as far as how it is. But, alright, Vectorman, you've made a convert out of me. I was wrong, and I said I'll be willing to admit the idea as far as what that is. As far as this surprisingly introspective episode of Super Bowl Game Saturday. From all of you, of course, and thank you so much for that. But also in a way from myself as well. The idea of that. Alright, so we're going to take our leave of Vectorman. We'll come back to this game as far as what we'll use to play it. It is on Switch Online. Most of the stuff is on Switch Online. At the end of the show, I'll go into what's on where. I think I might use that version, or I could use the Sonic Ultimate Genesis collection. This has been ported a bunch of other places, and it is a case where they do run way better as far as it. And you kind of appreciate cases, and even as I said, thinking of, okay, it's maybe easy to bash Sega when it comes to the idea of 1995 and flailing around, but then stopping a minute and saying, wait a sec, what's really going on here? Maybe seeing there's something more impressive that you might not have expected. Or sometimes cases where they are utter shit, like Experts, which is the final game in the Eternal Champions franchise. They tried to spin that off as far as non-fighting game versions of itself. They made one Chicago Enforcers on Game Gear, but then they made Experts. That was 1996. It had graphics almost like Vectorman, but it's like there's barely any music in it. It's really repetitive. You're basically just going around areas, punching one or two people. It's really bad. But I'd give that a shot. I'd say, like, hey, let's take a look at that game, even though it's something where, yeah, it's not pleasant. But all right, since we did look at Vectorman, I think we should take a look at, since that's the latest game from Sega Genesis on this, what if we take a look at the game that came bundled with the Sega Genesis in North America? Yeah, because remember, growing up, I was under the wrong impression of saying, hey, Sonic the Hedgehog was with Sega from the start, and then, you know, it was always bundled with the console. No, I was wrong about that. So, to give a sense of that, what really happened was before Sonic the Hedgehog came around, it was 2 years before Sonic came around in 1991 when the Sega Genesis launched, that being in August of 1989, in particular in the US, and September of 1990 in Europe. But the first case is saying, well, before Sonic, what was Sega doing? Well, they were looking at arcade ports of theirs and saying, we want to bring the arcade experience home. So they said, we're going to bundle in Altered Beast with the console. They said, let's take an arcade game of ours, a couple of them, not just this one, and bring it to the home, saying, hey, you can play this in your home. That was a big deal in the 80s, in particular the case of saying, you'd buy an Atari 2600, you could play games like Centipede or Space Invaders or Asteroids or something like that. And later on when the ColecoVision came out, that was before Nintendo was into home consoles, so they made a license with Nintendo saying, can we get Donkey Kong? It came bundled with the console when it released, and it sold really well. People said, we want to play Donkey Kong. Even as far as Nintendo, Super Mario Brothers was an arcade port, sort of, kind of, a little bit. And they had other cases of games of theirs like Mario Brothers and Wrecking Crew and Donkey Kong themselves. And Sega said, okay, that's what we're going to do. And they did it with Sega Master System. But with Sega Genesis, they started with Altered Beast, which when you bought Sega Genesis back in 1989, this came with the console. It came out on June 14th of 1988 in Japan and the US, first in the arcade. It was a System 16 board game of Sega's, and then they packed it in for US and Europe, as I mentioned, or North American Europe, as is. The plot of this game is you have to rescue Athena, the daughter of Zeus of Greek mythology. You find this guy called Neph. He's the demonic ruler of the underworld. And so we have to save the daughter of Zeus. And the way to do that is Zeus comes back and he tells us to rise from your grave. And we're going to do that across 5 levels, although whether we're going to beat this game in one sitting, don't know. This game, by the way, was developed by Sega's AM1 team, as far as how it was, called Team Shinobi at the time. They would later go on to be WoW Entertainment. The people made the House of the Dead games. And it was the debut of project lead Makoto Uchida, who designed Golden Axe. We're going to look at Golden Axe a little later, as well as Manx TT Superbike from the arcade, Die Hard Arcade, or as was known, Dynamite Deca, as well as its sequel, Dynamite Deca 2, which is on the Dreamcast as Dynamite Cop, which he directed, and he also was a designer on Alien Front Online, which is also on this console. It was an arcade adjacent kind of game. As far as the audio on this thing, I got to make sure I got that turned down, which I do. So, let's get started. This is a game that Sega loves to port, and it's also something that maybe looks archaic, and on the audio emulation, this good lord is archaic, and not in the way that it should be. And questions of do you want to come back to this game nowadays compared to something like Golden Axe, even, as far as early stuff of Sega, every so often. I mean, this is a game where sometimes this has been around so much as far as ported that maybe people started to resent it. Maybe I sometimes got in that case of saying, like, there's other Sega games I'd rather play. In a case where it's kind of shallow and kind of, I guess, limited, but also it's kind of straight to the point a little bit. It is playable in 2-player. It is fascinating. You do remember some of those voice samples of Rise from Your Grave or Power Up. Even to the point, and also as you go along, you do get turned into beasts as you go along for playing through the stages. Actually, this is a game we've not shown on the show before. When we did the finale of Kingdom Hearts years ago, I edited in voice samples from this game, which actually, because of the way my tech for my PC was at the time, it sounds garbled as fuck to the point where maybe I should re-edit that show and re-upload it. So basically, it sounds a little better. With the new setup of my PC, I don't think we'd do that. I basically did that when we were doing the battle, the battle, ElecVerse, or if anybody remembers, what's the fight you do at, over London as far as the hidden boss battle? That one. Because I died to it the first time when I fought it, and then when I did it later, I did win, and I basically edited in voice samples from this game. And you're seeing you also have different forms as you go along, as far as across every level. Let's go in with Ultra Beast. So, here we go. And also, like, the voices in this collection, they're all way lower pitched. So yeah, you rise to your grave, you move around, you punch with the A button, I think, or maybe it's the B button, and then kick with the other case. So now, the thing is, you basically kick upwards, you crouch, so kick up or do that punch, but then the up and jump button or hit jump on A to do it, and you power up. And for that, you become more powerful. So now, in this case, my fist has a little wave coming out, or a little cloud. Same way foot. Also, you kick upwards. I love that look. It's weird. You're not going to run into cases where you're going to be kicking upwards too much, but sometimes you have cases of enemies that will be right there. You pick that up, power up. Also, as you go along, you move faster and pick those orbs up. You have to get 3 of them to get yourself upgraded, and the white Cerberus dogs around, they have the orbs. Basically, punch one of those, get 3 of those, and we transform into the beast. So in this case, we got the werewolf, and we got Neff right here. He's at the end of the stage. If you're not fully powered up, you can't fight the boss. But since I am, he says, "Welcome to your doom." But god, this sounds like shit as far as the audio sounds. It sounds way nicer as far as how the sound goes. Yeah, my trilling on my voice sounds better than this version. Good god. I mean, it sounds so abrasive. Ugh. Also, you do have different powers when it comes to your fighting in this form, as far as the wolf or whatever it is. The punch button is shooting fireballs, and then the kick button is basically doing the dash forward. But if I get myself killed, I go, ugh! If I'm gonna beat this, I'm gonna go to my game over. Because also, this game does not have continues. The arcade game does, so we could complete this game in like probably 15 minutes to run the arcade version. And I do have port of that somewhere, so I probably will show it at some point. But there you go. You kill him at the end of the stage. Neff does not like what we did, so he's going to take our orbs away. And go, ha 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 ha. It was that voice I edited in when I died at that boss in Kingdom Hearts. And then we get the in-between showing. So yeah, there is Athena. So we have to go get her. I don't think we're getting to the end. I can get pretty far as playing this game, but also as you get to the next stage, you're just kind of scrolling along. You just kind of go around, but you just keep kicking and punching. You have to kind of get a sense of, yeah, when are the little doggies going to appear? Just knock them off to get the energy. But also, you hear that weird thing going, ding. It sounds like a telephone. It sounds more like a snake thing. In both the arcade game and in the Genesis original of this. And you really think about it, the arcade version, the Genesis version was pretty damn close to this. Including on the audio, but also you have to sometimes pay attention because the enemies will come from the other side. Alright, well, I'm the dragon case. You shoot your laser out with the punch button, but the kick is way better. You have that shock thing. That decimates the boss here, by the way. I'll show you how the boss works.
Welcome to your doom.
So you say, yeah, you don't know who you're dealing with. Basically, you use that kick power, get where the eyes are, keep hitting the B button. There we go, we're done. That was a fucking record, look at that. That is beautiful. It also prevents you from having to listen to this audio for long. Basically sit there just hitting that, you kill him in like 3 seconds. That might be the fastest boss kill of anything we've ever done on this program. I'm pretty sure. But there you go, that is how you do it. But also, yeah, even this, it looks weird how they said it, and on the Genesis it's a little more clear. And the arcade game is definitely more clear. Also, there's some releases of this game. You mentioned ElecVerse 3DS when it came to Project Cross Zone. The Sega 3D Classics collection on that console has this game in it. And they have an option for it where you basically have random beasts. So, usually the beasts are specific to levels, and there's only 5 levels, by the way, in this game. So if I know what I'm doing, I could beat this game before we go on, but I don't think I'm going to do that. But in that version, you can basically randomize the beasts, so you can have some of the later beasts in, like, the first stage, and it can decimate the challenge, potentially. I always want to show the power here, if I can. And it's also worth pointing out, since these are Genesis games, you can put the codes in that are of these original games, but I don't remember off the top of my head what the code is for, like, level select out of this. Ouch. Yeah, those weird turtles going along, but also, I'll show this because I'm not fully powered up now that Neff's here, but he says, like, yeah, screw you, I'm not going to take your case until you power yourself up fully. Which is fine by me, because I want to show the power. And then I'm going to get a game over, most likely, and we'll go on. Become the bear. Now, in this case, you just shoot that weird cloud, but then, as far as the punch button, but on the kick button, you do a roll. So in that case, yeah, you're like doing a jumping dive as far as the bear. Look at this bear. Oh my god. And also, you move way faster going as far as this. So yeah, you need to power up, not just because of getting to the boss, but it's also you want to power up as soon as you can, as far as this game. I said we can do this game for show, but I said if we're going to do this game for show, I will show off the arcade version, and I will show off the Genesis version at the same time. And, depending on what it is, I might even, what is it? I might try and get, what's the name of the Game Boy Advance game? Altered Beast, Guardian of something. I say we just look at every Altered Beast there is. And Altered Beast also has a 3D version of itself that was not canceled, like the Vectorman case, but it was only in Japan. It's really, really violent, actually, as far as how it is. In this case, basically do the roll. I don't know if I can actually beat this dude going this way. All right, I can. I'm gonna sort of do that. Okay, all right, there you go. We're almost done with the game. So I'm gonna beat half of this game for the purpose of running it. But yeah, the audio does not sound good in this game at all. And yeah, I know Ultra Beast can be in a bit of an acquired taste anyway, but yeah, emulate it better, please. Thankfully, Sega eventually did. I don't know how far I'm going to get as far as this. I mean, this is not just a preview to when we play this game. This is basically half the game already, in fact, more than half. And this is usually where I get to whenever I get game over as far as this. Although I have beaten this game, admittedly with that 3DS version by cheating. Because you can use save states. Alright, can I get the power here? Alright, let's see. And Chad, if you have any experiences on Altered Beast, feel free to go into them. I don't know if you played this, although if you did have Genesis at the early case of itself, crap, I'm dead. Then you've played this and or own it. You might own multiple versions because of Sega collections that have it. Yeah, but the audio ain't good, and unlike the arcade version, you do not have continues. So you gotta get through on the lives you have, or you have to put in code. Yeah, this ain't sounding good, but there you go. That is Altered Beast. Also, right now, there's not much more to show. I actually did a pretty good job of kind of showing basically everything it's got. Okay. So now, let me think about where we should go next. You know what, I guess let's go through the arcade port, so let's go through the next arcade port. Crusader 64, this is for you, and if you thought the sound in this game was hilarious before when you heard it emulated right, I wonder what you think now that it's not. Looking at Golden Axe. I have demoed this on the show before, years ago, oh, last year, when I looked at the Switch 2 Chronicles shows I put together. We're playing this beat 'em up. It came out from Sega in Japan on January 27th, 1989. I got to change the volume on this one a little higher because I can have it a bit higher on this one to get away with that. Let's see. It came out in May of 1989 in the arcade. It was designed by Makoto Uchida, who made Altered Beast, as is the case. It was also a System 16 game, or System 16B game, as is in the arcade. On Sega Genesis, it came out in 1989 on December 23rd in Japan and in the US in January of January? Yeah, January of 1990. This is a game that is a beat 'em up like Golden Axe, but unlike Golden Axe, you're kind of covering the whole area. And it's kind of medieval themed. It's a case where you're going around an area as Axe Battler, Tyros Flare, or Gilius Thunderhead to save the land of Uria from Death Adder. Or you play the beginner mode and you save it from Death Adder Jr. I don't know if I show that. As far as the audio, and this is by Toru Nakabayashi, who did the music for Altered Beast as well. And also this guy who goes by YT, or Dolphin, and I don't know his actual name, I looked. His background is doing music for eSWAT, City Under Siege, and Gain Ground, also from Sega, as far as how they are. Oh yeah, this sounds awful as far as how this sounds. It's like, boom. But you do hear the voice samples going off when you kill things. Which I'll show in a sec. Yeah, that, which is worth pointing out, that death yell comes from the movie First Blood, the Rambo movie, the very first one. And they sampled it as far as this game. I guess they didn't get sued as far as the idea of what that was. We have our cast of characters. There's Axe Battler, the Barbarian. Everybody has the reason they want to go after Death Adder. He wants to go after him because he killed his mother. Ugh, this sounds like shit. And I love this game. This game actually has held up really, really well. Better, I'd say, than Altered Beast. Not that Altered Beast is a bad game. I kind of like the idea of what it is. But there's a lot more depth as far as this, and there also is a case where Altered Beast has 2 players as well, but this one really has a lot of fun cases going on. And also, as you're seeing here, you have magic. You pick up the jars on stages, and then you're able to clear out the enemies. Okay, she's the Amazon. Her father and mother were killed by Death Adder, or Death equals Adder. And then the last of our characters, Gilius Thunderhead. He's the elf. Or not the dwarf, I should say. So not dissimilar to like Gimli from Lord of the Rings, I guess. And you're riding on top of a massive eagle. That is for a reason, by the way. He has the power of lightning. And he has a golden axe, but not in this version. The axe is just silver. He's the dwarf. Okay, so everybody, we lost family because of Death Adder. So yeah, his brother died, so everybody wants to get him. If you play beginner mode, you can also go against Death Adder Jr. It's a shortened version of the game that makes some changes for the purpose of doing that. As far as you can change your life meter to be 5 hits, and then change your controls for magic, jump, and attack, and listen to the sound. Do you want to listen to the sound of this? No, you don't. You want to hear it in the original. And your choice of characters I mentioned, I usually play as Tyros Flare, but since I showed that last time I looked at this off screen, I'm going to show you Gilius Thunderhead. You go in arcade mode, you have the story aspect going on, saying not just taking over the land, but also saying they took the king and prince and the queen prisoner. And then also they have something specific for each character, saying my good friend Alex was killed. So my duty is to save the land. Let's do it. You usually go around and just beat people up with your axe. And you also can run by double tapping the D-pad. So this game had it way before Streets of Rage got it in 1994 with Streets of Rage 3. You're that, I'm ready to show Crusader 64 that, just to go on that as far as him in chat tonight. He was laughing his ass like, what is that sound? I said, well, I didn't know at the time, actually, that it came out of First Blood. But then saying that, oh yeah, they just do the yell as far as that. It's like, it's just so funny, you know? But the game is a lot of fun still, even in a badly optimized version like this, although I know there are a lot of ports of Golden Axe that have had problems with themselves. And in this case, you'll have the little elf dudes. Yeah, you knock them down, they give you magic. It's worth pointing out Gilius Thunderhead, he has the least amount of magic of 3 areas. So you have to take account of that. Also, the beasts are here. You easily knock down the rider, and then you can jump on, but if you do it too much, the beast will go away. So what's this music? Like, yeah, the melody is at behind. It's supposed to be this great but you barely hear it here. Also hear that yell of the woman, which is hilarious. Yeah, what's the sound design like? This game is fun, really fun. It's a case where this started a bit of a long-running franchise, but as I mentioned, there's a bunch of bad ports. There's a horrible remake on the PS2 that was part of the Sega Ages 2500 series in Japan. That is really bad. There's Golden Axe Beast Rider, which is on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. There's a new one they're gonna do. I'd like to hear something about that new one. But it's pretty fun, including factors in the backgrounds there. You have the weather stopping. Also, you have that stutter. That is in the Genesis version as well. That's not exclusive to this. And also, I think there's other ports of this I've heard are really, really bad. I think the Amstrad CPC version. But one thing I'm going to do is I'm also going to use my magic. Yeah, use on the hammer guys. They usually don't come off after you until you start beating on them. But if you hit them with energy like that, they will come by. In that case, yeah, just get rid of them. You can also sort of pick the enemies up when you're beating on them, but I think it's random how that works. Alright, they're dead. At the end of every level, you take a nice campfire outside, but then the elf comes around. He tries to steal your stuff if you have any energy or any magic. Just knock him to get some more magic. Next, we're going to go to the Turtle Village. Okay, this sounds okay as far as the music. The melody's still there. And they have this nice in-between cutscene of them saying, hey, you know, Death Adder is our sworn enemy. He's in the castle. Take a shortcut here. And they paint on the map, which I do love that. Yeah, and I'm sounding like a broken record here saying that sound just sounds really bad compared to Revenge of Shinobi, where at least that one sounded a little like the Genesis game, albeit with some problems. I mean, I think it sounds worse than Sonic did. And it's just emulation. Not that these games have bad sound, far from it. They're great sounds on the original versions and in the other releases. Not here. The only things I guess they sort of get right are kind of the voice samples, but even then they're pitched too low. Ugh. Yeah, I think Electronic Game Monthly says like Atari 2600 sounds, which are great at Atari 2600, but not Genesis. Okay, that scream is in the original, but also a case of saying, yeah, that's the women and children, which is a come down from the arcade game, although it is also that case of saying, hey, you know, in the arcade, there are things they're able to do in that one that they couldn't here, but still, I can still go onto the dragon and then start, what is it, shooting fire. Get away. Ow. But unfortunately, she dashed me, and eventually the beast will go away. And also down there, you can see we are at the Turtle Village, because we're on top of a giant turtle, and it is moving that way, and the water's rushing. Yeah, my experience with this one, I mentioned it off screen, I'll mention it here on screen. It was a case where my cousin, East Riverside, and I, we played this game growing up. We rented a Sega CD when he was visiting one point. And we played this game, like, yeah, this game's pretty damn fun, actually. I think I'd seen the idea of, like, Golden Axe, but we had a good time, although it's worth pointing out that release on Sega CD in that Sega Classics Arcade Collection, some reason, don't know why, it's one player only. Don't know why. Every other port of this is two-player, including this one. But that one's, not. And that's kind of the fun of a game like this. As the Medics and I showed when we previewed Streets of Rage 3, if you want to team up with a friend or family member, you'll cause some carnage. Also, in this stage, you start getting the green elves. What they do is they drop health. So in that case, you can knock them to get some food, get some your energy back. And for this one, I'm going to go to my game over. Also, you have to be quick, because otherwise the area might end as far as that before you get everything. Alright, so there you go. Yeah, we are on the back of the turtle. We're going across the sea. And this music is great in the original, but again, this release. I mean, that's going to be the default answer. Except we'll get Virtua Cop 2, in which case, then that's going to be a good case of it. Oh yeah, burn that. Okay. You do have to be careful making the jump, because we want to do the run. And then just breathe the fire out of him. Look. Whoa. Yeah, he's a trickster, and even the fire, I'm not able to burn him too much. And in the arcade version, we're pointing out there is more voice samples, including from them, because they say, ow! But not on Genesis, they don't. Alright, there you go, the Amazonians, they need to burn. I'm going further than I thought, but also, yeah, go in that door, yeah, they come out, and you gotta be careful, ow. And they won't wait to hit you. They're just going to come around and hit you with the hammer. And the hammer hurts. You're usually going to get knocked off one of your energy as soon as that happens. When you do die, you do still hold your magic oath unless you have a game over. And 0 is not a life, by the way, in this game. What you also want to do is you want to use the back attack that's on the A and the B and the C buttons at the same time. Basically, you do a roll backwards or a hit backwards, and it causes more damage. The dash, as far as the run towards it, it's useful as far as getting hits off, but it usually does the least damage as far as anything. Yeah, these voices are pretty hilarious, even as far as in this version. Alright, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm not gonna continue. I think we're done. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna continue just because I want to show what comes out the door, and then we'll go on. Also, I'm probably gonna die this thing anyway, so in that case, it's no big deal. And you have limited continues in this, just like in Altered Beast's home version. As opposed to the arcade version, you can just keep putting in coins. Ouch. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely die to him. Ouch. And honestly, as far as this game is concerned, this is not an easy one to play, and it's not necessarily even like Streets of Rage. And we got a version of Streets of Rage for the second game that we're gonna show a little later, where you're able to kind of control the throws at will. This one's a little more limited as far as how it goes. The throws sort of go at random. You have to kind of get close to hit them, and sometimes you pick them up, I think. But I'll get into that when we come to this game for a full show. And also show its sequels off. Alright, never mind, he is dead. Yeah, but, so in that case, it's maybe more limiting as far as other cases of beat-em-ups from Sega. But still, this one has aged better than you might think. And actually, I think I even like its sequel more, particularly the second one, Golden Axe 2. And 3 never came out in this country initially, but they have since released it in other collections. Actually, wait a sec, I lied. It did come out in this country, but it was not physically released. It was part of the Sega channel, I believe. Alright, so we're gonna die as far as going to the castle, but we'll do that and we'll go on. And I believe as you get closer as far as the end of this, in the beginner mode, you fight Death Adder Jr., and then they say, hey, go and fight the real game. So you give it, it's almost not similar to Castle of Illusion. Oh shit, I fell. So yeah, so if you fall off, you die, but you also make that happen to the enemy, so I'm gonna walk off, sorry. And when you get game over, you also get ranking as far as your beat-em-up skills. Except, yeah, the text on this is impossible to read for me. Okay, I used 6 lives. My strength is 41.5 and class C. I don't know completely what dictates that, but there you go. So that's Golden Axe. Great game, not great port, but that's this collection. Okay. Okay, next up, let's see. I'm just gonna go, I think, through the line of what I got. Well, actually, you know what? Since we are in beat-em-ups, and that's next on the line, let's take a look at a game that we played on the show before that's in here. And this was my first ownership case of this one. Right here. This is Streets of Rage 2. Also, as we're pointing out for this, and also for Revenge of Shinobi that we did earlier, I'm actually looking back at my old notes because we did do a full show on this one. Streets of Rage 2 came out on December 20th of 1992 for Sega Genesis, and they came out in 1993 for the Sega Master System and the Game Gear. It was a game that was 16 megabits in size compared to the first one, which was only 4 megabits. So in that case, you're going from a game that was half a megabyte to a game that was 2. And they definitely made the most of it. This game was ported a bunch of places. That was designed by Ayano Koshiro, who was the sister of Yuzo Koshiro, did the music for this. She did graphic design on the 8-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog 1 that we looked at. Terranigma from Super Nintendo, from other parts of the world other than the US. Please, I'd like to re-release that. She also worked on Legend of Oasis for Sega Saturn. It did the scrolling stage designs for Actors 2 for Super Nintendo. As I mentioned, Yuzo Koshiro did the music for this, who did for Revenge of Shinobi that we mentioned before, as well as also Motohiro Kawashima, who did the music for Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, Eye of the Beholder for Sega CD, the game sequel, Streets of Rage 3, Amazing On for GameCube, and the remake of Zork for the PlayStation 1 and Sega Saturn. And for this one on the sound, I want to turn the sound down a little. To 23.9. Okay. And below I'll have linked the show we did for this game, which is awesome. I love this game. Then again, I love all the Streets of Rage games. At some point, Max and I will figure out when we can do a full look at Streets of Rage 3. And that's all his. And it's not a case where, hey, he's like in bad standing or something on the program. It's just a case that his schedule is always a case where I have to plan that out massively. But I know he adores that game. We had a great time demoing it as far as our case of it. And like with Revenge of Shinobi, this is one where they almost have it when it comes to the audio. Almost. But again, they don't quite get there. The sound's sort of there. You can sort of hear some of the instrumentation going on. But this sounded so heavenly in the Genesis version and in every other port of it. It's kind of sad to hear it this way. I feel like the bells going on here that sounds so scratchy. But this game is still awesome. I will say that for sure. And it's worth pointing out, this was the last port of Streets of Rage 2, or any of the Streets of Rage games, until 2007. Because I mentioned, for some reason, Sega treated this game like radioactive waste, every game in this franchise, for a couple of years, thinking that, oh yeah, this is something we are ashamed of. Like, why are you ashamed of this game? This is one of the best beat-em-ups ever made. All three of these games are. Even Streets of Rage 3. As I said, Streets of Rage 3, like with Vectorman 2, or Vectorman 1, I should say, is another one of those games where, not that I disliked it when I first played it, because I came to that one late. I sort of... Okay, this one, I didn't. One of my cousins, who got married last year... Yeah, last year. He introduced me to this game. I actually mentioned him when I went to his wedding last year about this. Like, I mentioned you on my show. He's like, oh my god, you do a show? I was like, you remember that? I was like, wow, I didn't remember that until you mentioned it. But I was like, yeah, you're right, that game was awesome. And as I mentioned, my other cousin, Ace Riverside, he was the one who introduced me to the first one. And 3, I didn't play that until they started collecting that game again, as far as it. And I don't know if it's a case where people just thought, hey, it did something wrong because it took over 25 years to get the 4th one. And Streets of Rage 4 is great as well. And we've done with that on the show. I mean, we've definitely shown all of these on the show to a degree. Played through 1 and 2 fully. We demoed 3. We demoed 4 off screen. And we'll go to those as far as how it is. And might second chance any of these as far as how they are. But in that case, we're just going to take a quick look as far as this. Yeah, but this doesn't sound great. You do have your characters of Max, Axel, Blaze, and Skate. I didn't show Max much last time I looked at it. We'll show him. We do have Go Straight. It sounds great, but it's almost good in this. Some of the instruments sound okay, but other things you're hearing some of those little bleeps and bloops. It doesn't sound as good here. And when you think about what Yuzo Koshiro redid, it's like what Emedic said. He said he was playing around with a lot of synthesizers when it came to a lot of the sound design of stuff he made on this console. So it's kind of weird to think that, oh yeah, it seems like it's kind of semi-butchered. But compared to some of the other stuff in this collection, compared to Golden Axe and Altered Beast, this sounds pretty good. Even some of the sound effects, the hits, the thwacks going on there, it sounds pretty good. Even the voices, even though they are pitched low, are saying, ooh, that still kind of sounds right, you know? Again, maybe it's the other thing which you might want to do with this collection, saying that, I don't know, if you only have this collection, you know this music is awesome in other places, but you can't express it to everybody, turn the audio down and just do the music and sound effects yourself. Even here, I love this part of the song. What was in the end of this? Because you hear that, but it's usually supposed to go, so it's like the slide at the end of that's almost missing because of this. And it's disappointing, but as I said, what you basically want to do is get a bunch of friends together, get yourself some drinks, alcoholic or not, turn off the audio on this, and then basically just do the Michael Winslow thing from the Police Academy movies and say, we're just going to be Foley artists doing the sound effects of these games, like doing the voiceovers here, saying like, huh, or going that, or other things, or saying like, ah, or even that going, boom. Or in this case, when I get the health over here, do the sound effect, which is like out of, basically when you pick up the fruit in Pac-Man. I think it's the same sound effect, the boop, it basically is that. I don't think I mentioned that the last time we played this, or for that matter, when we played any of the Streets of Rage games. Alright, we'll at least go to the first stage as far as how it is. I do love this game, and for a while, I'll say this was the only version of Streets of Rage 2 I had until 2005, when I bought a copy from the Sega Genesis, as far as the actual cartridge itself. And at that case, I said, oh yeah, it sounds amazing on that. Like, I knew there was problems with this emulation because of Sonic. That was the main hint, saying, this doesn't sound right, even for the games I hadn't played I hadn't played much of when I got this collection. But then later, I said, oh, it sounds great on Genesis, so it kind of made this even more glaring. Alright, so we're getting ready to go into the bar. Alright, we do have Jack again. Yeah, Max is really slow, but he does hit like a truck. That's the thing about him that's pretty cool. Because, yeah, as far as the story goes, he is the wrestling buddy of Axel. And the idea of this game, just to reiterate the plot of this, is that after the first game, Adam Hunter was kidnapped. Mr. X came back. He was mad about what happened in the first game, was stopping him. So then he said, we're kidnapping Adam. And that was kind of how that went. And Adam was not playable again until Streets of Rage 4. And part of that was because in Streets of Rage 3... I'm trying to remember if he was actually kidnapped. Remember, Streets of Rage 3 has two plot lines depending on what region you're playing. The Japanese version is kind of more of an allegory as far as terrorism, but there is sort of a case of a little more than an allegory. But it's also sort of a case of that and a little bit of corruption within the police force, or the police force being threatened, which goes with this franchise anyway, because remember, Blaze and Axel are ex-police officers who said, we're retiring, we're going to do other stuff, and they kind of come in and help out. And unlike in Streets of Rage 1, they don't necessarily have the connections in high places in this one because of the fact that Mr. X took the police department over, and so in that case, like, okay, we gotta do this ourselves. But in Streets of Rage 3's case, they do have that kind of going on as far as how that is. And it is interesting kind of how both of those games do. And I love this game. In fact, I said, I love all the Streets of Rage games. I said, people liked Streets of Rage 3 when it came out, but it's also something I think over the years people said, oh no, we have problems with stuff with the audio maybe, the way the sound was in that game, because it sounds kind of radically different than this, sort of. Maybe cases of things they did with the gameplay was weird. The case they censored that one much more than this, say, when they came over to the US and saying, wait, they made it harder for us in ways that seemed like it was kind of cheap. And people were saying, like, we don't like this as much. But I think over the time, over the years, I should say, it's a case where I think maybe... in fact, in my case, even as someone who never really had those kind of hang-ups with Streets of Rage 3 anyway, a case of maybe people being able to appreciate more. And I definitely can, as far as saying, like, okay, I love 1 and 2, but then saying, let's take a look at the other ones people don't say. In fact, I mentioned this when we looked at it, as far as looking at 3, as far as the preview. It's not dissimilar to ElecVerse, what you said on Donkey Kong Country 3. You say, people love Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2, but what about 3? I like that one the most. It makes it kind of the same way with Streets of Rage 3, as far as listening to the first two. And understandable, because the first two games are awesome. Then what does the third game really do to mix things up? He said, come on! As we got Barb on, he's the boss here. And it's interesting thinking what, seeing the evolution of all of the Streets of Rage games, really the evolution of any game in this that is part of the franchise, which is everything except for Sega Swirl and Wrestle War, I think. Oh yeah, we got him. Yeah, that was actually really quick. Yeah, that's right. Every game in this is part of a franchise except for Sega Swirl and Wrestle War. There you go. That is Streets of Rage 2. You know, I'll do one more case as far as, you know, what's the name of this track? Because it sounds like ass in this. I'll say this. This doesn't sound good. I'm looking back at my ancient notes. Spin of the Bridge. I love how Spin of the Bridge sounds on the Genesis version, but on this one it sounds so high-pitched and screechy. Even though you do still the nice sights here as far as, you know, what's going on in the background of the city. You never really kind of paid attention to when we played it on Genesis. The only other thing I'll say is that one thing I don't think I indicated enough on this game is that for some reason, maybe just me, there's more slowdown in this than on Genesis, that's true, which I didn't bring mention of till now. But I'll say, I don't know, I get the sense that even when playing as other characters like Axel, or not Axel, No, yeah, with Axel, but also with Blaze in particular when I was doing my audio test today, is that where, for some reason, this game feels slower than the original release. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's the frame rate. I don't know. I know in Max's case, he's the slowest character, so that makes sense. But as far as everything else, that I don't know. Those are hearing what this sounds like as far as Spin of the Bridge. It sounds much more cacophonous in this version. Sometimes people said that was Street Fighter 3's soundtrack, but even as far as that, it sounded more appealing there. Even with this one, because I'll say this, as much as I love the soundtrack of Street Fighter 3, I would not say Spin of the Bridge is my favorite piece of music in the soundtrack by a long shot. But just because of the way it sounds on Genesis, there's certain things about it that it just sounds maybe more pleasing. Even though parts of this sound almost there, but when you hear the Genesis compared to this, it's no contest. Yeah, I'll go this to the end of this and we'll fight Jet. I guess I'll briefly give you a sense of how, Dreamer, is that the one with level 3? Yes. Dreamer still sounds good in this, but again, it sounds better in Genesis. So that's, like as I said, I'm sounding like a broken record here, but that's kind of the idea as in why I'm showing this collection. And I guess a little bit of a twist when you think about the classic game compilation shows, but also on the April Fool's Day shows, because I said, Digimon Racing was better than you'd think, so I said, let's give you something else. But I said, well, instead of giving a flat-out bad game, let me give you a bad collection of good games. And also, outside of doing it for one of the annual compilation shows, it's the only time I'm going to be able to show this. Although, I'll be honest here, this sounds almost like the Genesis game exactly, so, again, maybe with the emulator, as far as this, they almost had it. It was like, yeah, I wish they'd be able to finish the job on this baby to make it great. And as I mentioned, they did give perspectives of being able to, run the emulator. People basically pirate the thing. It's on the ISO of this disc, from what I understand. It was not when I put the disc in my PC to see what was on there. It wasn't that way. It was just like, actually, I think they have like codes for Virtua Cop 2 that are on that, as well as the installer for Sega Swirl for PC, and the music of the main menu for this collection. But even other people kind of use that as a way to emulate stuff on Dreamcast as far as anything for Genesis, but still sounds awful because it's using the same emulator. And also, I'll say this as far as the way of, there being something on this to tell people how to pirate this thing. I mean, I guess it's after the fact, after the game came out, so it's not like we're dealing with today, or from literally today, where Rockstar Games was hacked again, and they basically, their people, this group called, what's their name? Shiny Hunters, as if Pokemon doesn't have enough shit going on with itself as to take care of with Pokemon Champions coming out. Because, yeah, Nintendo couldn't, and Game Freak, they couldn't, let the idea that Pokemon Pokopia is the best viewed Pokemon game of any of them, including the RPGs, and say, you know what, we sold 2.5 million units of this thing in 4 days, we got people to accept game key cards without any question, finally, and we're begging, like, what is going to make them finally relent on that? And they say, oh, we're going to, bring out Pokemon Champions that has a lot of problems with it. It clearly was not ready to be released. And a case of saying, it's Pokemon with Sonic Mania coming out, and then Sonic Forces was coming out was. But anyway, point of, Rockstar being, hacked again, saying they're going to release stuff of that on, in a couple days, probably when I upload this, if they don't get money from Rockstar. And the question saying, like, yeah, I hope the hell that doesn't, result in the game being delayed again, or Rockstar going back on what they said, saying, oh yeah, we're not charging $100 for this thing. They confirmed saying, we're going to charge the price of a normal game, so $70, $80 probably. But I will say, if that happens, you blame those fucking hackers. I'll say that right now. Do not give them any, qualm. Where, at least in this case, they said, alright, we released this thing, we had problems with it, it came out, and they're like, hey, do you want to actually emulate this thing, or pirate this emulator? But, okay, for this emulator, why would you want to? I mean, back then, maybe it was okay, because it was 2001, like 25 years ago. But nowadays, like, no, you don't want to do that. You want to get a really good emulator and run something for Genesis that way. Or, I don't know, buy this damn game, because it's so readily available on everything, pretty much. I mean, for God's sake, eventually we played this, I have like 7 versions of this game that I could have chosen. And I couldn't show the Genesis version at the time, because my Genesis was broken. Thanks to Nocturne, who helped me out as far as that shit. And I'll definitely thank her as far as that, even with some of the stuff I had to say about her a couple weeks ago, or even tonight to a certain extent. she's definitely helped as far as a lot of stuff, and I don't have any, ill taste as far as her that way. But the point is of saying that I had like 7 versions of this game I could have chose to play. So in that case, just go that way. But we did beat Stage 2. I do feel I want to clarify that because of what I said earlier as far as the background as far as Nocturne myself. Oh, I said it on the show. I said that, yeah, we were together. Like, okay, fine, we're not. That's either way. It's like, but I'm also not doing that as a case of saying, like, oh, yeah, this is something to be embarrassing as far as, like, no, that's not the intention whatsoever. I feel like I want to explain because she just disappeared after a couple months, or a couple, the 2 times we showed, and I was embarrassed myself because I felt awful as it was, but I also said, I don't want to say to people out there, like, hey, tell too much of my life story, I guess, is number one. I mean, I'll go into this before we go on to something next. I may as well explain this. But I felt like I'm lying to everybody, and that made me feel bad, too. I said, I don't want to give a sense of that, but I also don't want to say this, because it's something that, not a good case. But then, ElecVerse, I want to thank you. It's a case where, honestly, maybe you've given me, you and a lot of people tonight, have really kind of given me the comfort of saying, well, all right, I'm going to open myself a bit as far as when it makes sense and it's pertinent. I'm not saying, oh, I'm going to bring this up for no reason or anything for that reason. But maybe that's something that kind of helped me get in a case of that. Okay, and you are hearing Dreamer. This does sound pretty good, even as far as on this, So this collection can't completely destroy this song. It just doesn't sound as good as it does in the Genesis, I'll say that. And above anything else, I'll tell you this as far as that with her, I just want to say, like, well, I did want to say, like, getting Mega Man Legends set, and we were able to figure that, and I'm glad of that, But I wasn't going to say, no, I'm going to say stop it. But I didn't know how it was going to go, and as I said, ElecVerse, yeah, I know you thought, like, hey, she disappeared after 2 shows, like, did I do something? No, you didn't. And like, that was the reason why. I feel like I owed you that explanation above anything else. But also, as I said, it is pertinent to discussion, saying like, hey, people coming and going in our lives, what that's looking like, people that, and she's not this way. In case of saying, hey, feeling that, what is it? Feeling that, I guess people not being who you think they are. That's not the case with her. No, not at all. And a case where, like, I don't feel any bad case as far as that. It's just a case of, sometimes I was saying, hey, we're going to do a scoping session show. I haven't heard from her in a while. I was initially worried, but then I got a sense that she's okay. I do want to hear from her, but I said, I can't, wait as far as that with her. I mean, I do owe the case of saying, all of you saying, okay, we got to keep the show going as far as how it is. And you're saying, like, oh, yeah, that's not the case. If that's an indication she doesn't want to be on the show anymore. That's her choice. I'm going to say that as far as I'm not going to necessarily argue that if that's even what it is or what. But having said that, I said, like, okay, that's why I'm going to say we're going to play Thing of the X myself. Also, I know she'd rather play the sequel, or the remake, I should say, as is. But also saying, like, all right, I just want to make sure of that, because, like, yeah, I wanted to give her the ideas for the scoping session show is going to be, but I can't now, because I haven't heard anything as far as that. I mean, maybe I will. Maybe it's the case as far as that. And I said, depending on what it is, I won't have any hard feelings because, hey, you know what? Something horrible happened that she has to deal with. Like, I'll understand that. I'm not going to say, okay, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, okay, the after effect looks kind of like it's almost garbled a little bit as we're on the ship here. But, I just said, if there's something like that, like, I understand that. I won't, if she comes in chat right now and says, like, oh, glad to see you, and I say, I feel bad as far as some of the things I was mentioning, but it's like, look, I'm not going to have any hard feelings. Like, thank God you're here, and if you really do want to be in a case of this, as far as coming to the show, again, in cases where, we're able to figure that, and you're going to commit to that and all that stuff, like, we'll do that, I said, I'm not made of stone. None of us are, and I think that's what we're realizing tonight, and when I first did what you did with Kingdom Hearts brilliantly, you ripped the Band-Aid off of stuff that people do not talk about normally on a gaming stream, because it's like, oh, I'm going to bring down the room, what's the reason to bring this up? You make it contextual with the program, and given the idea of saying, I said with this collection, I said, I could come in this thing, I was thinking to myself, I'm going to come in this collection and be ready to rip this thing a new asshole, because I felt that way when it came out 25 years ago. But as time's gone on, I guess it mellowed out, maybe a case of putting in perspective, understanding the case of saying, look, I am not a game developer, so it's easy for me to sit back here and toss rocks out of my glass house and say, they fucked with simulation. I mean, they did, yes, but also saying, like, oh, yeah, you know what, not understanding what they're trying to do. Like, look, I read what came out in the manual at the beginning of the show. I said, they wanted to give a good collection on this, giving these amazing games. Even cases of one game that never came out here. In fact, we'll take a look at that one next, I think, just because. And saying, like, oh, great. I didn't want to come to this collection even 25 years ago and say this game is awful or they ported these things not great except for 2 things on this. And I hate that I had to say that. So in that case, it's like, well, at this point, let's take a look. That's why I'm also looking at this and saying, like, they almost get this, and it makes me, I guess, a little more frustrated saying they didn't get there, but also maybe understanding the idea, saying, like, you almost had it. So that case of saying, like, I'm disappointed, but also saying that you almost got there, and I feel bad at that case. Because with that case saying, like, well, you know what, this could have and should have been something that if you own a Dreamcast, you should own this collection. But unless you're buying this for Sega Swirl and you don't have it somewhere else, or you're buying it for Virtua Cop 2, I don't know if I can justify that. As far as how much this game costs, I'll go to the end of this and we'll hear briefly Interlogic, and I'm going to stop because I've been playing Streets of Rage 2 for too long. But, yeah, some of the stuff I think we need to get out myself and all of you. But also saying, well, yeah, for this, you get him. Yeah, okay, you're seeing it slowing down a lot. That's definitely a bit of a problem. I'm saying that I would have loved to come in and say, like, no, the critics are wrong as far as this. This is a great collection. And I guess if nothing else, we're seeing that idea that how far emulation really has come. And nowadays, like, why do I point out saying, like, what's the emulation like? And I guess also the other thing we mentioned, sometimes it comes to other things reflected badly or rebuilt badly or whatever that is. And that is the idea that does it drive the price of the old games up, or it's a case of thinking like, well, you know what, do I trust this? Do you then maybe not trust the company if they keep having problems with this? And Sega had a lot of problems with it, but in other cases where they haven't, cases where they're great. Like that Sonic Ultimate Genesis collection, I want to come up with a reason to show that. In fact, the reason I know we'll show it eventually is when we get the Kid Chameleon. I'm using that collection for it. And the only reason I'm using that collection for it is because the controller. The Xbox 360 controller, believe it or not, because you can remap the buttons any way you want. For that game, which has a dedicated run button, it sounds weird as anything, I mapped that to the right trigger for the purpose of playing that game, so I can hold the run button the entire time and have the jump button and the attack button free on my hands at any time. It is better to play that game with than even the Genesis controllers of fighting Yamza. But with the sword, he will go down quickly. And also because Max is as strong as he is, and I'm doing really good, honestly. Jesus Christ! Maybe I should be playing as Max for this entire game at some point again. God. I just decimated him. I've never done that in all the years I've been playing this game. Alright, gonna have a little bit of a listen on Underlogic, and then we're going on. Yeah, okay, so there you go. That is Streets of Rage 2. Again, I did celebrate this music as far as it when we looked at it. Good lord, how long is... Okay, when did we look at this thing? Okay, this was back in 2022. This is back in November of 2022. Because one thing I'll mention while I'll also let this go is that for tonight's show, I have the notes of the Sega Smash Pack Volume 1 for the individual games in it that I don't have notes for, and also to find out stuff about that I never knew. And all the years I've been playing some of these things. I actually pulled out my old books. I have the first book Christianity 64 you gave me, the Do All Things with Kindness. I said, where are my Streets of Rage 2 notes? They're in this. Where are my Revenge of Shinobi notes? Oh, right, they're in the other one that I got when I was at Staples years ago and got a triple pack's worth. And he was like, yeah, I was in the aisle 10 minutes trying to say, like, decide, like, what's going to be good for the book. And he's like, that's amazing. I was like, there you go. But also all these great memories, and I guess the idea of how far we've come for this show, but also us in general. I appreciate that. And see, this is a case of me being, you know, I guess over-emotional. What was that weird thing with the animation on him or the sprite? It's strange. Usually gets that at the end of the show, but I'm getting to the end, to the middle of this show. All right, there you go. Underlogic, let's get going. Okay. Okay, so that's Streets of Rage 2. All right, next. Wait a sec, where'd Streets of Rage 2 go? I thought I added that on. Okay. All right, this game I'm curious it even has an entry. Okay, it does. Let's go. Okay, now this game, this in a way was something that got me excited when it came to this collection, because this is a game we're going to play next that never was released in this country as far as on Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, because it came in Europe and it came in Japan, but US never got it, and to this very day, the Mega Drive version is only in this collection. So if you want the Mega Drive version of Wrestle War here, you gotta buy this collection. The other thing you can alternatively do is you can buy the Astro City Mini V, which is a newer Astro City Mini unit. I have the original one, which I want to show at some point on the show, but that new one has the arcade version of Wrestle War, because this is an arcade port. Okay, let's talk Wrestle War. It was also our first wrestling game on the show, believe it or not. Alright, this came out in February of 1989 in the US, and, let's see. Oh, right, this was, actually, I don't think Japan, Japan didn't get the arcade version, I don't think. I don't think they did. But anyway, I think it was April of 1989 in the arcades first. It was a Sega RD2 developed game for their System 16 board, and a lot of System 16 games coming home here tonight. As far as this Mega Drive version, it came out in Japan on June 28th of 1991, and also in June at some date that was not indicated of 1991 in Europe for the Sega Mega Drive. That was what the Genesis was known as over in those regions. US never got this. As far as who made it, well, it was programmed by someone named Junya Kobori, but also known as Funky George. His background includes doing work on Cloudmaster for the Famicom, and also doing engineering on Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacation, which came out in Japan. That was after they stopped making the Dead or Alive Extreme games in the US, or releasing them over here, as is the case. The music was with a guy called, a guy or gal named Anupone. I tried to look like, who is that? Is there some actual name indicated? Because I mentioned, like, the idea of they went under pseudonyms or surnames or special names that are hidden so their talent wouldn't be poached. But I couldn't find anything as far as what this is. And also, when it comes to this game, since I've never played this until this collection came out, I don't know if this is... I don't know what to say on the port of this. Is this a case where this is even getting close to the original version or not? I think I might have looked a YouTube video up of the original game for Genesis or Mega Drive, because it never came out in Genesis, technically. I think it was bad, I guess, as far as the way the audio is here. But let's take a look at Wrestle War. Our experience in wrestling games is, or if you've ever played this, if you played this, you played this collection. That's going to be the idea as far as what Wrestle War is. From what I understand on this, the way they marketed this in Europe and the US for the arcade version, there was a thought that it was kind of going after the look of Hulk Hogan as it is, and I guess the cases of, like you see, he was with the WWF at the time, as is now known WWE, because the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, the World Wrestling Federation was what it was known as. The WWF acronym was bought up by the World Wildlife Foundation in 2002. So they changed it to WWE of World Wrestling Entertainment. And Hulk Hogan, I believe, was with the WWF back in the day. And then he was with, I think, WCW later as far as World Championship Wrestling. As far as wrestling cases, a lot of my experiences on Nintendo 64, particularly those games from Aki, particularly the WWF, actually, not WWF, no, not Attitude, they didn't make Attitude. God, what is it? WCW vs. NWO World Tour and Revenge, and then the WWF games of WrestleMania 2000 and No Mercy. The last two, believe it or not, I never played those, but I do have those two WCW games, and they're great. Whether you like wrestling or not, they're awesome. This one question on that. There is two-player on this as well. As far as your controls on this, you have punching, which is on the A button, kicking on B button, also on punch button. When you knock them down to the mat, you can pick them up on A button. If you're in the right place, you can stomp them when they're on the ground, and then doing the grapple was on C button. In your case on difficulty, you said time of match, say no time. We're going 3 minutes. Let's hit this.
Welcome to Wrestle War.
You do have clear voices. Okay, here we go. Basically, just pretty much hit buttons. And when this comes up, basically hit all the buttons as much as you can, so you hopefully have your power up enough. Okay, I didn't. So in that case, I got my ass knocked to the mat. Basically, just hit buttons when you're trying to be pinned. Basically, what you want to do is you want to try and get him down as far as that. And if you hit him enough and hit him hard enough on that power struggle, you can at least get his case of getting him weak enough so that you can pin him and get him down to 3. But yeah, I'm just hitting that. He comes back, it changes the perspective, and then I can punch him. But I miss. Now, when I first played this game, like, how the fuck do you play this game? But I think now I kind of understand the idea, but it's not necessarily that intuitive. It also doesn't sound that great, although the voices are kind of good. And also, you have to time what the jump is going to be when it goes in. Yeah, if I miss as far as that kick, I'm pulling my ass down onto the mat. Also, you can go out of the ring, which I only found out that you could do by accident when I was doing tests today. Get off me. This is a button masher like crazy. I mean, even those Nintendo 64 games I love so much, they are too. But in some ways, there seems like maybe there's more finesse as far as that. Although, to be honest, I'm not necessarily the one to ask as far as wrestling games. Or wrestling really that much in general. Not that I necessarily follow it much. I mean, I didn't. But there are other people I kind of knew, sort of, as far as it. Punch you, can I? Oh, no, I guess I can't. Yeah. They stomp his chest, and then when he gets down enough to, like, nothing in his health. That doesn't mean he's dead, it's worth pointing out in this game, or that he'll be knocked out. Oh, crap. Unfortunately, yeah, he did that to me. But now we're both on the mat. I mean, some of the animation's pretty good as far as how these wrestlers are. And they are big, so as far as size, it's not too bad. I want to knock his ass down, now I'm going to pin him.
1, 2, 3.
Got him. Alright, and we win. Having said that, this game, I guess, just this one, it seems kind of repetitive and mindless, although, as I said, if I knew better as far as wrestling games, or wrestling in general, that might be a bit different, as we're going to go to Minneapolis to fight Mr. J. Although this is way before Batman the Animated Series. But yeah, there is America that's like, I don't know, like a word bubble, but it does everything indicated in the right place as far as, I guess, San Francisco over there, Minneapolis right in the start. Dallas is not that south in Texas. Miami's over there, and then New York City. So off we go. Okay, so I'm gonna clean the mat with your face. All right, tough words. Let's see if he backs it up.
Welcome to Wrestle War.
Yeah, and to think this is a Genesis game or a Mega Drive game, as I mentioned, that never came out in the U.S. And I don't know why it didn't come out here. I don't know if it's a case where maybe Sega thought that there was going to be a question of either they weren't going to see sales on this, they thought, or I don't know if maybe the way they marketed for the arcade game was something where, I don't know, they thought there might be a legal question perhaps, or I mean, honestly, if I'm going to guess, and what I looked up, I didn't necessarily find any answer, like why this never came over. I'm going to assume that it's because the arcade version, since it did come out here, I guess it was something where it wasn't really that popular, I guess, but I don't know if that ever stopped Sega before. When you think of other arcade ports of theirs, like, as far as like really obscure stuff, like eSWAT, or like, I'm trying to think of like really obscure arcade or ports of Sega's from the Genesis. Usually it didn't matter. It's a case where usually they all would come home if they made a version, and it wouldn't be a case where they'd say, oh, it's only going to be in one region or two regions in the case of this, and not the US. So I don't know why Sega said no on this one. And it was still pretty early. I mean, I guess maybe the thought of thinking, well, okay, look in the wrestling game landscape of what I know. I know one big case is that actually a lot of the WWF games were developed by Rare on the NES. I don't know, maybe they thought, well, I don't know, would this go well against those? Although I don't know necessarily if those games were really well received or not. The thought is that maybe they were, maybe they weren't. And honestly, even as far as wrestling games on the Genesis, it wasn't until later when I really kind of noticed some of them coming around, because I know some of the WWF Raw games came out. I know WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game, was on a bunch of systems, Genesis included. That was kind of more, not as much of a wrestling game straight like this one, as is the case. And there's Titan Morgan. I've never seen him, by the way, in my life, because it's a case where I never sat down and really kind of gave this a case. Yeah, you're looking at the guy you want to hit. Okay, there you go. We'll punch him, fair enough. We'll take him down. I mean, I guess in a way, it's almost like Punch-Out of was like wrestling, although that's, I don't know. I mean, it's not as good as Punch-Out. No way. I would definitely not say that. And also, even though I now know the idea of what it is, basically it's a case where I'm just hitting damn buttons and stomping them on when he gets on the mat. And then when I get in grapple, I basically just hitting every button rapidly to hope my power is going to be high enough so that I overpower him. But also be kind of disorienting when it comes to, you know, those changes in view. Yeah, like that. Like, oh yeah, how did I lose that? It looks like it was kind of in the middle, but also my power gauge. Sometimes it's a case where, like, am I actually beating him as far as that? So, I mean, it's not a bad game, but it's a case where I'm saying, well, what am I really doing? I'm like, you're just mashing buttons. We sometimes talk about that. The idea is like, hey, what button mashing looks like? What does it look like? And it's a case where, I mean, it's straight and simple, but also, I don't know. Maybe I don't know enough about wrestling. I don't know. I mean, my experience with wrestling games, as I mentioned, is not a whole lot. The only other examples I know, aside from those ones on the Nintendo 64, are... What? Oh, right. Okay, at least I could show this. I could show coming out of the ring. If you're out here too long, you're going to lose. So, get up. Be able to pick up a chair and bash me with it. Oh, crap. I need to get my ass out of here. Ow. Let me through. Hold on. Okay, there you go. I guess you have to hit the A button when you come towards that, or I guess the C button, I guess, when I get out of the way. Ow! Yeah, the other wrestling experience I have, sort of, is Rumble Roses, which I have the PlayStation 2 version of. But I also played Double X, the 360 version, which is okay, but it's also something where, I don't know, it kind of was, it's like the Daryl Live Extreme thing, where it got a sequel saying, like, oh yeah, give more content in the sequel, but honestly, the sequel kind of, I don't know, it just didn't hit right. Alright, he's out, so I could go out there and pin him. But now also I changed over here, so it's kind of a little weird as far as how that goes. You know, he's down. Crap, but now I got hit. Like, how did I do that? I mean, when I first played this game, I was like, how am I playing this? What's going on? Alright, if I can get him down on the mat and get him set. Yeah, can I knock him down, please? I tried to deck him as I ran, but it seems like a lot of these things are kind of going to random. Alright, I'm losing. Fair enough. I think I showed off enough as far as this anyways, at least enough to get the point across. Alright, to continue? No. As far as the sound, I can't say how bad this is compared to the original, but it ain't good. Alright, so game over. Yeah, so there you go, and as I mentioned, not in US, so yeah, if you want to play Wrestle War for Mega Drive, you gotta buy this collection, or get the S-City Mini V, which has the arcade version. Never played that one, so it might be worth an idea of taking a look at that at some point. Okay, what do we got left? Let's just get a sense of that. We looked at Swirl, we looked at Sonic, Altered Beast, Vectorman. Okay, we don't have columns in the RPGs left. And Virtua Cop. Okay, so we're all over here. Let's see. You know, let's look at columns, because I have something I want to go into on that one. We've shown columns on the show before. It's also one that tends to be sometimes a little divisive. Which columns is it? Okay, that one. Yeah, that actually is a very good question to ask, saying, what columns is it? Okay, good. It updated. Okay, columns. I learned a lot when I was doing notes on this one. This came out for Sega Genesis in 1990 on June 30th from Sega. It was an arcade game first in March of 1990. Thing is, I was under the wrong impression, until I started taking the notes for this, that this was something Sega originally made. It was not something Sega originally made. This is a game that was on the PC in 1989 from this guy called Jay Geertsen. He worked at Hewlett-Packard back then. He made this game called X Columns on the HP UX operating system. It basically was a project he was working on for programming for the company. Something he was kind of doing as far as things they had going. He ported the PC and the Macintosh. Sega caught wind of the idea of this. They liked the idea of what this was like. They want to get the rights. because Hewlett-Packard owned it technically because he made it whilst he was working for them. They said, okay, we have to go through us. We're going to sell it to Sega. They were able to do it. They did. And the proceeds that came from it, then Hewlett-Packard decided we're going to sell them, or they gave the proceeds away to the United Way as far as donation. And it's interesting that, because I know St. Aspartame, a friend of mine going back years ago, he hates columns. I mentioned that when we looked at this before, saying, what part do you like best, the crappy graphics or the awful gameplay? He said, I think this is a game that was only made, I guess, because Sega wanted their version of Tetris. And as it turns out, technically, I wasn't. It was technically a case where I guess Sega saw that and said, hey, we want to have this. I don't know if they necessarily did or didn't think about Tetris at the time. I also don't think it was necessarily a case of Sega not being able to release their Sega Tetris game for Sega Genesis, because it was in arcades. They did have rights to that one. We came to that Genesis game, they had to cancel because Nintendo got the exclusive rights, which was indicated over the years by a lot of people, including as reference when we played Tetris Plus by the gaming historian, who is stepping away, by the way, from what he's doing. As the case, he's saying, like, after all this time, I'm drained, I'm taking a break, or basically kind of stopping this, but I had such a great ride, and we definitely salute him for the case of what he did for giving information about all that stuff. But because Sega didn't have the rights to start Tetris for that Genesis case, not many actual copies that got out. If you get an actual copy of that, it's like $50-something thousand, but they since ported it to the Genesis Mini 1 because they went and got the rights back for it from Hank Rogers and Alexei Pajitnov. So a question of, was columns necessarily being a case where they were chasing that around? I don't know. I mean, from what I'm getting a sense of, maybe, maybe not, but it was not a case where it was even made by Sega, which is kind of a fascination to me. As far as the number on this one, I just want to get a sense, because this was actually a game that was kind of quiet. And a game, I'll say this, I'll stick up for columns a little bit in the sense that this is something that I find very relaxing, as we're going to see once more. So let's go. As far as the music in this, it was done by Tokihiko Uwabo, who did music for Castle of Illusion for Sega Genesis, as well as sound design for Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Sonic & Knuckles, Golden Axe 3, Art and Senna's Super Monaco GP2, Quackshot starring Donald Duck, Eastwatch City Under Siege, which I mentioned before, and Susarian, and Phantasy Star II, which we'll probably look at that one next. Okay, so yeah, you're also seeing its arcade origins here. Basically, move the joystick left around, you basically swap the color of the jewels on the piece that comes down. It's basically just that straight piece going downwards. You're not rotating that. You're basically switching where the colored gems are within it, and you line it up vertically, horizontally, and diagonally of 3 or more. As you do that, they clear. In easy, they give you like the flashing case going, saying, hey, drop here, and based upon this, you can also have chain reaction. If you get the magic jewel, you hit that, and you drop it on any colored gem, and it goes away, or gets rid of all of them of the same color. And if you get a chain reaction, you pump up the juice. That sounds interesting as far as them wording that way. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can do that, but honestly, I'll say this with columns for me. Sometimes that happens at random. And the sound is going to be a little bit of a case of itself that's not that great. But there you go. So yeah, it is also kind of colorful as how it looks, saying, like, yeah, we got the gems as far as like the Phoenician look as far as how this game's going. And I'm very enlightened, honestly, when it came to doing the notes. That's also why I do the notes for the show. It's not just a case of saying, hey, having talking points for all of you, which I definitely do, but also cases I end up finding stuff about games that I never knew in all the years I've been playing, and then saying, I get to share it with all of you. Just like you share all of your information that you find out about games with me, and I appreciate that. Okay, so yeah, we have your difficulties. I'm going to run normal. Your controls are basically just moving the D-pad as far as moving the blocks left and right, dropping down with down, and then rotating on any of the buttons. And color test. You know, I'll show the color test briefly. This is not really too much. Oh wait, I gotta hit start on that. If you hit A button or any of the buttons, you go back into the track mode. As you know, now I gotta hit A. Oops. Okay, so there we... Do I? Oh, what button I hit? Okay, I hit B. Alright, I don't know what to say as far as the color test, because you're testing your the colors of your TV. Alright, we're done. Let's do some playing. Yeah, it sounds garbled. That's the other problem now. Let's start easy. As they said, you get hints until level 3. Because you get enough points, you get up to different levels, and they'll flash saying, hey, you can go here. Also, I'll reiterate a story Crusader 64 told me. A friend of his is a fan of, well, I said this earlier, we played Revenge of Shinobi, but I'll reiterate it again now. A friend of his was saying, hey, he's a big fan on the Dreamcast, but he also has to buy another one. I was like, well, why do you have to buy another one? Don't you have one? He's like, I do. But my mom basically hijacked and is playing this game. She loves playing columns. And when I first heard this, well, my first thought was saying, like, oh, great, a fellow Dreamcast fan, number one. But then I also said, well, wait, what do you mean that he's playing columns on the Dreamcast? That wasn't on the Dreamcast. And I stopped and I thought, I was like, oh, wait, yeah, it is. It's in this shitty collection as far as how it is. They're like, oh, yeah, you're right, okay. So the case that there are people kind of got into this, and in some ways I kind of get into this too, although I guess to address what St. Aspartame said, because I will think that way and think of, you know, the other perspective of people like not liking this. And it seems to be maybe in some ways the constant as far as people not enjoying this game too much. As opposed to something like Tetris or something like that. I mean, it is something where it's able to pick up the way that a lot of those other games are. But maybe it's a case where I find this more as a game that's about relaxing, and I have fun playing it as far as how it is, but maybe not something where I get necessarily as insanely hooked, like, oh god, I gotta keep playing this the way that, I don't know, something like Tetris or Panel de Pon or something like that is. Oh, that's not to say that I don't get hooked playing this. It sounds like that makes no sense what I said as I gotta level up. And what I mean by that is that, well, every so often it's one of those games I kind of will just put in. It's like, you know, I want to relax. I just want to play something and kind of, I guess, maybe escape as far as how it is. But also a case of sometimes saying, like, yeah, you know what, I will be addicted enough of saying, like, hey, I'll say, like, oh, let's play this game for, like, 10 minutes. Sometimes I will do that. But other cases, like, I'll play it for, like, an hour. Like, oh, yeah, I played this game for an hour. I think maybe also part of it is because Columns is pretty straightforward. As far as what you're seeing is what you're getting. Which is a good thing in the sense of saying, hey, if you've never come to a game like this before, but that's not to say that the puzzle games are not like that, like Tetris. Anybody can come to that in cases where that one's endured maybe more than this one has. Although, Sega has tried different cases of playing around with this. We've shown a couple. We showed Columns 2, the arcade game. They made Columns 3 for Sega Genesis as well, and they made other ones. I know they made, was it the Game Boy Advance one? Columns Crown. And then I know they made other cases as far as certain things. And there's a collection worth on the Sega Saturn as well. And something where I guess then, I don't know, maybe the case that because Tetris has hung around for so long, and this one, I don't know if Sega's really done a new version of this in a long time. It's like almost, and to me, I see this for them the way they see with Altered Beast, in the sense that Sega keeps re-releasing this game, I think, more maybe above anything else, because in some ways, it's almost like a tradition as far as the Genesis, the case that it's something that is easy for them to put out, and something simple that'll satisfy as far as something quick, but then saying that it's like Altered Beast, the case that you always see this in collection, because like, oh yeah, wait, we got this again. I mean, okay, sometimes people say that on Sonic the Hedgehog, I guess, but I mean, question as far as the idea of what that's like, and then saying, like, I don't know, maybe it's something where, as we're getting close to the top, so it's gonna be trouble, and you get the music going on, so it's a little dynamic. I do like that. Whether I'll be able to live through this, that's the question. I do not know if I'm going to. I'll say this is also, if nothing else, this might be a game, something I'm going to say is maybe damning this with faint praise, and I'll do another round after I fail this. In some ways, I see this as a great game to play when you're going to go to sleep. People's like, oh, it means it's boring, right? Some people could see it that way, maybe, but honestly, the way I see it is that it's something where, right before you're going to go to sleep, and I'll put in the initials as far as this, it's something that kind of maybe gets you really relaxed. It also kind of plays that nice way, particularly with the sound. This is Clotho. This is the name of the music as far as this. And I love how this sounds. Now let's show how hard it is. Yeah, the blocks drop faster. As you go along, that's what's going to happen. So in that way, it seems like maybe one of those great cases of saying you want to go to sleep because you want to be relaxed, as opposed to saying like, oh, this is so boring, it's going to put you to sleep. as I mentioned, depending on who you are, I know Santos Pertain would say, like, that's a good way of putting it. You're basically admitting this game is garbage. Like, I would say that exactly as far as this. It's a complicated one for me as far as columns. And even when we looked at the puzzle showcase, I did say, like, yeah, you know what? This is not something that is as great as some of the other puzzle games. We showed other ones as far as other ones I'd rather play, but that's also not to say that there's not a place for columns, you know? Or when we showed off Midway Treasures, the first one, remember, they say it's the 1990s, it's time for clacks. I think that's something you could say with columns in a weird way, too. It's a case where sometimes it's time for columns. It just comes on randomly for me. Sometimes a case of me saying, I don't know, I just want to play columns. Can't necessarily explain it, but something where it's like, I'll sometimes feel that urge, and then at that case, it's like, oh, that comes about, and then a couple, maybe months or maybe years later, I then say, oh, I want to come back to it, and then I always come back and, yeah, I have a pretty good time as far as, you know? Unfortunately with this, even though I'm having a good time and I haven't necessarily complained about the way the emulation on this is exactly, it's not a case where it sounds that great. It should sound better. And something where, I don't know if it's a case where I recommend this puzzle game over others. Although in this collection, well, actually, in this collection of Sega Swirl, in some ways, maybe I'd suggest Sega Swirl over this, just because maybe it's a case you hadn't played it before. Although, I guess if you didn't play this before, this would be an okay case of itself. Although, as I mentioned, it's been ported better. The only other thing I'll briefly show, because there's not a whole lot to show right now, the menu. I have to remember hit start button on menu. Because one thing on this I didn't indicate is that you have the original game as far as you play two-player, but you can also run flash columns. I'll show this. I'll show this on Novice. I'll also play another music that's not Clotho. Let's show what Thesis. And then we'll move on. We have the two RPGs, and we have one other thing we'll get into this. That being said, usually I play this, I only listen to Clotho, because the default music they give is for the arcade mode. But how flash columns works, just to give you an idea, is that you see that green block down there? The idea of how that's looking, it seems like it's kind of flashing a bit. You have to dig down in order to clear it out, and usually what happens is that on the higher difficulties for this, they will not let you have it right at the top, so you basically have to kind of just go through and basically dig your way out in order to get it and clear it, and when you do it, you've done it. And at that case, that's it. Although the idea is that you want to basically turn it on to a higher difficulty, so at that case, you then try it as far as it, and then you go in deeper. You know what, I'll show that. I'm going to briefly show that, and then we'll move on, and what I'm also going to do for this is I'm going to pick intentionally not doing it as far as it. So let me go to that. I'm going to go to, I'll keep it on Novice, but get the height high. I'm going to look at Atropos as far as the music. Alright, okay, so here we go. We have it up here. Now I gotta get to that yellow one that's down at the bottom, so that's where it gets a little more difficult. So there's more variety, but maybe that's the case. I'm almost wondering if maybe, here might be the answer as far as saying about columns. What if you, how about this? How about you give this to Resonator? You give it to the people who made Tetris Effect Connected that we, Gemini96 in chat and I are going to be doing a scoping session of next month. And then all for, actually for Memorial Day weekend. That's, maybe give that to them and say, oh yeah, you know, rethink this thing. Because that's also what they did with Lumines for that Lumines Arise, which I still have to buy that. Although I am also waiting for word if they're going to do a physical version, as they said. We might, although they haven't necessarily committed to it yet or not. Which is too bad. I'd like to get a sense of the physical version, but as I said, if we can't have one, I'll buy it digitally. Or wait for sale. Because that was my case last week, because I did pop it on PlayStation 5 last week. Partially because I wanted to buy Poker Night the inventory. We talked about it with Poker Night 2, and I said, I'm not letting that one, you know, go away. So I did buy it for that, so at some point we will play that for show. And maybe they'll release Poker Night 2. I mean, they got the first one back, so maybe they get the second one. As far as how it is. I'd like to try this. As far as columns, well, actually, Dollyvin, you sort of did. Well, yeah, you did when we did the puzzle showcase. We do have her on tape saying, like, yeah, I don't know if I'm feeling this, although maybe it's also the case that we were near the end of the night, perhaps, as far as it. So in that case, maybe like, yeah, we went a long time. Maybe a case of like us being tired. I said maybe reinforcing what I said before. About this being a good getting ready to go to bed game for different reasons. But that being said, it is a case where, yeah, it is pretty interesting. It's not the best puzzle game you ever play, but still a case of saying it has its value, you know? And in that way, I will stick up for it. But I also understand when people would say, like, I'd rather play something else. And honestly, right, the other thing is that when you get a fail on this, if I can only do that again, I think you basically can continue, but I'm not going to continue. I think we're done as far as this. Right, you hit start to continue, but if you don't do anything, you basically are just going to quit out. Right, there you go. That's columns. Yeah, complicated one as far as, is it good or not? Emulation's a problem, yes. I think maybe I'm just numb to it now. Okay, so the last couple games we got tonight, we have the two RPGs. And with Virtua Cop 2, we're probably going to end on this one. Alright, so for the RPG... let's take a look at a franchise we have not yet tackled on this show. Where is it? Okay, that's interesting. Wait, did I select that? Yeah, I did. Okay, I just wanna get that set. All right, this is a pretty big game. It is technically, as far as size-wise, this is probably the longest game that's in this. This is Phantasy Star II. This is our first look at the Phantasy Star franchise, which was the RPG series of Sega's. In a way, it was going against Final Fantasy, although in the US, this did predate Final Fantasy by about a year, as did the first game of the franchise that came out in 1987. This is an RPG from Sega. It came out in 1989 in Japan as far... Well, actually, no, it still came out, I think, first in the US, because it came out in Japan on March 21st, 1989, and March 1990 in North America and Europe. For Sega Genesis, it was Sega who developed and published it. We get the audio set as far as this. I do want to turn that down a little bit, but not completely a case. At the time, this was a big deal, including the way that Sega marketed this. Because RPGs were not something you saw a whole lot, they said, we want to emphasize the fact that this is a huge game in terms of how long it is. In terms of the size of the cartridge, which was 6 megabits, the biggest cartridge game on a console at the time. It was a game that came with a manual of 110 pages. Now you can't get it. Nowadays you can't get a manual with any pages because they don't usually put manuals in games anymore. But back then they said we want to explain the idea of RPG as far as this. It was a game that Yuji Naka was involved in the programming on, and it was written and directed by Chieko Aoki, who also designed Tensei Bakuban for Sega Master System, and had art designed by Kazuyuki Shibata, who did graphic design for Dragon Force for Sega Saturn and the Grandia games, Grandia 1 for PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and Grandia 2 for the Dreamcast. This is an interesting one. It takes place in 1,000 years after the first game, for which was on Sega Master System, by the way. Playing as a government agent named Rolf. We live on the planet of Mota. And Mota's protected by someone called the Mother Brain. I think Metroid. Sort of. But it's the Mother Brain, not Mother Brain. But the idea is that Mother Brain in this game is supposed to be peaceful and protect everybody. But it's malfunctioned. And something's going on. And Rolf was sent out to take a look at this and say, what's going on here? This is a very ambitious franchise, even against something like Final Fantasy. It's also a case where this is early RPG, so this is actually the earliest RPG we've ever looked at on this program. And we come to this is another one of those they almost get it on the emulation. Alright, they'll also go in the story. This is the second planet of the Algo system. Yeah, so this does have a pretty interesting reach to itself. As far as the version we use when we get to this game, first off, I gotta practice this game, because it's hard. But also, the Sega Genesis Mini 2 is an enhanced version that is not as difficult, but also a case where it gives you some difficulty modifiers to make it a little easier, and also you have faster movement speed. Yeah, this is one of those you walk around, you run into random battles, you better be grinding like crazy in order to get anywhere as far as this, and also bring your guide handy, or read the instruction manual, which I think, it's almost like The Legend of Zelda, where I think they pretty much give you a sense of what are you doing to make sure you're going on. But yeah, Algo prospered under the care of a giant computer called the Mother Brain. Yeah, so not the same as Metroid, but Metroid came out before this. I don't know if Nintendo ever said, yes, Sega, you're stealing our idea, but it's an RPG. Metroid is not an RPG. There's an interesting atmosphere of this franchise, and it's also interesting thinking about every game in this series, particularly the first couple, as far as the console ones, because the first one on Sega Master System is like a dungeon crawler, first person in case of a dungeon crawler. And we have basically live under geodesic domes in this one as far as how it is, so basically we have crops growing. Phantasy Star III Generations of Doom is a case where when you play it, you start as one set of characters, and then it takes place then later on 1,000 years after. So you're playing as the ancestors of yourself by like 2 generations. And then Phantasy Star IV End of the Millennium, that came out later on the Sega Genesis. That's one where maybe is a little more traditional, but it also is extremely tight as far as how they set it up, and it is a terrific game. These games are all really interesting, but it's also a case of what's your favorite one. Or do you like Phantasy Star Online, which is not necessarily the same case as this, but that's the idea. But Evil starting the system again, we'll be able to unlock the Faithful Seeker of Algo. Maybe it'll be us. Yeah, this is a game we could be playing for a long time, so I'm just going to give a little bit of an indication. This game does have saving, as we're pointing out also this, which is this and Shining Force, which is the next game we're going to look at. These are the only ones that have saving. You can save to the VMU as far as this, to have your save data file running. Although, as we're pointing out, for some reason, this one, you have to do the save here, and you also do the save game over here. We're starting a new game as far as how this is going to look like. What's the name of your character? We're going to go Chronicles, so you go to the end as far as it just turns you as Rolf. So let's go. The atmosphere of this game is awesome, even with the weird sound emulation, although in this case, like with Revenge of Shinobi, this is one of the better sound emulation cases going on in this thing. Yeah. Young girl's battling a giant demon close by. I can't move or speak to help her. The only thing I can do is watch whilst the demon is striking at her, and we feel completely helpless. But God, look at the artwork on this. It's amazing. Even for something that came out in 1989. And she's fighting for her life, and then I woke up. So this is Rolf, and look at that, the way they light this, the way they choose the color here of saying, it's almost like this midnight blue case coming out there, saying like, oh man, I'm walking up in a cold sweat, saying, yeah, it's early in the morning almost, a little bit, saying that I'm filled with incredible sadness now that I'm here. I'm also really afraid. Yeah, I'm Rolf. I'm an agent here in Paseo, the capital of Muta. And saying, well, when we scatter the remnants of my dream this way, it's like, well, wait a second. It's like a child worrying about a nightmare. And what about the mother brain as well? So, I'm going to take a breath of fresh air. And the writing of this game is really, really good, especially for as early as it came out. Because sometimes you think about that and say, hey, wait a second, how is this going to be translated? How's this going to flow? But Sega really, they really had something with this one as far as how they did that. And they clearly put a lot of thought and effort into this. You can tell it. This is also my first experience with Phantasy Star. And it's worth pointing out also, all 4 of the first Phantasy Star games are on that Sonic Ultimate Genesis collection for PS3 and 360. As far as I play this, as I mentioned, we'll use Sega Genesis Mini 2. 1, we're going to have to use that because it's the only port of it I've got. 3, we're going to also have to use the Sonic Ultimate Genesis collection again because I only have it on that. And Phantasy Star 4, I don't know what to use that on, but that's going to be a ways down the road as far as when we get to these. But if nothing else, we at least give a preview to it now. We also get this really peppy music and these very clean graphics that do have kind of simplistic looks to itself, but almost like an anime vibe. Okay, so here is our commander. Yeah, we started working for the commander of Moda 2 years ago. We got a job to do. It's not going to be an easy one, though. I have to promote the plans of Mother Brain and believe that never makes mistakes, but the monsters are too much. So I guess like with Metroid this way, Mother Brain caused monsters to come around, or the Mother Brain. Let's find about ourselves why the monsters were born and how to control them. We're going to go to the Biosystems Lab and get the recorder. When we get the data, we can figure out how the Biosystems Lab ended up making the monsters. Please come back safe with it. We'll see each other again. Well, you just said I don't know if you're going to come back. We're going to come back, I guess. But we got to go home. We got to get ready. Alright, so we're getting ready for the trip, and I do love the character designs in this. They look great. And Chad, I don't know what your experiences of Phantasy are. Feel free to hit me with them. Nay seems worried. Alright, so this is Nay. She's a friend of ours. I guess she is almost like a futuristic elf case because of the way the ears go. Yeah, when I first met, she looked at me in the same way 7 months ago. That's when I met her. Okay, right. This is almost like a Contra case, or pre-case of Contra, in the sense of she was created by human cells, but also a bio monster. And in that case, society didn't look down on her as far as it, but we didn't have that perspective. Yeah, now you can take care of yourself after all the time I've seen you, but I'm going on a dangerous journey, and I almost see her like a sister, at least for now. I don't know where the story goes. That's gonna change that. But she said, no, I'm not gonna let you leave alone. Please take me with you. I'll do anything. All right, but you're saying, yeah, we gotta let it come. But that's fine. We have a party member. In this case, you kind of just walk around and talk to people. Something you like to know about the Moda, go to the library at the Central Tower. So in this case, you can kind of go around. One thing I want to do is I want to go make sure I have weapons. She needs a weapon. She can't attack otherwise. And apparently there's a drought going on. Also, one thing to mention as far as that Genesis Mini 2 port of this thing, you also have faster walking speed. Not that this is torturous the way that something like the Tower of Draga is, which, by the way, I was dragged into that again because it came out on Switch Online this week for the Famicom version. Along with Mendel Palace, was the first game of Game Freaks, and Pac-Man from Nintendo as well. It's not as bad as that, but also we had the teleport station. You've seen the great character design. My god. That's why I emphasize the art direction on this thing. Actually, not dissimilar to something like Grandia now I'm thinking about it. Okay, if you go to different towns, you can kind of transport between them when you find them, but right now we can't do anything with this. Over here is the hospital. You can go there to revive characters if they get knocked out. But one thing I want to do, the disc is your save room, the data memory. It gives you information on how levels are going on, and also the idea, do you want to put your memory experiences in storage? That basically means you want to do a save. I'm not going to do a save. And remember, if you do a save, you have to save it there, and you have to save it on that menu. But one thing I do is I want to go and find the... What is it? I want to go find the weapon shop. Because I need to get something for Nay. Yeah, right here, where the gun is. Yeah, what do you want? Okay, I only have 200 meseta. That is your money in this game. I also don't know what she takes. Let me see something here. It might tell me, but also this is an early RPG. They might not. Which early log is going to hold it? I'll give it to Nay. I don't know if it actually is this case. You must be joking. You sure you want that? Well, hold on. Okay, let me go back in again, because I want to check something. Because I'm always wondering me saying that because he thinks, like, yeah, she shouldn't have it, or she can't have it. What with the steel bar? Okay, I guess then it was. So, alright, I can use the steel bar. Because Reese's like, yeah, I guess they asked you, do you actually want to give it to her? Alright, we'll give her a steel bar, why not? Alright, later, Ace. Okay, see you later. Alright, I want to take a look at that. By the way, A is your talk. I want to bring the menu up. I want my stuff here, my equipment. In that case, you also take the steel bar, you put it in your left or right hand. I do want to give that case. There's also a job system not similar to Final Fantasy. As far as how it works, don't ask, because I have not played this game as much, even though I've played every so often over the years. For now, I think that's okay. Also, your techniques. Rolf doesn't have any magic. She has restoring. You can use that to recover health. Your strength basically is giving you an idea of your stats of strength, mental, agility, luck, dexterity, attack, and defense, and also what your layout is. And also your health points and your technical points is what you use your magic when you have it. As far as state, you can also change as far as what that is, and also I believe do an ordering as far as where they are on the list. And that being said, I'm going to swap that order off. I'm going to put Rolf at the top. And also your items, which you have, do I have items as far as this? Actually, I think I want to go and get some items of what I can afford. Alright, let's see. What do you got? Monomate is your health recovery. I'm going to get a couple of those. Escape pipe is basically a quick escape, like the escape rope in Pokemon. I'm going to monomate on both of them. And then... So I think I can afford escape pipe. I'm going to get that to Nay. Alright, come again. Let's see you later. Alright, I think we're ready to go out just as far as the case of showing this off. Yeah, the music is mostly on point with how the Genesis original is. But some of the sound effect, hearing that boop, 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 it sounds more like natural steps, like as far as on Genesis. It sounds really good. Especially for how early this is. Alright, I'm gonna make our walk along. The other thing about this is that, yeah, it's random battles, so we're not gonna see anything going on as far as that is, but here we go. But it's flashlight warning anytime we're in a battle, by the way, just to let you know. Here's the fire ants. Now, how this works is you have a fight. We basically tell them just to fight as far as, but though, what you want to do, you want to pull out strategy. So what you want to do is basically want to select your order and then select what you want each character to do. So in Rolf's case, I'm going to have him do an attack. And then you want to do the same as far as on Nay. Since I have that nice pipe, I'm going to get that set. And then they'll fight. You're not necessarily targeting enemies the way you are in other RPGs, but they'll go. Flashlight warning, by the way, as far as this. Yeah, unfortunately I missed. It's also worth pointing out, you're going to have to do grinding, so that does mean that you're going to have to walk around a lot and basically get into battles to get your experience points up. And you have to do that quite a bit early on. As far as handling this for the show, if we're going to do this as a full play, I'm going to have to look and see how is that going to work. But we did win. 5 experience points, and you got Niseta. That's our money. I don't know where I'm going to go, but I'm going to give a little bit of a perspective on this as we go. Also, you're seeing there is that some cases you run into case things going on, but Nay's doing bad on health. I'm going to use that on her. Because I don't want her dead. Alright, I'm gonna do another strategy. I think, pull something in my bag. Actually, can I use the Monomate? Alright, I can do next page, right. Yeah, I'm gonna use the Monomate on Rolf. Rolf needs to keep fighting. But he might get himself killed. I'm gonna try to make that not happen. But no promises. Yeah, because until you get yourself built up on your levels, yeah, you're a sitting duck. So you gotta be careful about that. But despite that, and despite the fact that the learning curve in this game is pretty high because it's pretty relentless starting off, it is still pretty fun, and I love the atmosphere that goes with this. Especially for a game like this, you'd think that this would be something that no way in hell you'd ever want to come back to this as Nay got a level up, and you got max HP and TP set. But yeah, there are things about this game that are actually pretty cool. But as I said, as far as a modern take, as far as our modern enhanced version, that Sega Genesis Mini 2 thing. I got issues with that unit, as we mentioned when we looked at it, but this port of that is not one of them. It's actually the best way to play it, because it's the only one that has other elements. So you basically have fast walking speed. It also makes it a little easier, so it means that if you're afraid this game is going to totally steamroll you as far as it, you can play it that way. But I think you can also turn that off and say, oh, just play it the old way. So it gives you the best of both worlds. And I'm going to look at it a little bit as far as getting somewhere, but I'm not going to go that long necessarily. I also do not know where I'm going. Because I have not played this game this extensively in years, but also I'm concerned about this to get locusts. But also seeing the great character design and even the animations in the battles. I'll also say this. The animation of the enemies in battle, it is more advanced than even like Final Fantasy was at the time, because at first it's just kind of the idea that they do like a flash, and off they go. But alright, here's where we have to go. But as far as where we're gonna go, that's gonna be the question. And even the way the emulation in this collection is, it's not too bad, believe it or not. You think that, oh yeah, it's gonna be a total disaster, but no, not really. Yeah, chat, I don't know if you ever played this one, but yeah, this game is pretty interesting. I mean, it's definitely one of the granddaddies as far as console RPGs are concerned. It is something that may be hard to come back to today because of how imposing it can be. But there is a style and effort into this that is really unique. And I also say this because maybe like a lot of people, I was so used to the thought that Nintendo's machines were for the RPGs. Not that I didn't know that Sega had stuff, but even in the case of, I mostly played platformers growing up as far as Genesis. So in that case, I didn't really know what was going on here as far as like, what did Sega have when it came to their RPGs. And one thing I do is I'm going to get the Monomate, I'm going to use that on Nay. And then Nay is going to use their store on Rolf. Let's go. Oh, hold on, Nay. Shit, she's dead. We have to go back and revive her, so I'll see this. If I get to the end... If I live through this, can I, save her? But 2 locusts, I don't know if we're gonna last. Yeah, we're dead. We're both dead. We're destroyed. While the others fail to restore peace to the planet Algo, so yeah, they also, don't sugarcoat it and say, like, yeah, you died. That's game over. Okay, in that case, I think that's gonna be the end as far as what I'm gonna show in this one. Yeah, Phantasy Star II. I'm glad to be able to show this one, finally. And the last one that's, the last one as far as the Genesis game, this is, the only version of this game that I had for a while. And despite the problems with the emulation on this, I do love this game, and even this version was something I did get some joy out of this collection. And then when I found it was ported better later, I, absolutely, went all into that. Alright. This is Shining Force, The Legacy of Great Intention. This is the second game in the Shining franchise of Sega's. Came out on March 20th of 1992 in Japan and May of 1993 in the US and July of 1993 in Europe for Sega Genesis. This is co-developed by Climax Entertainment, of which we have Felony 1179 by them, when we're playing in about a month. And they also made Landstalker for Sega Genesis. It was co-developed by them and Sonic Software Planning, or Sonic Co. Not to be confused with Sonic Team. This is a company that started in 1991 by Hiroyuki Takahashi, who was the producer of this game. And I said maybe over the years, I don't know if I actually said this or not, but I thought over the years, and I was wrong about this. I said this is the company would go on to become Camelot Software, the people who make the Mario Golf and the Mario Tennis games and things like that. But that's half right. In 1994, Hiroyuki Takahashi, his brother Shugo Takahashi, he started Camelot Software Planning. They then did co-development with Sonic Co. And later on, Camelot Software would make, as I mentioned, Mario Golf, Mario Tennis, the Golden Sun games, and they would do a lot of co-development with Sonic Co. for the purpose of the Shining Force games, which there's definitely a lot of these. And then what happened was that Camelot basically kind of went on its own. They kind of, and then the remnants of Sonic Co., they were folded into Camelot. No, okay. A lot of people were working as far as these two brothers. They folded in as far as Camelot. The rest of Sonic Co. went into Next Company, also known as Next Tech, also known as Gal Entertainment. So you have the people who made the Crusader Vicente and Ranger X for Sega Genesis, which we've shown off Ranger X before as a preview. I do want to do Ranger X as a program, because I was mentioning that to Ack a couple days ago, one of my coworkers who's also going to be on the show. At some point, he's figuring stuff as far as, and we'll get the idea of when he comes on for Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective, and eventually everything Splatoon, and anything for the Kirby Air Raid games. But for that, I showed him Ranger X. Actually, ElecVerse, I told him the story as far as when we looked at that on the show. I said, this game is really, really cool. He was like, yeah, you're right, this game does look cool. Because I was saying, hey, Sega has not released a game on Switch Online for the Sega Genesis app in over a year. In fact, not since the Switch 2, since before the Switch 2 came out. And he's like, yeah, I always forget that there's a Genesis app for this. Like, yeah, that's horrible. There's other games they could re-release. They could release some of the stuff that's not on that now, that's on this collection. They could put out Wrestle War. They could put out Ranger X. They could put out Sonic the Hedgehog 1. Sonic the Hedgehog 1 is not on that, believe it or not. I'm going out in a little bit. But yeah, Shining Force, The Legacy of Great Attention. This is a strategy RPG with some terrific music. It's okay here, but not greatly emulated. It's by Masahiko Yoshimura, who did music for Shining in the Darkness. That was the predecessors of this game, which was actually a first-person RPG from 1991. He also did music for, let's see, Firehawk Thunder, The Second Contact for MS-DOS and for the MSX. And he also made Game Basic for the Sega Saturn. There apparently is a basic programming title, or the basic programming language, a release on Sega Saturn lets you do programming in it. And here I thought Atari 2600 was the only console that had a basic programming version of itself. Sega Saturn does too. He did the music in that. Interesting thought as far as, but music in this game is awesome. Also, this game does let you do saving. Same deal as Phantasy Star II. You do have to do saving from this menu and from the game itself. And also, the audio balance on this is going to be weird because the sounds are going to be really, really loud. Also, music audio on this, let me turn that down because it's going to get really scratchy. But this game definitely makes an amazing first impression as far as how it is. Even as far as the music, it's almost there. It tells a bit of a story saying, in the age long ago, light fought darkness in the control of the world. And Chad, I don't know if you've ever played, I was gonna say Phantasy Star, Shining Force. We demoed Shining Force CD on this show, and I had audio problems and it crushed me when we had those. So we've sort of looked at this franchise before, but this game, which I had as far as in this collection, I was surprised. It's a strategy RPG. It's a game I've crowed about multiple times on the show. It's a game I want to do for the show, clearly. It's something I recommend to everybody. And it was a case where Sega said, hey, you know what, we're going to do a strategy RPG way before Nintendo was willing to bring Fire Emblem over here. Yeah, the Wild of Darkness vowed to return in 1,000 years. That's the idea as far as what this game is. I love the way this game presents itself. But as time passed, the Dark Dragon was forgotten by all, but I guess then the question of, you know, is it going to come back? So 10 centuries of peace ruled by the land of Rune. So yeah, there's definitely kind of a medieval theme to this game, which is actually very appealing. Although I don't know as far as the shimmering things with the lava over there, I don't think that's right. I think that's a problem with this collection, although we'll see at some point when I actually do this for the show. I want to figure when I can do this, and also I don't know how long this is going to be, and I do want to get myself prepped before I do it. It's also one of those added to your list RPGs for me because I've never beaten this, even though I've played it. And this is a winner. If you love RPGs like the Nipponichi strategy games like Disgaea or Phantom Brave or Lapisil Tactics, or if you love Fire Emblem, I recommend this highly. Even if you don't like Fire Emblem, you're like, I don't like the permanent death thing, play Shining Force. This game doesn't have that. You can revive your party members potentially as we go. Alright, yeah, the sound is loud, but as I said, on Genesis, the sound balancing is not as lopsided in terms of the sound effects as in this collection. Alright, so this young girl, she's reading the book. I do love the music, even in this butchered version, semi-butchered version, still sounds almost there. Alright, so it's been 1,000 years since they vanquished Dark Dragon. Remember, the intro said most people don't remember, but yeah, this young girl seems to. The book says that he threatened to return right about now. Of anything that is behind the evil horrors of Runefest. Yeah, that's where we're going, by the way, as far as the land we're in. I need to tell someone about this, but I'm just a kid. Nobody's gonna listen to me. I think he's coming back. I was like, wait a second, you're here. You might help us, and maybe it's gonna be an adventure. Yeah, it's gonna be a great adventure at some point when we do this game. Pick one. It's worth pointing out, yeah, you have 3 save slots. I skipped by that too quickly. You can name yourself anything, but canonically speaking, ElecVerse, you reminded me years ago who this was. This is Max. So we're gonna go that way. This is Simone. She's the young girl who's reading from the book. I guess she's been paying attention to the idea of what that is and saying like, hey, you know, the prophecies are saying this is a problem potentially. Please, somebody listen. But hey, Max, maybe you'll be able to help me. Come back after and tell me everything. Basically, she'll help us doing saving. But evil spreads further across the room with every passing day. Alright, so Chapter 1, Runefest Invasion. I do love this town music. I was like, yeah, wake up, it didn't hit you that hard. That doesn't sound good. It boosts the Runefest will tear you to pieces if you're not careful. Right, because we're doing some night training in particular with this guy. Also, you bring up your menu, you hit either the A or the C button. You have options saying talk, use magic, do searching of things, or look at your items, which in items, I don't think we have much. You can also give it across people, drop things you're holding, but like, yeah, what do you want to do? Here's Max, we have sword, you also have it in that little cross there. You have 3 items along with your weapon. And if you try talking when nobody's there, it's like, yeah, nobody's in that direction. You can also do searching, but there's nothing to search, and then magic. I have egress. Egress is a case where you use that, you're able to do a quick escape from battle. Also, you're seeing there, and it is coming off on the video, I just want to check this. The problem with the emulation of this, along with some weird stuff on the sound, which is almost there again, but still has some lower sample elements going on. The graphics are shimmering. You're seeing the way it's kind of just moving on its own like that. That's a problem, which is not in the original version. So yeah, that's not good. Okay, no, I don't want to use egress. But I'll talk to him. I think he had enough for today. He is our trainer. Yeah, I don't know how you keep it after an hour. This is Low, by the way. He's our best friend. He's like, yeah, I've had enough, but let's go back and talk to Varios. Yeah, Lord Varios. He's the one who's training us as far as it. The king sent for you, so please come once. Alright, prepare yourself for battle. We're gonna go through the first battle as far as this game, and that's gonna be the case of it. See Varya's face, he went pale. So we have to go find out what's going on. And it's this great, stylish presentations we're gonna see as we go along, and talk to people. Sick feeling helpless, I'm gonna ask Varya's to train me to fighter. Yeah, soon enough. How about you? This is also the church. You could come here and he can help you with certain things. I'm having worse nightmares. You had any? Also, if you ever played, well, if you ever played, I was gonna say Shining Force, yes. If you ever played Golden Sun, this is where this kind of started. We have yes and no. We have like the nodding yes, was like no, 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 or the shaking your head. I love this. I think it's great. It just looks so stylish, and I love what these cases are. But yeah, I've not had nightmares. Oh, let me tell you about mine then. I saw a land in ruins. Evil creatures roaming the halls. It seemed so real. Uh-oh, he's nervous. What are you doing moping around? Get on there, fight evil. Well, we're gonna, but I'm just gonna go through and show you the local color. Back and forth, I'm tired of guarding the chapel. Yeah, sorry, you gotta do it. Otherwise, you know, evil's gonna come by, and when it comes by, it's gonna be a problem. How about this, young woman? What's up? Castle Guardiana. It's up there. That's where Varius went. Before I go there, I'm gonna show you some stuff around town. Wait, hold on. Where do you say you want to go to? Go to Monarena. Yeah, we're gonna go across a bunch of different places when we play this game for full. I just have to get a sense, like, when are we doing this? I'm looking for a cart, though. It's running away. Don't mind the boss, he gets like that. Can I help you out? Yeah, you can also go to the shop. You can find deals. You can repair your broken weapons. You can buy new stuff or sell stuff. But I'm dead broke, so I can't go. Alright, so let's just go. Basically saying the guy next to me is going to act like an asshole, so I'll show that. Yeah, no escape for you as far as the way the monsters are going to go. Another customer, buy, sell, that's all I do, just go away. So he's like, yeah, he's gonna get fired doing that, saying, like, you know, you have to remember the customers coming here, they're giving you service. They're signing your checks, technically. Yeah, the Knights resent the Time Lord Varus spends training you. Oh, really? So, I got a target on my back. That's not good. And here's the inn, you can go in here and sleep. I don't have money, but I'll talk to him saying, like, bad times for not a guest in 2 weeks. Alright, you can't sleep now. But on the order of the king, no one leaves the town. Okay, I guess we gotta stay. Which is fine. We do have to go to the castle. Before we go to the castle, that guy was saying, where's my cart? It's right here. Just push it out of the way of that dude. Yeah, watch. Like if I tried to run you over with it. Well, you didn't, so we're fine. I can't calm my girl down. What's up? What's wrong with her? I had an awful dream. The whole town burned down. It's like Simone was saying. It's like our house is burned down. We're sad of our dog's nightmare. Do you think it means anything? Well, the priest said there was something he saw. The girl's seen it. Also, there's a doggy. Yeah, woof woof. Yeah, you can also talk to the dogs in this game. I know Crusader Sendy is a case of it where, believe it or not, I'm not joking about this. You talk to the first dog in town. He quotes, part of the song, Fuck with Dre Day and Everybody's Celebrating from Dr. Dre. I'm not joking when they say, bow wow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. The dog says, like, huh? They really referenced that. He's like, yeah, I'm packing my way through. We'll get to that when we show Crusader Sendy. That's a game I would like to show, and it's not super long, but I just have to prep it. It's kind of like Zelda. And I gotta come with another Zelda game to show. I think we do Link's Awakening. I just gotta square some time away for that. Alright, we're gonna go to the castle now, though, as far as this. And honestly, as far as this, I've gotten a decent amount of time out of this. And then we have one more game to show, and then we'll be done, as far as how it's gonna go. Alright, so we're going to the castle. Hello, hello. Guardiana Castle, welcome. Watch out, Mac, there are real knights training here. Okay, do you think we're not good enough? Is that the thought? Guardian Knights have no need of you. Okay. Train till arms are ready to fall off. We're going to see battle. Alright, so they're getting restless. Don't get you, Max. Some knights are always complaining, huh? Alright, so yeah, the rune-fast beasts will be able to stop him, but he's walking out of the way. Beat it. This is too rough for the legs of the year. Well, fuck you too, then. Training wears you out. But also the case that all of them have different cases. In my quarters, find somewhere else to sleep. Okay. Yeah, this game does have a nice style. Like, that's the story, Vario. So I came through the back door and was like, hey. Alright, we have no choice, your Max. You got to send Max. Oh, hi. Yeah, well, first talk to the king. Listen to what he has to say. Yeah, please listen to what he has to say. Alright, we will. Alright, so here's the king of the land. We've watched the gate of the ancients as guardians. Beyond the gate is not what or even know of the light of darkness. Alright, before the room fast the gate of the ancients, they want to get that power, and whatever heal is planning, we have to stop it. But otherwise, but you know, if we don't do this right, the public is gonna be panicked. So we have to send small, skilled warriors out in secret. Alright, Nova, yeah, will you take the task? No, I'm not feeling it. What, your fuse seems like Varus is wrong about you after all. Too bad. Have you reconsidered, will you go to the gate? No. Your fuse seems like you were wrong. Okay, we have to go. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna say no. Get your troops and come back when you're ready. Okay, we leave town without getting noticed. Alright, we're gonna go and we're gonna find our mountain crew. Wait, Max, Nova sent us. We're going with you. Okay, so we have our entourage. This is gonna be the Shining Force. First up, we have Luke. He's a warrior. This is Ken. He's a knight. Tao is our apprentice mage. Hans is our archer. He's an elf. And so they join the Shining Force. Yeah, this game's very charming, as you're seeing. Especially the way the art works, the same way that Phantasy Star II does. But also, Lo says, yeah, don't try and sneak out town with me, okay? Alright, so the king said we need our entourage. Alright, now you have it, come back to and talk to the king. I see it headquarters. Oh, it's basically just leave and then come back. So it's pretty straightforward as far as how this is going. Alright, let's talk. We have the troops, we need supplies. Here's money, go buy something. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go quickly buy some items, and then we're gonna go out and we're gonna do our first battle. That's gonna be the rest of this as far as this, and we'll get Virtua Cop 2, and then they'll be in the show. And then I'll go into final thoughts on this collection, which is sort of complicated, but yeah, you're also seeing cases of where things are not good at all. But also cases where there's things in this that maybe are worth looking at this. Although, if you have other ways to play these games, please go those ways. Alright, medical herbs, medicinal herbs, I'm gonna give them to people. Well, anything else? Yeah, I'm just gonna keep buying these things. Everybody's getting one of them because I have enough space. And also everything else I can't really afford. I just want to have a backup as far as it, because I do have a case of someone with a healing spell. Actually, it's Low has the healing spell. But just have something as a backup. And also giving a little bit more of a case as far as strategy RPGs, because we haven't necessarily looked at a whole lot of these in the program. Although, we do have Crusader 64 at some point. You're going to be doing Kodelka for PlayStation. It's the prequel to Shadow Hearts, and actually it is a... Oh, no, I don't want that. It's a, it is a strategy RPG like this, believe it or not. Actually, no, I'm gonna look at your deals. What do you got? Oh, what's on deals? I don't have any, sorry. Alright, I'm out of here. Alright, in that case, they said, okay, on the king's orders, you can go, alright? But use Egress if you want to retreat. We're not gonna do that because I know what I'm doing on this first battle. Okay, the king's permission to leave, let's go. But also, you're missing some of the melody on this music. Alright, so they're goblins and Runefall's supposed to be up to something. Alright, we're gonna take them. Find a key to this door. We're almost in. Oh, but Guardiana, they're here. And Earthquake. Also, yeah, they're shaking the screen. This is gonna be previewed to Alundra for the PlayStation, where they do this during a storm out at sea, and it shakes around. I know Crusader 64 and I were almost getting motion sickness looking at it. And sorry for potentially giving it to you from that. Okay. Alright, so they want to kill us, but we're going to stop them. Okay. Now, here's how this game works. It is like other strategy RPGs, where basically you have to set yourself up. You do have land effects based upon where you put everybody. And based on class of who everybody is, you do want to be careful about what's going on. And tell them where to go. She has magic, so she has like a fire spell. I'm going to stay here for the time being. Han said, yeah, he's an archer. Don't put me in the front line. I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to put him here because what's going to go on is I'm going to get my other troops set. And when you have either your forces set or your enemies show out, you have the flashing squares there. That gives you a sense of where your characters can move, and that changes depending upon the class and also what character you're running. Particularly Ken, because he's the knight, he has the furthest reach, and he also the furthest, as far as being able to cover distance, both furthest reach with attack. With him and Hans the archer. Whoa, I'm keeping him close because I need to have recovery set. I also need Luke. He's good as far as combat, so I need to have him set. We'll get through this or die, and whichever comes first, then we'll go on to Virtua Cop 2. Okay, so yeah, I can attack from a bit of a distance. I'm going to do that so I can toss this here and hit the goblin. And maybe flashlight warnings during some of these as we go. Well, Ken attacks. I only got 2 attacks. Awesome, so he died in 1 shot. And when you do an attack, to successfully get experience points. If you kill something, you get coins off of that. Boom. Good job. And with Tao, I'm going to use her magic. Flashlight warning on the blaze, by the way. It runs on my magic points. This will do a lot of damage, but I don't think it's going to kill him. Cast level 1. You can also upgrade the level as you go. Yeah, 6 points of damage on the goblin. Yeah, you do still get experience points even if you don't kill them. Okay, they say don't put in the front lines. I know, but he's right. Actually, right. Oh, right, you can't because, yeah, he runs on a bit more of a distance, so I actually can't do that. Also, if I want to leave... Okay, I didn't mean to put him there. I say he might be in trouble, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Alright, you hit A button and go backwards. Or C button, I should say. Fine, whack him. He'll die. Also say this, if Fire Emblem is too difficult for you, this game has a more gradual learning curve. I'll tell you that right now. And also, unlike Fire Emblem, particularly the Fire Emblems of this era where you had characters, when they die, they're gone for good. That's not the case in this one. And you can go back and revive them at the church if they get knocked out. So honestly, this is a really good entry strategy RPG. And I've recommended this game constantly to a lot of people for that very reason. And it is something special. It's a game I came to late, but when I found it, even in this collection, even knowing the emulation was a problem, I said, yeah, this game's awesome. And I'm glad to have found it. Alright, Ken attacks and he kills the goblin. He gets tons of experience, but I also do want to spread the experience around. That's what you do want to do, in particular. There's the Rune Knight. He's our main target, but I do want to stay back. Sometimes Golden will come around. Oh, including Dark Dwarf. I said this is gonna hurt. Ooh. Okay, 5 points of damage. Alright. I do love Dark Dwarf. Just that name sounds great. And the goblin's going after Ken. Yeah, but Ken will be okay. Yeah, honestly, on the sound, this is better emulated than you would think. So is that maybe I don't know, am I getting Stockholm Syndrome in this collection? No, I'm not. I'm just saying that, yeah, I'm basically running it on kind of a case of saying, like, there's definitely some gradations going on as far as, like, where the really bad emulated audio games. As I mentioned, I think the worst ones on this are Sonic, Altered Beast, and Golden Axe. The best ones are probably this one, and Revenge of Shinobi. And I'd say also sort of with Phantasy Star II. Yeah, Dark Dwarf is coming. Uh-oh. I don't want to get myself surrounded, but sometimes it's a case where I can't avoid it. Uh-oh. Also, if Max dies, that's game over, so I gotta avoid that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull low out here. I'm gonna use my healing spell. Oh, flashlight warning on this. And also, using that spell does count as giving him experience. Also, no way it's doing the shimmering. I don't like that. Alright, good thing I did that, because otherwise Max is gonna die. Yeah, we're getting surrounded. We gotta do something about this. Alright, but yeah, Luke has tons of armor, so actually he might be the one to run. Okay, so, a few things here. I'm gonna run Blaze on Dark Dwarf. Yeah, he's almost dead. That was pretty good, but I do need to get... Let me get Hans out of the way, and I can also kill Dark Dwarf on my retreat. Hopefully the Rune Knight won't come. Oh, shit. Hold on, Max. I need to get his ass out of there. He's gonna be close. Actually, I want to see something. Can I use my item here? Yeah, he doesn't have magic, but I have my item. Can I use... Yes, I can. I'm using it on Max. I'm basically gonna give my item to him. Use medicinal herb, a medical herb. But you don't get experience when you use your items. And Low, honestly, he's not really good as far as combat. He's not, you know, yeah, he's not. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use this on Hans. He needs it. So yeah, there is strategy to this game, but also just the way it starts you out is not overwhelming. So if you think like some of these games may be impenetrable, as I said, this is a great entry strategy RPG. This and actually Rhapsody Musical Adventure, although that one's really, really easy as far as... But as I said, if you've never played a game like this before, that's a good thing. Because it means that, oh yeah, you might be able to find these like, oh yeah, this game's awesome. Yeah, we're leaving. Alright, so I do want to get rid of Dark Dwarf. Dark Dwarf is the biggest threat here. Aside from the Rune Knight. So I'm getting my way off on the side to hit him. And I definitely want to send Luke over there. Yeah, Ken, you're level 2, and your stats go up when you get a level up. Also, how far is my magic gonna go? I want to burn the Dark Dwarf, but I don't know. I don't know if I want Tau in here, but I also... No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I'm burning Dark Dwarf. I want to try and get rid of him. I am putting Tau in some danger with putting her there, but that is pretty close as far as getting rid of him. So if I can get rid of him, that's going to be good. Alright, now with Hans, can I get him from... I'm trying to think about how I can hit him. Yeah, I have to look at my attack pattern there. Okay, so I don't have target from here. Alright, I gotta think about where I'm putting him. And I can't really swap positions. Okay. I know I don't want to put him in front of the front lines, but I want to kill Dark Dwarf. I want to get rid of him. Yeah, if I can get myself over there quickly, or at least I can use the goblin that is going to go after Tau. Tau can hold off on this. Okay, good news is, yeah, they're not going after, they're not going after, why am I forgetting the name of my archer? Alright, in this case, just clean up as far as it, and then also get, closer. Yeah, Ken is my best fighter, because I have him level 2, everybody else is level 1. Let's see. I always see that. Oh, wait, Hans is the name. I don't know why I blanked his name. Yeah, stay there, Low. Now, I do want Luke to go after him, but I don't want to do that right now. I want to try and get the goblin out of the way as much as I can. Because Luke hits like a truck. And also seeing if I can run into land effects, because I believe you get double hits when you have that happening. Okay, not using egress. I'm not leaving after this as far as how close we are. I am going to use my item, though. And use it on anybody. I'll use it myself, and then I'll have Ken use his. Because, yeah, Ken is going to be key to this operation, and I don't want him dead. Yeah, maybe I can get Hans to take the goblin out. Yep, I can. And I love it when the plan comes together in this game, my god. It's so satisfying. Even look at this game like knowing how I could understand a game like this. Yes, you can. Oh no, keep him there. Basically, I just want to advance so if or get set so when the rune night is set that I don't get myself going. You know what? I am putting Luke out here. I'm just gonna say, yeah, Luke, slice him. Also, this isn't like, Fire Emblem where it's a case where when you do an attack, you usually are cases where they can counterattack too much. Alright, he's coming after me. Uh-oh. I hope I live through this. Oh shit, look at that. Oh fuck, I'm dead. That was close. Alright, there you go. We'll fight no longer. That's game over. Yeah, because if Max dies, that's the end. He got 2 hits, so unfortunately that's the case. When you do die, by the way, you come back here. Alright, as far as what he can do, just let you know, he can do curing if they have statuses. You have promotion when you get your levels up enough, so you change your class or enhance it. You do raising from the dead if people are knocked out, and then saving. I'll just show saving as far as this idea. And then we got one more game to show, and that's going to be the end of the night. Now we're going to do exploits complete. We continue your adventure? No, we're not. You should rest before continue. Remember, a tired warrior is soon a dead one. And also when you do that, you do get the case of Simone saying, done for now. Get lots of rest, I'll see you soon. Don't stay away too long, though. We need you here to lead the Shining Force. I want to figure what I can do this game, I really do. When I can do it, I'll let you know. In the meantime, if you've not played Shining Force, I'd recommend you give it a shot. I remember, actually, I did recommend this to Gemini96, and he said, oh, I played it, and actually, I did not know for years that the reason he played it was because of me. He's like, you recommended this, I want to play. He's like, yeah, you're right, this game's awesome. Like, I was very flattered, I appreciate that. And it's a game I always love to talk to people and say, like, yeah, play this game, never give it a shot. Okay, last up on our list is going to be the other game that's, generally speaking, emulated pretty well in this. Let me put this in. It's also the cheapest version of a Sega arcade port, as far as this. Let's get this set. Alrighty. Last up of our list, and I think we have covered everything. It's another Windows CE port, but don't worry, it's not bad. In fact, it's actually pretty good. It might be worth having this collection for. This is Sega Swirl. This is Virtua Cop 2. This is the second game in the light gun shooting series of Sega and AM2. It came out in September of 1995 in the arcades as a Model 2 arcade game. That, of course, being the same Sega board that powered Top Skater, The House of the Dead, Sonic the Fighters, which we're looking at in a few weeks as far as another show we're doing for that for Second Chance. Virtua Fighter 2, Sega Rally Championship as well. It was directed by Wataru Kawashima. He was the development staff on Hey You Pikachu for Nintendo 64, believe it or not. And he also did stage design on Sonic the Fighters, which we're looking at in about a month. He did graphic design on Pokemon Channel for the GameCube, as well as design on Pokemon Rumble Blast for the 3DS. And he also directed City Crisis, an early game on the PlayStation 2. And he did design on Pokemon Rumble U. So yeah, he worked at Sega on Virtua Cop 2, this light gun game, where we're playing as a cop in Virtua City to try and stop bad guys who are causing trouble and also for robbing the jewelry store over here. But yeah, he worked as far as a lot of stuff with Pokemon. And hearing this nice jazzy music, flashlight warning here, as far as how they are, because yeah, they're taking this place over. But like, yeah, what are you gonna do? You called police and we're coming by. Now, it's worth pointing this out also, as you're hearing this jazzy music was by Hideaki Miyamoto, who did music for Shenmue, which we played on the show, as well as Magic Rockstar for the DS, Vampire Rain for PlayStation 3, Harvest Moon Animal Parade for the Wii, and did music in the arcade game Burning Rival, which is from Sega. Game I never indicated as far as I never played.
Roger.
Yeah, here they are, Roger. It's worth pointing out this came out in the arcade, but it also came out on Sega Saturn in 1996, and it also got a port on the PC. This release is porting the PC version with enhanced graphics, sort of, kind of. It's also worth pointing out, the arcade version of this runs at 60 frames per second. There's not a single home version that runs at 60. It runs at only 30. So this is technically speaking the best arcade version of this game, or best home version of this game you can get. And on the Dreamcast, this does use the light gun. It's worth pointing out that because the Dreamcast does have light guns, and it was a weird case because Sega, for a while on the Dreamcast, they did not want to even indicate much as far as light guns, because if you recall, at the beginning of the Dreamcast's life, it was 5 months after the Columbine High School shooting. Its anniversary is in 9 days at the time of this recording. But because of that, there are a lot of cases that because Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, who caused that horrific tragedy, and horrific murder, I should say in particular, let's get that right out of the way as far as it. They played Doom, so at the time there was questions saying, hey, are video games to blame for this? Sega was nervous about that, so what they said is that we're bringing out the Dreamcast. We were going to have House of the Dead 2 come out on the console, which it did, but we're going to release the light gun for this console for the purpose of that. They didn't in the US. They said third-party companies are going to be able to release the light gun that'll work with this, but we're not going to release our light gun here. Also, we're going to reprogram the US version of House of the Dead 2 for the Dreamcast that came out at the launch of the console so that you cannot import the gun. So basically, if you get the American version of House of the Dead 2 for Dreamcast, they specifically dummied out the gun support of Sega's gun in the code for that, which I don't understand why they did that. I mean, I guess they figured other companies were going to have that, but from what I understand, the Dreamcast light guns are not very accurate. Sega's supposed to be better, but compared to the Stunner from the Sega Saturn, which was light gun for that console, apparently it's not a good case. And also, as we're pointing out, on modern TVs anyway, you can't use those light guns. And there's no modern re-release as far as this, the way there's going to be for Time Crisis next month. We'll have like a motion case. Yeah, it's coming out PS4 and PS5 next month. I'm going to get it so we can show Time Crisis from Namco on the show. But nothing so far for this one. So if you do have the TV to run as far as an old CRT monitor, you can get light gun for Dreamcast. I think it does work with Sega's as far as this one, because this was 2001 when this collection came out. You can use that. I think you can also use the arcade stick as far as the back of the box says it's compatible with that. But as far as this, for me, we're using the controller. I'm going to give a brief preview as far as this. You have your difficulties of easy, normal, and hard. You can adjust the looseness of the gun if you're using the gun. Adjust the number of health torches you have as far as it from 4 to 1 to 9. I'm running the default to 4. Continues, you can go up to 9. I don't know if there's an option for free play. There might be. You might have to beat the game in order to get it. Sound design, stereo, mono. It's worth pointing out, sound effects are going to drown out the music. I don't know if that's a problem with this emulation or not. I know some of Sega's arcade, or some of the Sega's PC ports had that problem anyway. Like Sonic R. Sonic R, the sound balance was really bad on the PC version compared to on the Saturn. But they did fix that for when they brought Sonic Gems Collection out and put Sonic R's PC version in that. This one, don't know. You can also set the controllers any way you want, just to give a sense of this. You can run 2-player if you have 2 controllers or 2 guns. The way I have this set up, it's not the default, but I'm going to turn this as far as it. Basically, I have reload on the A and the B button, speed up holding the left trigger, and then shooting on the right trigger. You can set it any way you want, though, for any of the buttons. You can calibrate the light gun. You can put the sight on the screen. You can have it do reloading automatically. You have option doing gun select and play mode that wears Virtua Cop 1 or 2. And then Rumble. This is the only game in this collection that uses the jump pack, so if you have one inserted like I do, you get Rumble going on in this baby. And you have your rankings as well.
Virtua Cop 2.
Alright, so we're going to take a brief look as far as this one. And as far as what we're doing here, you have your option where you want to go beginner, medium, expert. We're running beginner, what case, so we're going to go to the big chase. As far as if we're going to play this on the Dreamcast for the show, I don't know, because the Sega Saturn version of this game, which is like $40, $50, not super expensive, but it's more than this collection, it was like $30. That does have mouse support, so you can use that modern as close to the case of having that nice pinpoint precision of a gun that you can still play as far as something like this. The Saturn version has support for the mouse. I don't think this one supports the mouse. I don't think it does. If it does, I'll edit down below and I'll say like, yeah, we're probably gonna use this for the purpose of that. But yeah, I also have Virtua Cop 1 on Saturn already, which is not expensive, and we'll show it using that. And also shooting the enemies. Basically what happens is you're going to have the targets come up. It starts to green to red. When it gets to red, they'll shoot you, and they're dead shots. They will not miss, and you're going to lose a health shield. But you can also shoot the enemy off there and say, like, yeah, go away. Also, depending on if you shoot them in the hand, you get a justice shot. You get more points as far as doing that, and it disarms them quicker. But you also shoot them multiple times for the purpose of getting a chain bonus going on. You also be careful where there's not the people there, because they'll say, somebody help me! And you have to make sure you don't shoot them, otherwise you lose the health shield. Now, I have played this game in the arcade. One of my local arcades does have this cabinet around. It is pretty fun. I don't know if I like it as much as House of the Dead, but unlike House of the Dead, one thing this doesn't do is it doesn't have cases of the multiple paths as you do shooting, but you do have multiple paths coming later. But this one has more stuff going on with the destructive environments, which is really cool. As far as other games in this franchise, along with the first one, there's a third one, which I don't think has ever got on home ports. There's Confidential Mission. That was on the Dreamcast. It was also an arcade game as well. That is not explicitly tied to this, I don't think, but it plays very much like it. And it was a late release on the Dreamcast, so that would be how it show it. That is, unless eventually one of the Like a Dragon games says, hey, we're going to emulate one of these in that collection, or in those games, because they always do. I think it's only a matter of time before they start doing more of those. Actually, we are showing one like on shooter from that in a couple of weeks as part of that Sonic the Fighter show. Also, you can shoot the tires out of the cars, which will make the car explode, and also be a case where it kind of will just go down the road in a weird case. Like that. You don't have to do it, but it also gives you an option, so you do have a lot of, I guess, a couple of options or a couple of ways of saying, hey, you know how you want to handle something. Just because of the fact that you can just shoot at anything. So even though you don't have the path system for everything you do, like in House of the Dead, as I got myself killed, but I'm going to continue. This does come up with some nice stuff to kind of mitigate that and give it its own identity. In fact, over there is how we're going to do our selection. And we're going to briefly show that, and then, oh, there you go. I'm basically going to go through all my credits as far as how it is, and then we'll stop. So in this case, it's interesting because you also just pay to be able to shoot as far as shooting early before the enemies show up. And you can also hit the enemies as they're walking before the target comes on. So you can feasibly avoid getting hit by them later if you know what you're doing, but it's not easy. Also, I think I mentioned this when we played GoldenEye. I'll definitely mention this when we do it again because, yeah, that's a show I would be embarrassed about what happened based on one of the people on that. Not Nocturne. I mean, she was on that show too, but that was Protorova who fucked that show for us, and I never forgive him for that. Or the other stuff we did, but I'm going to redo it without him. Please think off of it. But anyway, for that game, it was actually inspired by Virtua Cop here. In the sense that they said, hey, you know, we want to have this kind of shooting element going on, although that's the first-person shooter element going on anyway. Which was kind of interesting to think that when I found that out about GoldenEye, but yeah, looking at this, I kind of can tell. And since we haven't looked at Virtua Cop yet, I think it's worth bringing that up as far as this. But also because this is emulating the PC version, it does have to really load the music, so it's not like the arcade game where it's playing it constantly. So. Though it is weird playing this with a controller compared to a gun or a mouse. The analog thumb pad on the Dreamcast controller does control pretty well, and since I like running shooting games like this with the right trigger, it does feel really, really good as far as playing it. Alright, but here you go. You have your option saying which way you want to go, and you're on time limit, so we're going downtown. If you hit Seaside Drive, you go up on the ramp there. In this case, I'm saying we're going this way. So it does give you a lot of variety of saying, hey, you can play this game multiple times by saying, let's do that. In this case, I'm saying, well, ow. Let's shoot the car out and try to. But those have tons of people in the car, so it's not similar to something like Lethal Enforcers from Konami. Which the version I have of that is on Sega CD. That's a case where none of them have, like a mouse board. So in that case, we have to use the controller. It also uses the light gun for that, the Justifier, but I don't have it, and it's just something that, again, modern TVs can't run it. And sadly, Konami's not done a modern release of that one. I mean, I don't know if they would, necessarily, but Lethal Force is a fun one, too. I think I like Virtua Cop better, though. Also, you have exploding barrels, you can hit those, and then you can kill enemies that way. The other people walking up the bridge, they are not realizing the carnage is going down the street. Also, yeah, there is Shuing from Shenmue. They added that for this re-release, by the way, as far as that picture of her. Yeah, we'll get to that, we'll get to Shenmue 2. And fitting, because Shenmue was from AM2, so fitting as far as that idea. Alright, we're going to the high-rise building. So yeah, we're going to construction site, so classic setup as far as, you know, a cops and robbers setup of things like this. So he's jumping out of the... Okay, I like that idea of maybe the case that this game takes itself seriously enough when you really kind of stop and think about it. The idea that it's kind of tongue-in-cheek about the fact that all of these enemies that are here As he just kind of leans forward and then falls down, like he slipped on a banana peel, like Sean said when we looked at the silent scope. But they did that enemy was like, he was hiding in the damn dumpster until he came over here. In that case, it's like, oh crap. He was not close enough, or he shot me, and then that was a case of saying, well, let me get rid of him. But also even the way they fly around, they just kind of do like the spin around. So, well, but he also has an axe, so he's like, I'm not going to shoot you, and he doesn't give you a warning. Because in that case, he's just going to slice you. But yeah, be careful there. Like, oh. Yeah, in that case, yeah, I can make that a little easier on myself. Whoops. Also, I guess the GoldenEye influence also because of the fact that with the sound is also if you shoot that, you get a machine gun, so you have more shots. Since I died, I lost it. I don't know if I'm gonna get out of this life. Whoa! That does keep you on your toes. Yeah, but also that's the other thing that I understand the idea of the civilians saying like, oh, they're nervous as anything, but they jump up and it's like, oh, I'm shooting, but they see, oh, I'm shooting, but they jump. It's like, yeah, don't shoot. But then again, eventually it probably wouldn't be much of a case of saying like, you know what, I can't necessarily fault them saying like, how are they going to react in a situation like this? They might not be thinking straight because of the idea like, okay, us as the Virtua Cops, we've seen this kind of thing before, but they usually don't get into a case of saying, what's going on? So you just have to be careful as far as them. Like, okay, fine, they're annoying that way, but like, look, I probably would react the same way. Okay, maybe not jump in the line of fire, I'd probably run the other way. Sometimes cases of where they're sort of in the way anyway because, like, they're robbing the jewelry store as far as how it is. Like, yeah, they're running them out the way, but like, I try to shoot them going the way, but also gotta be careful not to hit them. Whoa. Okay, yeah, like right there, that makes sense. He's running off, so it's not a case where he ran into my shot. Okay, he was in the way, but it's because he's trying to get away. He's trying to survive. He's like, oh yeah, he knows there's a firefight, but I can't really go back because they're coming that way. Look, I'm getting a lot of justice shots on this one, but if I get hit again, it's game over, so I gotta be careful. Whoa! Or they screw you and hit him from there. Like, whoa! Whoa! Alright, got boss. I ain't living through this, though.
Where are you looking? I'm over here, cop.
May just shoot him, but also see what he's got. Oh, right, he's throwing barrels, so I have to shoot the barrels out of the way. Whoa! He's also got, bullets he's shooting out. Those barrels take multiple shots, like you said. I might be able to kill him now. I kind of want to, just to be able to get this set. Hey, this game's fun. As far as that other shooter of Sega's we're going to show in a few weeks is the Ocean Hunter. Which is not exactly the same case as this, but that's going to be an extra for our case. Oh shit, he's got boxes. Yeah, that's going to be part of our Sonic the Fighters show. Okay, so we're second chancing that, and I said I'm turning it AM tier night. Oh, goddamn, look at that. He's shooting the Virtua Cop thing, so I have to shoot that out of the way. So, yeah, tongue-in-cheek. In that case, he slipped on a banana peel, he fell, he's dead, and there we go, we won. Okay, so there's my points. I got 101 gangsters hit, 399 shots hit, and 30% accuracy somewhere around that way. Or 40%. And then you have your option of where else you want to go. I'm going to go briefly to the expert way. I'm not living long.
Rail line shootout.
Alright, yeah, we're not listing long, and I've never actually seen this.
Roger.
Because usually I play this, I play the arcade, or the easy mode first, or the easy stage. You can choose any of them. You can go in any order you want. And if we come to this for show, I'm going to see if I can get a free play option, or if this game has one. Or I might get it on Saturn, depending on how that is. But I'll figure. And for one, I have it on Saturn, so I'm going to get the light gun. Oh, no, not the light gun. I mean, I'd like to get it. It's not that expensive to get the stunner, because I hear it's an amazing light gun. And I do have CRT television. Edwax said, like, take my CRT television. I don't want it. I want to get rid of it. I was like, okay, sure, you take it. You have enough space as far as it. Same when he gave me the Guitar Hero Live guitars and the DJ Hero turntable this week. So now I got to figure, like, reconstructing those to be able to use those. So in that case, I could get the gun for this, but it's like, I was going to say I'd get the mouse and then show that before I get the two of them. Particularly, so we have dual mouse action going on for multiplayer. Whoa. And also because there's a lot of light guns on the Saturn that use it. Alright, I'm dead. That's game over.
Top Cop.
Ooh, a Top Cop. Nice. Not bad. Alright, but look at all those. Okay, we had 62 Justice shots as well. And alright, enter your name. Awesome. There we go. Yeah, top marks. Fantastic. Yeah, game over. Also, we're pointing out for Virtua Cop 2 here. When you do the reset here, it's going to reset the console. So in that case, I got to reload this once more. And I'm going to load up Sega Swirl, and we're going to be done with the show. Unless I look back, I'm going to look back now just to make sure I don't run into this. I'm going to make sure we played everything. I think we did. Let's see. Played Sonic, Altered Beast, Golden Axe, Revenge of Shinobi, Vectorman, Streets Rage 2, Phantasy Star II, Shining Force, Wrestle War, Columns, Virtua Cop 2, and Swirl. Alright, we're going back to Swirl for the purpose of this. I'm going to update the indication just to show it. Okay. So there you go. That is the guided tour of the Sega Smash Pack Volume 1, our April Fool's Day show as far as our second one. Yeah, final thoughts on this collection. It's not a good collection, but it's not completely irredeemable. I said maybe the case of saying, you know what, calm down a bit as far as how it was. When this first came out, I was mad. Enraged. How dare they? Especially because I was a Dreamcast stalwart in the case of, I think is, like Time Game Monthly says, like, why spend $20 more on a Dreamcast when it was only available that way to start just to be insulted? Like, yeah, I was insulted. I said, like, I love Dreamcast. I love the idea of what this is all about. But then saying, like, this collection, why couldn't they get this why couldn't they get this running? Though, as the years have gone on, I've understood why. It makes sense. It doesn't make it more acceptable, but it's something where I do understand it. And you hate to see it because the games this are awesome. But the good news is that, as far as these games are concerned, they've been released in other places. And I say, if you don't have Sega Swirl or Virtua Cop 2, despite everything I'm saying, this collection might be worth picking up for those two. And it's still the most recent release of both of those. Well, sort of. Like, first you mentioned, Sonic Adventure DX on the PC has Sega Swirl. And there's tons of Dreamcast browser discs and demo discs that have it. So if you have one of those, if you have a Dreamcast, as far as look through your discs, you might own this game. And if you do, you want to play it. And Virtua Cop 2, that is the most recent port of that on anything. So you might want to take a look at it for that reason. As far as the Genesis stuff, no. Most everything on this has been collected elsewhere. I'll mention that briefly. As far as the games on this that aren't Swirl or Virtua Cop 2, just to get this going, all of them except for Wrestle War and Sonic the Hedgehog 1, I believe, are on Switch Online. So much so that actually I want to check something. There's one game I don't know if it's on Switch Online. So I'm actually pulling my Switch 2 out. I am going to the Genesis app, and just to give it an indication, I'm turning up the speakers on this thing just to show as we have this going. And I'll just show this sounding correct. Let's boot this baby. Sega! Yeah, there you go. So that's the Sega case. I just want to see, oh right, Phantasy Star II is not on this. Okay, so Wrestle War, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Phantasy Star II are not on Switch Online. So Sega, I'd love to have another release of Genesis games on Switch Online. It's been over a year. You could put Sonic 1 on there. I don't think the Masato Nakamura thing is keeping you from putting it up there. And Phantasy Star 2, and hell, give us a better version of Wrestle War. At least as far as the Mega Drive version. Why not? Every other one is up there as far as that, and as far as classic game compilations, these are on a bunch of them. I know that Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection has every Genesis game from this except for Wrestle War. As far as how it... Well, except Revenge of Shinobi. That's not it. The Sega Genesis Classics Collection that has problems with emulation too, but a little better than this, has everything but Wrestle War in that. I think. I just want to check that because I've been getting that wrong as I've been looking. Star... Yeah, it does. Okay, I just want to confirm that. Phantasy Star 2 is the one I wasn't completely sure as far as the idea of that. So, good news is that if you want good ports of these games elsewhere, you can find them in better places as far as how they are. And if you don't have Sega Swirl or Virtua Cop 2 lying around, this might be a good collection to pick up for those two, as is. Outside of that, and Wrestle War, the only way to get this that's not this shitty port at the time I'm recording this, is getting the Astro City Mini V, which is porting the arcade version. And I don't think those things have problems with emulation. I know the Astro City Mini I have is not like that, which is the first model. Because the V version has different games that are unique. But would I recommend this? Only in the very specific circumstances that I mentioned, in particular, Virtua Cop 2 and Sega Swirl. The other things in this, you probably have a way to get better emulations of those, and you should stick with them, or if you really want to play Wrestle War. As far as the cost of this thing, I've seen this collection vary around like $20, $30, $40. Virtua Cop and Sega Swirl might be worth that. Although, there are a lot of disc availabilities for Sega Swirl that maybe are cheaper than that. Although it's worth pointing out for Virtua Cop 2, this is the cheapest version of it that you can get. Because the PC version is like $80-something. The Saturn version is like $50, $60. Not outrageous, but still a case where looking with the cheapest one, it's on this console. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do one other thing, which is I'm going to go into just a level challenge. I'm going to pick a case where it gets me a good piece of music. Yeah, it'll be good. I just want to get a sense as far as what that is. Yeah, but as I mentioned, I did this show as a little bit of a cautionary tale, saying that, yeah, when it comes to classic game compilations, this is what can go wrong as far as cases of the problems with the tech and also with the, or the tech of the releases. Saying, yeah, there's slowdown and graphical technical issues with those Genesis games that are not in the original releases. Same with the sound. Even once they almost get there, it's a case of saying, yeah, you want to play it on the other ways you can play it, where they do it better. The good news, as I said, Sega did learn from this. They did get in cases where they ported these games better, but also for certain cases they ended up porting them even worse. Like with Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis as an example. But yeah, the idea was great as far as how it was, and I wish it would have been better. But nowadays I do feel maybe less, less angry at this. And even despite that, I did have a good time looking at these games. Even as it came to some of these games, I know they're not emulated well, but I still was having a fun time playing them, which, if nothing else, speaks to the quality of these games. Because it is a bad collection as far as how they're emulated, but the games in this are, generally speaking, pretty great. I recommend every single one of the games on this in other capacities. These are some of the best games of the 16-bit era, as far as those in particular. So yeah, if you have collections and ways to get those, definitely get them that way, and they're great games. And when it comes to the ones we haven't shown before, we'll come back to them with better ports, I promise, specifically Vectorman and Phantasy Star II, and Altered Beast, where I'm going to run a couple ports of that, arcade and Genesis in particular, I think. Maybe that Game Boy Advance version. Revenge of Shinobi, I'm doing the Sega CD one. Columns, there's a couple ports of that I have we can look at again. Golden Axe, we'll do Genesis and arcade. And Shining Force is Genesis. I want to figure when I can do that. And I might second chance Sonic 1 at some point, just because it's been a while since we've done it. And I had audio problems when we did that one, because of the way the mic was going, as is. There you go. That is going to be the case as far as that. That's your second April Fool's Day show for this year, but it is always a complicated one, so that's also the reason I put this out, as far as saying we're going to do this, because, last week we had Digimon Racing, which I thought was a pretty good game. This week we have a bad collection that has good games in it. So it's kind of a little bit of a weird case, and it's sometimes the question of saying, when we dissect these things a bit deeper, as far as going deep in, as far as our show, it's something where you do sometimes see what certain things have, and as our great chat was going into, saying that, hey, you know, what does it really mean as far as the case of what we're doing, what we do this every week as far as our show, but also as far as what do we do as far as us being gamers, and what do things mean to us, and also how does that go out to our own lives, you know? And I thank all of you for going into that, ElecVerse and you in particular. I really appreciate that. I know it's not easy to talk about some of these things. I know it's a vulnerability case. I was openly saying that tonight with some of the stuff I was bringing up. Like saying that you feel comfortable here. I'm very honored to get a sense of that from you, but also from Dolly Finn, from Gemini96, from Chasm22, from Crusader64, from everybody here tonight, and always when you stop by the show. And as I said, that's maybe what makes me still do the show. The case of saying that people want to come in. It's not about me necessarily being a case of saying, oh, I'm coming in here, I'm great as far as it. That's not really the idea. I said, I love stuff of gaming, even in cases of stuff like this. I just want to go into it, and then people coming in saying, hey, I have my stories, I want to go into this and kind of make it a deeper show. I said, you make this show what it is because of what all of you provide to it, and what you provide to me, and what you provide to everybody. You're helping, I guess we're content creators, you really want to give a sense. You're creating this content, because I don't know what we're going to talk about as far as it, but I always appreciate it. As I do want to be accommodating to all of you, but also a case of saying that, you know, I understand what that trust is as far as the idea of, you know, streaming case and then also audience, and I don't want to break that. I really don't, which is why I went into some of the stuff, the personal stuff I went into, saying that what is that like. It's not always an easy thing for me to do. Sometimes I have my failings with it, as I've mentioned, but still a case of saying it gets us to a better understanding. In that way, we kind of are in the idea of what the show is. This is why I also call you the best chat on Twitch. I don't know if other shows would go into this and then say that, oh, it was, they might question that, saying like, was it worth doing that ultimately? But I think the idea is that, no, I definitely do feel that way. I feel very enriched as far as like enriching my life, but also enriching stuff as far as stuff of gaming as well. It works on a different level as far as that way for me, but also of other things. And I appreciate you all doing that, and definitely getting the smile case going on Dollyfin. Which I thank you, Dollyfin. I thank you, ElecVerse. I thank you to Gemini96 and Chasm22 and to Crusader64. Yeah, you all make the show. That's the idea. I love the Swirl. Yeah, we shall definitely show off Sega Swirl as far as doing dedicated shows on that game, but also on other stuff we got. And it's some nice stuff, and also a good case of, you know, getting us into a nice, you know, comforting case as far as how it is. In some ways, this is a very cathartic show in ways that maybe I wasn't expecting. Even if cases like, because you're like, oh, I just come in and rant and rave about how horrible this game is. I mean, we're kind of doing it a little, but also I'm saying, well, let me go in deep. Because I don't know if everybody's played this collection, but then saying, well, this, on paper, this should be awesome. In some ways, it still kind of is, but also cases of saying it could have been done better, but Sega Swirl definitely was the case, and I wanted to show some of these games for a while. So I'm glad I was able to, and I thank you so much for joining me tonight, joining us for the show, and adding so much to it. You make the show better because of everything you do for myself, and also just for, honestly, for gaming in general. And I can't thank you enough, and Dolphin, thank you, says, that's what she's saying. Yeah, I can't thank all of you enough, and I really appreciate it. And I am in good shape as far as that. I had a great time as far as showing that. That's the other thing. Even if it's a case where it's not a good game or a good collection, sometimes I know people have said, hey, it's a bad game. Do you really want to play that to have a bad time? Like, I don't have a bad time. I have a great time kind of going into it. We kind of learn this way, and I learn from all of you as far as how it is. And I, once again, can't thank every single one of you enough as far as it shows like this that are the reason I love doing this. It's just as a case for fun, but saying that we'll go deeper, we'll make this into, as I mentioned, this gaming town hall, this casual hangout, but also cases saying that you want to go into stuff as far as that you feel comfortable enough. That is speaking volumes, honestly, to me, because I'm thinking, well, is that, I know it's that. I'm not going to break that trust. I understand exactly what that is. And yeah, exactly, he's saying like the same deal as far as a Swirly Snake. But once again, I had a great time as far as this. Next time we do a classic game compilation, as I mentioned, it's going to be next month. It's going to be on May 30th for Midway Arcade Treasures 3 for the GameCube. It's also going to be a case that's a little weird because that's not a great collection, honestly, either. Also because of emulation problems, although that's a bit different as far as why the emulations are weird in that. Actually, in some ways, I guess it's not dissimilar to this in the sense that it was kind of the wild, wild west of emulation, but also I know that with many, many years of experience under my belt and also seeing where other companies, the people worked on some of this stuff have gone since then, it's interesting to kind of understand that when we get to that one, you're going to understand maybe where some of the emulation quirks of that collection came from. Because it's from a company that usually does them great, that being Digital Eclipse. Even they had their problems in over the recent times. They said to themselves, we've had trouble when it comes to some of this modern emulation. In cases where there's a game in that when it comes to cracking that emulation as far as what that looks like. As I said, it's not a simple process. I mean, and that's why I also wanted to emphasize it with this collection, saying, I'm not sitting here saying I could do a better emulation job of these games than the people who made this. No, I couldn't. It'd probably be even worse. But also for certain cases where some of the way the emulations go as far as getting the sense of what's that hardware looking like, especially with arcade machines where sometimes it's unique about what was in the machines. Sometimes it's taking companies or individuals decades to crack that. And there's a game in that Off-Road Thunder in particular that is like that. They just cracked that like a couple of, maybe a year ago, maybe, if that. And it's a rough port within that, but also like looking at it, I get exactly why. That's going to be the idea as far as that next compilation we're doing, as far as April Fool's Day for next year. Not sure, I haven't thought that far ahead. If you have any good suggestions as far as games you think are bad, games you don't like, or games you think like, maybe I do like it even if it's a case of other people don't, or games that you don't like that people do, I'm all open to hearing any suggestions you got as far as those. And it will be a case of, we'll have that in April as is. I don't know if I'll do 2 again as far as next year, but depending on, maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do 2 a year, perhaps. Maybe that would be a cool idea. But I had a great time as far as Sega Smash Pack Volume 1, and I thank all of you for joining me for this one. So with that, let's talk schedule. Next week we're on Friday. We're not on Saturday. We're coming up for Kirby's Dream Course for Super Nintendo. That's going to be on Friday, April 17th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's been a while since we looked at Kirby. It's a case where we previewed this game years ago when we played Pilot Wings for Super Nintendo. I basically tossed it in as far as a little bit of extra because our chat was talking about it. I said, hey, I'm running it on this console. We finished that semi-quick after we were doing a bunch of things. I said, let's take a preview of this. Now we're coming to it fully. To give you an idea about how this game's going to work, because this is not a traditional Kirby game. It's kind of a golf game, or a billiards game. It's a mix of the two, kind of. It is also the first Kirby game ever played, believe it or not, also. Oh, cool. All right, there's like a screensaver mode. Let's keep it in that. Look at that. That looks beautiful. All right, that's nice. It's almost like the neon color cases that go with like the thing in The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask when you get transformed into the Deku, as we saw. That's very nice. I'll definitely keep that up. We're gonna take a look through that game going fully. I'm gonna go through all the courses. We're pointing out you do have to get medals on all of the courses in order to get the extra courses. As much as I have experience with this game, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. But the good news is, since I'm using the Switch Online version to play this, Switch Online has the SP versions of games, or certain games, and that's one of them, which we haven't really shown on the show, so I want to give an indication of it. It does have an unlock of all of the extra courses, so we're going to look at all 8 of the courses and the final boss, and also 8 of the extra courses, and then also some of the extras that go along with this very charming Kirby game that basically, as I said, it's like a golf billiards game, but saying, how do you turn that into Kirby? And then the case of thinking, well, that was the first Kirby game I ever played. Everybody else I talked to was one of the more traditional ones. I'll go into that next Friday. But for me, it was this one, and it is pretty interesting. And that's going to be our next case of Kirby, only because I'm not ready to do some of the Kirby games we talked about, particularly Kirby's Adventure on NES. And ElecVerse, you said you wanted to get a catharsis out on that one. I guess I want to as well, or get a sense of actually beating the game. So I will prep for that more before we do it. Although I don't know if it's going to be the next Kirby game we do after Dream Course next week. But Dream Course, I know it enough, even though I'm sort of cheaping out as far as I've been practicing the game, but still, I do have another option for that. And since we haven't really talked about the SP versions of Switch Online releases, basically they just give you another version of the game that has everything unlocked in it. I figured that's a different avenue that we can also go and use this as the element of that. So that's next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the reason for that is because Crusader64 and Chasm22 in our chat tonight, as well as AG42, they're coming in to the studio next week on Saturday. We're not going to have a live show, but we're going to be recording a show that we're going to be putting up in June. It's going to be our setup for Final Fantasy XIV. We're doing that as a scoping session, our first massively multiplayer online RPG. I'm looking at this thing blind, but I need those 3 men to help me out on that one, because they know, love, and breathe that game. So we're going to record a case of me setting up a profile. I'll be able to edit stuff out as far as sensitive information and all that, but just give enough a sense of what's this experience before we do a scoping session on the show of me looking at the game completely blind. So we're recording that next Saturday, so I'll have a Friday show. That's the reason as to why that is. Week after that, we have a scoping session for April. It's going to be Okami for PlayStation 2. We're going to do that. I don't know if this is going to be on a Friday as well. If it is, I'll let you know next week. If it is the Friday, that would be April 24th or April 25th, Saturday. I don't know. I'll keep you updated as far as that. I'll let you know next week as far as when we do the next show. I'll know by then. I'm pretty sure. We're going to look at Okami for PlayStation 2. I love this game. It's celebrating 20 years of itself. Actually, the week we're going to be doing that show, as it turns out, for its Japanese release. So I actually planned that one better than I thought I did. But we'll take a look at this wonderful action-adventure game for PlayStation 2. I'm going to be live on camera for that one because I have a lot of accoutrements to this game, and I want to indicate that in particular. That, and I haven't done a live show in a while. That being said, I'm going to have to do some weird stuff when it comes to my tech to make sure that I have that set with the camera. But that being said, we're going to have that going on to get a bit of a preview of that game, which I know how to handle, sort of, but it's also a case of saying I just have to be ready for it. I just got to get a sense of it. But also, I want to show you how amazing this game is. And we are looking at the PlayStation 2 version, which, even though it has modern re-releases, which are really well done, the unique things that PS2 version does that I think it's worth showing off that way. And I'll have it as far as component cables and run and progressive scans, so it's going to look really, really nice. And yeah, you're gonna look at this and say, like, this doesn't look like a game for 20 years ago, but it is, and it's amazing what it was doing then, and it still is amazing now. Then May 2nd, that's going to be a Saturday show for Mega Man X for Super Nintendo. That is on the request of ElecVerse. He said this is his favorite game in the Mega Man X franchise, or one of his favorite Mega Man games. I've been wanting to look for a reason to do this. As I mentioned, I don't know as far as what's going on as far as Nocturne's concerned, and I know she's not a huge one of Mega Man X enough. She likes it enough, but it's also one of those cases where she's, hey, case of thinking like maybe it's overrated. I guess fair enough, but I said, like, I was going to be one handle that anyway, but I said I can't wait for her as far as that and also her scoping session. So I said, all right, I had to make an executive decision, so we're going to have to look at that without her, but that's fine. Depending on what's going on, whether she's still going to be on the show afterwards or not when it comes to other stuff when I hear from her, don't know. But, as I said, I'm not made of stone. I won't be, unreasonable as far as how it goes necessarily. But, that being said, I'm going to be doing Mega Man X. We're going to run it through Super Nintendo directly, just to give you a sense of that. Then the week after that, we have another Friday show that's going to be on May 8th. Be for Sonic the Fighters. We're going to look at that as a second chance, because when I did the first time, I didn't have the mic set. I said, I want to correct that. And I also said, we can turn this into an AM2 night. So we take a look at Like a Dragon Yakuza, Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. I have to get that name right. I played through that far enough to open the arcade, which has a bunch of Sega arcade ports from AM2. Specifically Fighting Vipers 2, Daytona USA 2, Daytona USA 2 Battle on the Edge. Okay, Daytona USA 2 Battle of the Edge and Power Edition, Virtua Fighter 3, Virtua Fighter 3 TB, and the Ocean Hunter. So I'm turning those into that. And also I'm going to toss in the Xbox Live Arcade ports of Virtua Fighter 2 and of Fighting Vipers 1. And run that through Xbox Series X, and we're going to use the 360 port of Sonic the Fighters, which is sort of delisted, but you can still sort of get it as it is. I believe there's a Sonic bundle that's on those systems that the game is available on as it is, and there's a physical version on something else. I'll bring that up again when we do that show. Then a week after that, don't know if this is going to be on a Friday or not, or Saturday, on either May 15th or 16th. I mentioned Climax Entertainment, who co-developed Shining Force tonight. I'm going to be taking a look at Felony 1179 for the PlayStation. It is a crazy driving game, the first entry in the Runabout franchise, which is weird because they didn't name Runabout here. But the second game, which we did look at, which was on the Dreamcast, that being Super Runabout San Francisco Edition. I previewed that a couple years ago. That does have the name of it, but this is a crazy game. It's basically driving around, and you're basically completing these weird missions, almost like a bit of a precursor to Midtown Madness. And it's totally nuts, but it is interesting. It's a game that I know a lot of people have never heard of, and for a while I'd never heard of it either. I said, this is such an interesting game. It's kind of chintzy in some ways as far as how it works. Some stuff with how it plays is kind of antiquated, but it's fascinating, man. I definitely want to show you. And it's something where it's like, yeah, that era of PlayStation 1 driving games, we haven't really touched that enough, and I want to give a sense of that. Then on May 23rd, Gemini96 in our chat is joining us for our scoping session for May. This is going to be for Tetris Effect Connected. We're running the Switch version on Switch 2. Get a sense of how do we handle this wonderful Tetris game from Resonir. The team behind, as I mentioned, Luminous Rise that came out last year. But also Rerez, Space Jam 5, Every Extend Extra, and Child of Eden, amongst others. So we're going to take a look at that as far as Tetris Fix. We went nuts on this when we looked at the puzzle showcase as far as it. We said we want to play this the whole night. I said we're going to come back to this for a full show. I've shown it off screen already. Again, see how to Switch 2 run this thing. It enhances loading above anything else, which wasn't bad on Switch 1, but just even better on Switch 2 for that, to get a sense of what it's going to look like. And Gemini 96 said, I want to do that one, as far as being in on the scoping session. And then a week after that, as mentioned, Midway Cartridge 3 for GameCube. But also, since there aren't a whole lot of games in that, I'm pulling out a couple of Nintendo 64 games of Midway's, basically arcade ports of theirs, which I'm going to toss in as a bit of a bonus. So it'll be a showcase as far as the compilation, but also a case of showcase of other games running Nintendo 64, as far as how that's going to be. And I'm looking forward to doing that. Then in June, when it comes to the scoping session, there are 3 I've got potential ideas on. I'll talk with Edwack and Nikki, because I'm going to do one on Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney at some point. I don't know if they want in on that one. If they do, I'll hold that for them as far as when that's going to look. I know I also owe AJ42 Mass Effect, which is going to look as far as the scope, because I know it's going to be quite an undertaking, but one I promised him, and I want to give a look at that. And since I don't think Nocturne's scoping session is going to happen, I'm going to replace that with something else. I'm thinking in the past couple days, just saying, what would I want to do as far as something else that I didn't already put on the list. And I think what I'm going to do is, I think I want to show off Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings. It is one of my favorite real-time strategy games ever. I am going to use the Xbox One port of it, which I have on the Xbox Series X as far as how we're going to run it through. It does have mouse and keyboard support, which I think I'm going to use for the purpose of running that game in particular. Not because I'm against it, how it runs the controller. It was interesting to see how they translated it. It actually translates pretty well. But I've been playing that game since 1999 on the PC. So I said, I think I want to show that at some point. I don't know which one I was going to do for June. I'll figure that out. And also for June, I want to do Wave Race Blue Storm for the GameCube. It's been a while since we played Wave Race. It's either that or the Game Boy version as far as what we got left. So, or third chance, I guess, the Nintendo 64 version, which, I mean, it is 30 years this year, so maybe I got a reason to do that. I do want to show that. I think that's what we're going to do as far as Wave Race Blue Storm for that month, as far as getting Somerset. And to get Somerset, like the day before, I have Cool Spot for Sega Genesis. That's going to be on June 20th. That's going to be on AG42's requests, because he was fascinated saying, wait, there's a platform game with Spot of 7-Up, and it's really good. Yeah, it is. And I want to show that. That is a fantastic summer game. And then the week after that, we're going to be off. So in that case, I'm going to put up that Final Fantasy XIV prep show that we're recording next Saturday, as is the case, just to let you know. And then getting into July, I don't know what schedule's going to look like, what scoping session's going to look like. ElecVerse, I do want to do On the Ball for Super Nintendo for you. I do think I'm going to start looking into that one, so I can deliver that either in July or August. It's worth pointing out, just to update, I don't know if I'm going to be ready for Radiant Silvergun. I don't know if I'm going to force that one, because I said maybe August, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. I want to make sure I'm doing that one right. And when it comes to Kazan22's play of Suikoden, he's not going to be available in August, so I don't know how that's going to work, or how Suikoden's going to go if we're going to push that. And we're going to figure out when Looney Tunes B-Ball, when Dolphin, you and I are going to do that one, because we had to cancel that earlier in the year. And I'll figure out the scoping session, and then outside of that, I'm going to be off, by the way, on the weekend of September 19th. I don't know what I'm going to put up as far as off-screen content. I mentioned last week maybe I'll off-screen record Piling 64 again or something. I don't know. I'll think about how I'm going to do that, or what I'm going to have. And then also figuring out stuff of things we got coming up later in the year. How Kodelka's going to work, because I know Crusader 64's got that one, but when he's starting that, but I said it's up to you. You tell me when it's ready for you. Gemini 96, I know you mentioned Bloodborne. That's going to be your case. He said he was thinking of October. He's like, that's subject to change. ElecVerse, I know you said we're doing scoping session on Persona 3 FES. Call me whenever you know when you want to have that. Let me know, and we'll have it, because I know you love that game, and I want a scoping session that one for you and for myself. And also of other stuff. We have the Game Show Showcase that's coming up for Thanksgiving weekend. And at the end of the year, I believe our last 2 shows are going to be for our annual Tetris show, the second chance of Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo. We are not missing 30 years of that one, I guarantee you. And then our scoping session of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. And right now, that's what we got. But as I said, some of this stuff might be subject to change, but I'll keep you updated as is. And we're still going as far as the show. I love doing it, and everything that occurred tonight as far as all the discussions and everything kind of the reason why I love doing it. And I want to thank you so much for everything for it. And just seeing the swirls going around, it is a beautiful sight. And I forgot this had like a screensaver mode going on as far as its benefit being able to, you know, keep a talk case going on for like 5 hours, as is the case. All right. So with that, I think that's going to do it for our play of Sega Smash Pack Volume 1 for Dreamcast. Sort of a mixed bag, sort of a bad bag, but also some things in it that are interesting, and I had a great time. Good night. I love the screensaver, so Dollyfin says I do too. Thank you so much, Dollyfin. Thank you so much, ElecVerse. Thank you so much to Gemini96 and Chasm22 and Gemini96. Let's see if did I miss anybody. No, I didn't. I want to give credit to every one of my guests or everybody else as far as the chat. That's the idea. It's like, you're kind of guests on the show in a weird way, as far as it's saying, like, you're not on the show, but it's like, well, you're on the show this way, and I want to make it so that, yeah, you're not going to be bored on the show. You're basically giving information as far as this that way. And there we go. Okay, so with that, thank you so much for everything. I had a wonderful time, and as I said, definitely enriching to me, my life, and I appreciate that so much as far as how all you help inspire me, I guess, that way when you think about it. My gratitude will never cease. So with that, thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday, everybody. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. I will see you next Friday, that being on April 18th, for Kirby's Dream Course for Super Nintendo, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You're not going to want to miss it. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Keep swirling. Take care, everybody.